for the Winter Classic, yeah? Welcome back.
Good morning, aloha kekakiaka, and welcome to 2023 the Hui Backdoor Shootout, day 3 of competition, and this is going to be the team's 3rd and 4th surf in the team main event. I got special guest Rocky Cannon. Welcome, Rock. Good to have you back. Aloha.
Good morning. Aloha kakahiaka with a double shaka and
Double
a big
shaka.
mino aka. Mino aka means smile. That's my new morning phrase for
Good.
everybody
I
for the
love it.
welcome. And, brah, double shaka for the commitment and surfing that went on yesterday.
Yes.
And some stinking, unruly, crazy conditions at times
Carnage.
with these gems that were just
Yep.
needle in haystack kind
Yep.
style.
Very hard to
cat
find.
and mouse dodging the huge ones. The huge waves being the cat.
Yep.
The surfers being the mice. And those gems in between being the cheese that you're trying to grab. And we had some cheesy moments
Yes, we did.
yesterday. I feel, forgive the pun, but man.
Yeah.
And then we had some gnarly, hairy moments.
Yes, we did.
crazy wipeouts. Want to send super unreal well wishes and warrior style prayers to Billy Kemper.
big time,
That, went down,
Yeah.
looked like the shoulder was the main thing, but got
Heavy.
swooped up by Water Patrol, taken to the beach swiftly. Lifeguards converged, EMS and everything. He was, up and talking, but strapped in just in case. And we're
Scary.
hoping and praying everything is going as good as it can for Billy.
Yeah, Godspeed, Billy. I know for some of you guys at home haven't seen that, Billy took a mean wipeout and knocked out underwater with all the training. And we all know Billy Kemper's career. If you guys have seen the films and documentaries about Billy.
Superman,
Yeah.
3-time Jaws champ.
I mean, the guy is an absolute beast animal. And as you could see, as Rock had the play-for-play, he was down right there on the scaffold, seeing him get lipped in the shoulder.
Yep.
I mean, a wave like that could rip a normal human apart.
Yeah, you said it. He's probably one of the most focused when it comes to health, nutrition, strength, and the ultimate mortality or human factor of all of us.
Professional surf athlete.
Shows you that Pipeline does not discriminate, and at any moment can be, your wildest dream come true, and / your worst nightmare, all in the same, few seconds. So, like you said, Godspeed, Billy. And we'll be getting underway with our 3rd round today.
Yeah.
We've got the heats redrawn. So we're going to start with a New Earth project.
Exciting.
Super interesting team that is assembled there with Kelly Slater, Cole Smith, Kai Lenny, and the Tahitian Matahi Drole.
Yes, very exciting heat it is, as some of these athletes in this heat never really, they were doing, like you said, Rock, too much window shopping. But I mean, their expertise, they're looking for something certain. And with this last day of competition, day 3, they could put 2 waves together and absolutely win this thing.
Yeah.
And just erase yesterday.
It doesn't matter when in the, during the event, you get those scores. And I think those surfers that were able to come away, obviously, it's pretty easy to play like, Monday morning quarterback after the fact, hindsight being 2020, all those kind of phrases that from yesterday, whoever was able to find those keepers, 6 to 9, I would say, with the conditions we had. And we've yet to see kind of what, today is about to bring. We got a rider grabbing the rail.
Morning kerbobbles.
Yeah. But yesterday, if you were able to find one or two that were upwards in the scale, we didn't see any double digits.
No.
But, you got to feel a little momentum going into today if you were able to find something yesterday. Yeah. And I think today, as par for the course, usually for pipe and the whole North Shore, essentially, the morning heats before the sun gets over that little ledge of the hill, it does have a little, we call it morning sickness.
Morning sickness.
The wind, the things are just not perfectly in place. Pipeline has to wake up, brush her teeth, curl the eyelashes a little bit, throw on some whatever will start looking prime time. Yeah. And then it's about, 9:30 when the sun is like peeking right over the horizon, or the mountains behind, and lights it up. The wind starts grooming it a little, just like one comb in her hair. Yeah. And then
lifestyle of a surfer.
It really kind of turns on. So that drawing of the names out of the hat is a big one of when you're going to paddle out.
Yep, 7 in the morning. They do that with Uncle Eddie. All the teams have a meeting as, that surfer gets dislodged, not going to go in his top 2 for sure. But waves yesterday that stuck out in my mind were, Kala had that one at the ending of the day, but then Emio from Team Quicksilver had a few in and outs. Yeah. Kieran Jabor, amazing, awesome, traditional, legit pipe, spit out, slowed down claim. There was a lot. There was a lot of stuff going down yesterday, and like you shared with me 20 minutes after the contest, because I seen it when
20
I got
seconds.
20 seconds after the contest. Oh, that's really close. I seen that on Free Surf Magazine, that huge pipe bomb of Moana Wong, our Wahine surfer.
We could really expand on that, and when she comes up today, we'll talk more about her. But 20 seconds after I blew the ending horn, I still was on the mic thanking everybody for being there, and she took off. I'm like, oh wait, look at Moana Jones. I called the whole wave.
I'm glad you're on the mic for that.
We're going to see this grab rail technique for Kai Lenny, and he is in a pipe pit still going, bruh. Kai Lenny.
Pipe.
Saying good morning, pipeline. And I bet you the beach erupted for that one. That was a very beautiful start.
That was a great start. I'm excited for the day already. Their third surf, a fourth surf today. These teams are going to be going at it, and that was a traditional, legit pipe wave. Kai Lenny's been hunting for that all day yesterday, as he had a couple makes and not so makes. So it was rough conditions yesterday. Big, my hat's off to you guys. Big, gnarly beasts, super thick lips as Team Japan. Always when our Team Japan hits the water, the ocean always livens up. But, New Earth Project, we got the master and the GOAT, Kelly Slater, out there. And I think we're going to see some good scores on the board from him today.
Well, we have Kai Lenny opening up the morning with the best ride of the day. Yeah, that's an easy one. I went on a super thick limb for that. A couple branches I'm standing on out there. But perfect positioning, drew the perfect line.
Perfect line.
The takeoff zone is very important of where you are on the wave as you begin. How you draw your line, the second most important thing, and then holding that line to be able to make that exit. And he got a little bit of chandelier on the shoulder at the end, but was able to kind of muscle through that.
Still beautiful,
and come out clean and standing clean. So that score, immediately could factor in when we look at what we saw yesterday. And the judges, Flynn Novak, Barton Lynch, Doug Silva, Joel Centeo's up there too.
Amazing.
We're talking about a lot of things yesterday, and one of them was leaving some room so we could see some scores like this today. And from that angle, he is still so deep. So that straight-on angle is going to be a healthy score for Kai Lenny.
Oh, big time. This is definitely going to factor in after the first day of competition. That was a legitimate pipe wave. New Earth project. They know they were window shopping too much yesterday, but it was big and gnarly, and here we go. We are in live action, 30-minute heats. Thank you to Keiki Bungalows. Don't forget the Bungalow Backdoor Shootout Wave. Their one surfer is going to be earning $5,000 for the best wave of the event, whether it be a 10, 11, a 12. They're just going to pick it apart. And coming up next will be Team Tubos Peru, not too far from their start from yesterday.
Yeah, they drew the first heat yesterday morning, and then they went out again about 12:30. Okay, here we go, up and riding.
Split peak.
It looks like Koa Smith.
Beautiful pipe vision. Nice and consistent.
Or it could be Matahi Drole. He's also goofy foot.
Gotcha.
We're droning in on this one. And Carissa's back in it.
Oh, good stuff. Yeah, good morning,
So she
Carissa.
sat out yesterday, but decided today was a lot more friendlier conditions, which I totally understand, because these World Championship Tour surfers putting a lot on the line when you surf pipeline as far as risk of hurting yourself and not being able to compete in the upcoming Championship Tour event. So we've been probably, aside from surfing, a lot of us that like to watch the gridiron and pigskin football playoffs that are happening.
Yeah.
You see a lot of coaches kind of, the games that don't mean much, they're pulling out their star players to save them, because anything can happen when you're on the field, just like at Pipeline. Anytime you paddle out there, you're putting a life or a limb or something like that on the line and possibly taking yourself out of, if you're on a championship tour, out of contention. And you got to really weigh your pros and cons and consequences. And probably a smart decision yesterday for Carissa. And she's out there today with a great ride. And hard to pass up an opportunity with 4 of your friends in the water.
Oh, big time. You can't.
At Pipeline. And Kelly was at Backdoor doing what you said, the masterful things that he is well known for doing. That's Matahi Drole.
That was a beautiful vision as well.
The first heat, it's great signs when you already have the first heat. There's Carissa.
Nice.
I mean, already out the gates, Kai Lenny. Koa Smith just needs to get one. He did get one yesterday, but Team A New Earth Project immediately putting themselves in a potential leaderboard position.
Oh, big time for also a team, They're also surfing against all these 8 teams for their personal win at the Backdoor Shootout for that huge prize purse. But they're also, here we go, dropping down. Beautiful line. Koa Smith, Hanaho comes flying out. Ooh. And, he had an amazing one in the first heat, in the first round, so he's going to try to back it up as, here we go, Kai Lenny. Beautiful one from this angle. Let's see if he comes out. Ooh, he's holding on for a double.
It is already almost double digits times better than it was yesterday. At the start in the morning, Peruvian Tubos, they're an amazing team. I think they maybe had 1 or 2 that were okay.
And it was uncharacteristic
because of the
guys.
Conditions.
Yes.
And today, we're already seeing wave after wave, a split peak of 2 excellent rides at Backdoor and Pipe.
You can see the yard frothing.
It is going to be a signal of what's to come with so many good waves to be ridden. So you guys that are tuning in, we thank you first and foremost. Hey, you know what? I'm going to put it out there. I'm going to put it out there. I'm going to put it out there that you can send us a message right here. I mean, we want to keep you guys engaged, and we're going to have some lulls that we can talk story. send an email to me. It's right here, and it'll be nsoghawaii@gmail.
Gotcha.
And I kind of like doing that when I'm on the beach announcing too, just to see.
You get to know.
If people, want to have a question about something specific that we can get to. So nsoghawaii, all one word, @gmail.com, and then we'll have it right here. And if it's okay, to share it, who you are, and you guys could get engaged with us. So nsoghawaii@gmail. I've got it right here. If you got a question, comment, you want to, send along, we can get to it when we've got the appropriate time.
Good stuff, Rock. Good stuff.
Bro.
And pipe is just going off today, you guys.
So this is Koa. Perfect pipeline positioning. There's the three things we talked about. Your takeoff point, as we watch Kai Lenny, he was on this
beautiful hold as he's holding
pipeline. Pipeline wave. Not super deep, kind of was guaranteed to come out the whole time, but already proving that these morning conditions compared to yesterday are night and day almost.
And he knows how to emphasize and try to scoop those extra points from our judges.
And Koa's still going to get a good score, even though he didn't stay on his board, but he did reappear.
He did.
So a little different criteria. Obviously, the 12-point scale, watching Kelly. Nope. And the judging criteria of exiting the barrel, more traditional events, you got to stay standing all the way, and or it's going to be like a 2, which is sometimes a little bit ridiculous. Here we go, up and riding at Backdoor and Pipeline.
Kailani and Matahi Drole on the left. Matahi got a couple waves yesterday, but he had a couple of full-on closeout clappers that looked real dangerous. The kid was on, charging like Sion Malowski into those closeouts.
Yeah. And doing the Drole name a lot of justice. His older brother Manoa has been doing it for such a long time. Shout out to the Droles. And Kai and Koa with those back-to-back waves. Kai got a good one, but Koa's exit, like I said, going to get a little more credit at this event than at most others. So we'll see how Koa can factor in with a nice wave he had from yesterday in the 7-point range, and still's got some time for this third round. But you said it. A lot of guys could have so many chances today as the waves are just producing. Yeah,
there's more waves out the back, as you can see here. Let's see who's in position. I know the GOAT was positioning, looking at Backdoor, and now he's probably looking at Pipe. Look at how clean it is, Rock. You can see every little ripple coming off the current at Gums.
Yeah, credit to our Salt and Air studio crew and our on-site drone operators and camera operators that are getting these amazing shots that are absolutely breathtaking and beautiful. Look at that. The sun starting to shine on that breaking wave shows you that the conditions are just going to get better. But right now it is so nice and prime.
Wow. Good to see New Earth Project, and good to see the wave showing up for the last day of competition. Presented by Keiki Bungalows. Super stoked. So in this heat, if you guys are just joining us, Carissa Moore is out in the lineup along with Kelly Slater. Koa Smith already getting into 2 amazing ones, Kai Lenny and Matahi Drole. And who is this getting spit out of that one? Matahi Drole. Good stuff for him. As you know, this kid can charge some massive waves, but he's been getting some beautiful ones at Pipe, but I know he wants a bigger one because these guys want to put 12s on the board. In this team format. They're competing against all 8 teams, and there is some heavy characters here today.
To be invited to this event, especially the surfers that aren't from right here, either North Shore or even Hawaii, to be from somewhere else outside of Hawaii, there is so much time that you got to put in and earn the respect of your peers that are out there. The gallery basically, and we don't have peanut galleries here more, as I like to use. We have macadamia nut galleries. That the Mac Nut Gallery, on beachfront row, ranging from where the Vans and kind of Pete Johnson, the whole from Ehukai Beach Park basically, or Tower 26. Those guys are watching a lot every day too. Shout out to our lifeguards from Tower 26 all the way to like. Have almost a ride there to like off the wall where Billabong and all those houses. Every time pipe is firing, there's a gallery there of media, of guys that are resting from surfing, watching their friends, and to be out there, they know who the guys are and who's getting what waves and standing out. So it's a daily
surf culture.
Here we go. Check this replay. Split Peak. Looks like that was Matahi. Just getting under there. It's not going to be a big score. Great wave.
Look at Lenny at the back door.
And then that might have been Kelly.
Kelly? Okay.
We'll
check up on that.
Check out. Excuse me. No, you're correct. Kai Lenny.
And Kai Lenny competed with us on the first day rock in the stand-up paddleboard, and he was one of the outstanding competitors usually. And it's funny, when he's riding his bigger stand-up board, he seems to blow tail on that Formula One stand-up creation that he has. And these boards are 27 wide, 3.5 to 4 inches thick.
Yeah,
so Kai Lenny has been working.
It's another realm of even a mindset and physically equipment use and technique. It is just a whole nother world from shortboard. And some early morning shell pickers and sand dwellers down there, keeping it high and dry today smartly. Good job, Mama.
Yeah,
and beautiful Ohana shot of the morning. But yeah, it's so much about wave selection, so much about the positioning of where you're going to be. We've got questions already. Coming in here, and it comes in from Simon, and wondering how on a regular day how many surfers would be out here. Great question. It is like double digits, from anywhere from 40 to 80 at one point. Here we go. Sets coming in. We'll get back to stuff as we are able to.
Cole Rothman. Not Koa Smith. No, excuse me. Not so deep, but beautiful pipe wave, as this guy has just been putting it on the map for his team surfing and also his individual scores. Koa Smith, outstanding performer. I had him in my mind after the competition yesterday, and he, in the new Earth project when they surfed yesterday, he had the make. So
it's fun. Stuff. It's fun how so many of these names, if not all, when in this format, you have, when you're in the traditional East-style event, you're going to lose some guys, you're going to have shockers. So you never really know who's going to, be able to pull it out. Or you have guys, they're hot and they're feeling it, and, you can kind of almost predict who's going to go where, as we see Koa Smith. But this is so unpredictable because all of these surfers can do so many cool things here at Pipe and Backdoor. That's the option too, is like we got both directions.
Koa's known to go backdoor.
The view that we're getting right now with the combination of Hawaiian Water Patrol and the expert operating what it takes with Larry Haynes and Dalton Air Studios on the ski doing the tunnel vision right there is just unreal. Mahalo, you guys, sending us the most epic water shots that are available in the world. Hawaiian Water Patrol, thank you guys. Larry Haynes, excellent work. Salton Air Studios.
And it isn't easy, beautiful. Man. The communication between this team and how much they're doing, David Bowen and the whole crew back there, it's like a huge production, and it's been a great event. And answering the question to the email, it's really interesting. If you go on Surfline this morning and you have Surfline, sign up, surfline.com, one of our sponsors. If you go on there, you can see right before the water lineup got cleared, there is tons of surfers. If you do the camera rewind, the last couple of days have been out of control. I would say, 70 people tops?
it can be a zoo out there, and you're shoulder to shoulder. It's an aggressive approach to be able to catch waves and be in the right spot. And it's highly competitive, as I said. I did it for, over a decade.
Yeah, Rock.
To be
Amazing
invited
career.
to the Pipe Masters was my goal. And was thinking a mindset that, you got to get your head in that zone.
Yeah.
And be willing to go when your number's called.
Yeah.
If you back out, you're going to go back of the line. Could take years to get back
You got
to,
it.
to your turn.
Not for the lighthearted.
Got a few coming in from Steven. Scariest moment in the ocean, going over the falls at Pipe. Obviously, I've come away with just a few staples in the head as we watch the pipe barrel here of, I believe, Kelly Slater.
Oh, spit all over him. Oh, rock and roll floater. Beautiful by Kelly.
Oh, my goodness. That was like, with that floater at the end, 2023/1987.
Yeah. Oh, I love it.
Tom Curran action as it
that
came
was
out of that one
Curran-esque.
barrel.
And that's like his
classic.
fourth ride of the event, Rock. You know what I mean? So he's like back on. He's like, dude, I can still win this thing. So Kelly Slater, good to have you this year and your new Earth project along with Carissa Moore, Kai Lenny, Koa, and Matahi. Good stuff. Kelly's another one. We were joking, we were joking about Reef, how calm and casual he paddles. Kelly's kind of the same way. You never see him in a rush. I mean, he scratches from time to time. You know, there's times when the ocean turns on you, and but just Reef and Kelly, they're cool, calm paddle in the ocean. You gotta love it. They get from point A to point Z pretty quick.
And it's more, it's less of speed and power and aggression, and kind of a work smarter, not harder.
Yes.
Kind of phrase for those guys, where it's positioning and maybe using a little current here to slide into the spot and essentially allow your positioning and everything to do more work than a young guy who's just like frothing and going.
Yeah.
So I think that wisdom, obviously, as a cliche, comes with age, but Kelly, for sure, having that cool, calm, collected approach.
Yep.
And just going in for the kill when it's right there.
Very calculated. He was very calculated yesterday, as he didn't pick too many. And, me and Isaiah Walker were screaming like there's going to be a diamond in the rough a couple times yesterday. They kind of came in, but no 12s so far, gang. Not yet, as Kelly rock and roll floaters. So beautiful.
Straight on view right there. And you see he's not as deep as he usually gets, but the spit on that one, probably the standout characteristic of that wave, how much water came out. Here's the view from Water Patrol.
Extra.
Oh, man, just
extra load of spit.
50 plus years old and doing those kinds of things. It is remarkable. Coming in from J Bay. What's up, Trevor?
Yeah, Trevor.
Says it was 6 foot plus. And thank you for joining us. We've kind of taken a break on that wave of the winter. He was asking about that. Hopefully that'll come back, but we'll have more information for you maybe for the season as it rolls along. But scores and standings, we've gone back to like traditional. The internet at the pipeline area is so spotty. It's so weird that we can put people on the moon and we can, follow all kinds of things happening live around the world. But in that pipeline zone right there, it seems to be just like this weird internet blackout wormhole.
Yeah,
that is
I've been hearing about that. Yes.
Where, I don't know, the Bermuda Triangle, where like electronics don't work and your compass starts spinning. And so having the updated scores, that's what's the question coming in from Derek. Thanks for your input, but we'll have to kind of catch up with the folks on the ground there with their, it's kind of back to pencil and paper.
Roger. Yeah, weird area over there. Like you said, Bermuda Triangle. A lot of people's phones and stuff don't work. So, if your friend's staying at Pipe and you think you're getting screened out, it is the service, the internet, all of that. Look at this beautiful drone footage as we got glassy, perfect conditions this morning, Rock.
Brother Noah says, how's it? And he wants to know how the sandbars are doing. But this is live action of Slater at Pipeline. The sandbar's probably doable.
Yeah.
And,
it's doable
kind of a decreasing swell, so it could get better throughout the day. And, if you got the day off tomorrow, Martin Luther King Day holiday, could be a pretty good session too. But
there's definitely some sandblasting going on down at Ehukai, but it's a lot more forgiving. It's not for everyone.
Yeah.
As Kelly, the night before yesterday, how was that evening sandbar wave that he got? I mean, when sandbar's that big, you can get lost out there, and it can be very dangerous situations, even though you can just touch the sand.
Yeah.
Sandbar's scary.
And sand can still do damage if you
time.
hit it in the wrong way, obviously.
So this is Kelly sitting on the inside of team.
They might be approaching the end of the heat.
Yeah.
So I saw possibly the next heat waiting in the channel area as we pan to the sandbar.
Oh, there's the sandbar.
We're going to see Tower 2-6, get back to Kelly Matahi talking story. Kelly's sideways on the board, so super casual.
They're having a fun morning sesh here at Pipeline. That's what it's all about.
Back to the crowd factor, 60 to 80 surfers out there, and to have it with 4 of your friends. Mm-hmm. Sometimes, I think yesterday it had something to do with it too. Your positioning in the lineup has a lot to do with who's sitting where and the crowd positioning. At least for myself, honestly, paddling out to the Pipe Pro and the Pipe Master heats that I surfed, which are in the amounts of double digits of times, that it was a little tricky getting into, my first couple of heats anyway out there. I'm like, okay, this is so different crowd-wise of where I'm sitting as we watch Kai Lenny at Backdoor on a frothy beast. We'll get back to more crowd control when we have a moment. Watch the live action of Kai Lenny. The Bucking Bronco whitewater ride.
Oh, man. He's just getting sucked all the way
his board's
into there.
tombstoning. He's still moving underwater. He's just covering so much ground, if you will, that where he actually fell off the board and where he came up, it was like probably yards of difference.
Yards. He's going to the 50-yard line. As we talk about athletes like Billy, you know what I mean? Get well, Billy. But Kai Lenny's another one that trains crazy like that.
Yeah. Yeah, ultimate aware surfer when it comes to fitness. Here we go, Koa Smith.
Yes, Koa. Oh, he's just scoring a beautiful pipe morning session.
Yeah, we're going for the alley-oop almost. Okay, we got a lot of surfers out, so the heat going to transition soon.
I see that.
But not before Kelly gets an opportunity. Oh, excuse me. No, that's not Kelly.
Ooh, that's someone in the other heat. As we're switching over to Heat 2 is Team Tubos, and that might be Gabriel Villaran.
Yeah, that's the Peruvian
Chaja.
Tubos. Yeah, the groovin' Peruvians that are pipeline proven. Heat recap of a new Earth project. Kai Lenny.
Beautiful by Kai Lenny.
Busting a big one on the exit. Kelly, you knew he was going to find at least one. Got this one at Backdoor.
That was
pretty filthy. That one will be a keeper.
Yeah.
But Tahi Drole was out there producing for a Team New Earth project. Everybody got involved in this heat. All surfers. Koa Smith able to find some tube time. Maybe not the cleanest exit, but...
And he was on fire. He caught a bunch of tube time here. As that might be the same wave. Drops down, gouges it there. Beautiful stuff, Rock.
Yeah, Kelly at Pipe getting a wave that he's done so many times over before.
Yeah, and we definitely needed to see new Earth projects. So, hey, guys, we'll be right back with Team Tubo. Stay tuned. Aloha.
I'll switch with him.
Huh? Up to you.
If can.
Here for the Winter Classic, yeah? Welcome back.
Aloha, good morning. Aloha kakahiaka with a double shaka and a big mino aka. It's my new good morning phrase. And we are live back for heat number 2 of 2023, the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Rocky Cannon bringing in Isaiah Walker. Isaiah, good morning to you. And so glad to have you here. You guys have been holding it down, and I'm happy to be here. We've kind of been rotating beach, webcast, all those fun, different jobs that we take care of together as a team.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Awesome. No, it's definitely awesome to see you back here. I haven't seen you the whole event, which is weird. And I didn't recognize, you get the new mullet. I love it.
Oh, yeah. This is permitted. I carry him on my permission slip in my pocket from my wife, signed and dated. It's got an expiration date. We won't disclose that, but I also went online and did my registered it with the National Mullet Registry. They need a quota on mullets, and so it's permitted, but it is on record on the National Archive. So hopefully there's no issues, but they do need to keep track of the nation mullets. You can't have too many mullets running around in the nation. It gets a little worrisome. But
yeah, there's Carissa coming up from that last heat. Man, a lot more waves on offer today. I mean, there were tons of waves yesterday, but as far as like rideable ones, it probably puts some of the competitors at ease because boy, there's a lot of people getting caught inside, a lot of wash-throughs yesterday. So good to see the action is pretty stacked today.
Already in the first heat, we saw each rider getting at least one, some riders getting two that were keepers, and probably outnumbering the entire number of keepers from all the teams already for yesterday. Check it out. Take it off. This is Peruvian Tubos, and it is identification of the surfers a little bit tricky because we don't see these surfers all the time, and without the jerseys, we want to give a shout out to the entire team. Gabriel Villaran got one earlier. Joaquin de Castillo and Alonso Correa. Alvaro Malpartida, I believe the goofy foots for the team. Martin Jerry and Kalani Rivero have also surfed their regular foot with Gabriel Villaran. So we have those surfers. I think that was Gabriel Villaran. He's
got the yellow helmet.
Been identified with the yellow helmet. They had the heat of the decade, I think, last year. You
I remember.
Might have mentioned that, but it was wave after wave. Pipeline turned on. The switch literally got in the on position for them. They got the most waves within a 30-minute span that were, ultimate keepers, and it kept coming. So they've set themselves up with a pretty high standard from that last year. That can be, obviously that moment and that particular heat was totally worth it. But it's hard to move forward expecting to have something like that happen again. So whatever they get, they're going to be happy with. But it's like we've, kind of seen the top of the mountain already. And, to get there again would be an amazing miracle. But they got to be happy with whatever they get. It is such a high standard they put themselves to. But these guys know how to perform.
Look at that, stalling off the bottom, getting in the barrel,
Beautiful.
Trying to slow down with the spit coming out. He's stoked.
Yeah, I like the casual approach on just a monstrous beast, showing such composure. That was one of our goofy foots. Might have been Joaquin or Alonso.
Okay. It's cool to see that.
Could be Alvaro.
How their competitors were cheering them on.
Yeah.
And that's
teammates.
That's so cool about this event. A lot of things, even what you were talking about, Rocky, that, last year these guys got the window that really allowed them opportunity. In most competitions, every competitor is kind of surfing against each other at that moment, right? But in this event, in some ways, we allow the ocean to choose the winners.
Yeah.
Because, if you're out there in the water and the waves turn on during your heat, that could benefit your team to victory.
Yeah. And the team atmosphere, so unique, so fun to be a part of and watch, as we're so used to watching guys kind of be at each other's throats during a particular heat. To see guys more in a teamwork mode and cheering mode, it feels like it's a free surf session, but obviously minus 75 or 80 guys down to 4 or 5.
Right.
So fun to watch. We've got Pedro tuning in from Colombia. So
awesome.
Hola, I'm not sure what time it is, so buenos dias, tardes, noches, I'm not sure.
Here's the replay.
From the last heat, I think that's Koa Smith. And Gabriel Villaran in this heat with a pretty nice negotiated drop, casual, right in the lip line, not super deep. And then a beautiful kind of almost second reef roll in with good positioning, but a big closeout. Beautiful drone work there, and then a straighten out right there. Not able to set the rail. We'll talk more about the 1-2-3 combo you got to have when you're surfing pipe, focusing on the drop, being able to set the rail, and then hold the line for the barrel and exit. That was nice well done right there. But mahalo, Pedro, for tuning in.
Right, and these are the ways we just saw. You see them slowing down. This is Team Tubos from Peru. Out with the spit. He's loving it. and another angle from the same
angle,
where
yeah,
he's
a little
blowing down
more
from Aukai Beach Park, pulling into the barrel, spit, and he's stoked.
Feeling good. He's got the Jerry pose of Jerry Lopez. And you see that's all the guy, you call it, the little claim out there for his partner.
Love it.
Pedro's got a question for me. The gnarliest surfer I've ever seen live in Hawaii. And
it depends on what you mean by gnarly.
I mean, gnarly in my book means like just a guy that's doing everything to the utmost
like
highest level.
Wise, not
surfing.
Like scary wise.
Yeah, just gnarliest, like crazy talent. And, well, two surfers. Top, I watched him and competed with him from when I was age 11. He was 1 year older, age 12. Andy Irons. I've watched him since he was 11 or 12 when we first met each other at the Menehune contest years ago, or Haleiwa Hasa, I believe, and watch him win 3 world titles in a row in that span. So Andy got to be my top pick. Here we go, up and riding, just kind of toying with it, trying to find the tube, and does. Good job right there. Hunting and gathering and seeking, finally being able to pluck off some berries or get a baby fawn with the bow and arrow.
Right. That's so hard because so many people are gnarly, right? They've really done really well here. Of course, Derrico, Kelly, of course, very, very accomplished out here.
But I've watched Andy for that so long. I have that closer connection. Kelly's obviously super gnarly, but me personally, I've seen the guy go from a kid to, well, he already was like a grown man when he was 13. We were tripping. Yeah. Like, how is this kid so beyond us? Right. And we're right here. And we knew already he was on another level.
I mean, you could pick the obvious like John Florence and so forth, but I'm gonna pick a little different.
Okay.
Maybe less known, but let's get back to that. This wave dropping down. You can see a bottom turn, trying to slow down into this one. Ends up pulling through the back. Hopefully he made it through the back. I'm gonna say, because gnarly in my vocabulary would be somebody who's just charged, and doesn't necessarily mean that they're most prolific as far as accomplished in events. But Sean Briley.
Great choice.
When I was young, just watching him, he was known for taking off deeper and pulling into unmakeable ones. And he had that classic, like, just stand there tall.
In the face of true, like, devastating adversity.
Right.
And he wasn't your cookie cutter, run-of-the-mill, like, surfer type.
Right.
Seeing him on shore, look like maybe he could, probably play center for Kahuku Red Raiders.
Gotcha.
Built like a tank.
Right.
For all intents and purposes, and complimentary sense of that way that he had the approach and what he was physically given by God, as we watch a God-given barrel right there at Pipeline. But what he was able to accomplish, with, in spite, whatever you want to place on there, Sean up there for sure.
Yeah. Some replays here, trying to punch through the back, which would be scary, right?
Yeah.
Because if you don't make it through the back of the wave,
big risk
coming back down with it. Live action here, trying to do a little turn under the lip. We call it under the hood snaps. I mean, speaking of Andy Irons, and similar to what we just saw there, remember that one event? It was during the Pipe Masters where he took off on a massive backdoor wave and tried to punch through the back of it, and instead went over the falls, and you could see his body in the lip going down. Whew.
Worst feeling ever. Feeling like an eternity, and you're saying whatever prayer you can get in those seconds, that you know that you're about to meet something very detrimental, and hoping it's with a survivable body part.
Right.
Kumu Pekelo, mahalo for your comment. This is broadcast that is English as our main language. Kumu asked for Olelo Hawaii next year.
Kumu Pikelo.
Oh man, that's I'm only, I can name every item that I can see around me. I can tell you the Hawaiian word, but as far as structuring a sentence and using things correctly and being able to decipher what's being spoken to me and separating the words, and it is not a strong suit for me. So e kalamai kumu, but appreciate your comment and all of your contributions to our culture. We have so much to preserve, and that's kind of there's folks like Kumu Pukela who are like the last line of keeping it alive and passing it on.
Actually, we're really fortunate that we've seen Olelo Hawaii. So Olelo Hawaii is the Hawaiian language. Ole hiki ia'u ke Olelo Hawaii mai kai, a ka hiki ia'u ke maumpopo. So in other words, like unfortunately, I don't speak it fluently. All of my kids, though, which is cool about the Hawaiian language, we've seen a revitalization of the language since the early 1980s when it started what's called the Punana Leo program, and then eventually the Kaiapuni programs, where we had immersion schools that were intent on reviving the Hawaiian language. So it wasn't like Hawaiian was ever a dead language.
Right.
But in the 1960s, 70s, 80s, especially 1970s, during the Hawaiian Renaissance, I was talking yesterday about the significance of the 1970s, particularly the year 1976.
Okay.
1976, we have a lot of things going on that converges with the surfing world and with the Hawaiian community in ways that really show how the birth of the Hui Inalu is a product of this time period. So 1976 oftentimes pointed as the era of the Hawaiian Renaissance, where the Hokulea voyaging canoe makes its maiden voyage to Tahiti, where the Koho'olawe 9 went and occupied the island of Koho'olawe, which, my heart goes out to the Aluli family, who recently had passed away. I believe Emmett Aluli, who was one of these that were occupying the island of Koho'olawe from military tests. So the military was using it as a target and shelling it, and it's still to this day. There's a lot of remains left over on the islands to clean up.
Yep.
And so 1976 is a big deal, but Hawaiian language then also becomes an item that people are realizing, like a lot of the kupunas who are manaleo. Manaleo means like you speak the Hawaiian language. It's your first language. Like you grew up speaking it in your home from your family. And so the number of manaleo were decreasing. Of course, on the west side of Kauai, there are a lot of families who were connected to the island of Ni'ihau, where Hawaiian language was still everyone spoke it as their first language. So a lot of some of the original kumu and the Punana Leo, which is a preschool program, came from that area.
Okay.
I was fortunate to be raised in Keaukaha, which is a very Hawaiian community that was also very involved with some of the early days of starting Hawaiian immersion as well. Unfortunately, I just missed that time period. So by the time they started that, I was already gone. But I committed my family to go to the Hawaiian immersion program. So all 5 of my children were able to go.
That's so amazing.
And you don't have to be Hawaiian to do it. A lot of my friends I've had families that are
very true.
Haole or Chinese or a variety of different ethnicities that aren't Hawaiian have put their children into the Hawaiian immersion program. In fact, a lot of our competitors out here, even on the first day, Pomai Ho'opili, we also have the Foster Bloomfield families. A lot of the families that are at the Backdoor Shootout have also committed to this project of restoring the Hawaiian language by putting their family and their kids into this program. So you can go all the way up to 12th grade these days. And you know what? The numbers of Hawaiian language speakers has multiplied tremendously. So it's really cool to see the language thriving.
Yeah, I think that is the foundation of cultural preservation, language.
Right.
And
we saw it a lot at the opening ceremonies.
Yep.
Which was really cool for this event, the Backdoor Shootout. We started with an opening ceremony, and Olelo Hawaii or Hawaiian language was the primary language spoken at the event. They would, of course, go back and forth between English and Hawaiian. But really cool to see how, since the 1970s and that Renaissance period, that we've really come very far as a Hawaiian community when it comes to language, culture, and so many other things. Some would even argue that we're in kind of like a second Renaissance, especially since the Mauna Kea
I believe so.
movement. And so it's just kind of taken on a next gear. And so,
And a more modern 2023
right.
Application.
Right. A little more sophisticated or a little more calculated in their strategies. So maybe in the 70s it was kind of more raw, which explains some of the rawness of the North Shore in the 1970s.
Yeah.
Right. It's just kind of frustration, and sometimes that clashed into some misunderstandings. And but these days we have
some moments had to be more by force, because you just wasn't getting it right off the bat, and you needed a little extra explanation, maybe a physical redirection that was necessary for the time. And now we have the much more, like you said, calculated, maybe diplomatic or logical approach that can, a lot of times, speak more volumes when you can get it across that way, if you've got the patience for it.
Right.
So,
and it is all about respect and aloha, right? So one of the slogans, kapu aloha, means like, and you hear this a lot at the Backdoor Shootout, don't mistake aloha for weakness. You can have kapu aloha, which means like you can stand for your principles, but still do it in a way that it's aloha and it's respectful. Yeah.
And leads us to a live action shot of a nice airdrop, setting the rail in the barrel. Could be Zoko, as I've nicknamed him, Malonzo Correa. Alvaro, I believe the other goofy foot, Malpartida, and also Joaquin out there.
One thing that's, someone was in that barrel, came out.
That could have been Martin Jerry, or Villaron's got the yellow helmet, so it could be Martin Jerry.
That was a sick one. We were watching, couldn't even tell someone was in there, and then boom, came out with the claim, hands up.
Photographers had to remind them a couple times to move a little wider. The current was kind of doing some funny things there, those westerly angles, but they're working hard for those water shots. And on the note of what you were just saying, I'd like to say mahalo to Defend Hawaii.
Yes, sir.
That was a great sponsor that's been with us for some years now, Brother Mike and the crew. And what we were just discussing makes me think about that kind of branding of, we're not saying, we're going to take up arms and, that kind of defense, but it's the preservation of culture, the, outpouring of communicated respect that should be addressed, and educating our people that are here, visitors, residents, whoever, as we watch a big airdrop sliding into it, cruising in that barrel.
Zoko? Maybe?
I think so.
And this is one that we just got the tail end of, deep in this barrel, spit still in there, comes out with the claim. That was probably the best wave of this.
Look at this replay. He is absolutely so deep. And
had to do a little dance with the foam ball.
That didn't look like, that wasn't Martin.
Claiming it. Gratitude. Super stoked for that one.
Yeah. Team Peruvian Tubos. The Groovin' Pipeline Proven Peruvians have put some scores on the board. That was impressive.
Right, so...
Yellow helmet is Kalani Rivero, so... And that was Gabriel Villaron.
There we go.
Thank you.
Yeah, Gabriel,
to Pablo tuning in.
Quite accomplished. Kind of cool. I mean, I noticed that with this team Tubos from Peru, pretty much the same roster every year. So these guys are stoked to be able to have that opportunity.
To be international and be invited to this event already, talking about the respect value and the honor, what you feel, Team Japan, Team Peru, any surfers basically from outside our little Hawaii bubble and our North Shore Pike bubble,
right,
is immense accolades.
And it says something too, even this conversation that we're having about inclusive, exclusive, or there's a term, a word I want to use today. It's called xenophobia. Xenophobia is this concept that you're kind of afraid of the outsider,
right,
like a fear of someone else coming in.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not that with the 70, we're talking about this pride in Hawaiian. Doesn't necessarily mean that you don't like other people. And so, like with the establishment of the Hui Nalu, not everyone in the club was Native Hawaiian.
You can have the same mindset no
Right.
matter what color culture you are.
Right. And I mean, and then reflecting today, we have a team from Peru, but we also have a team from Japan.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really not about exclusivity, but it's about a perspective of respect. And I would say Team Japan and Team Peru definitely exude that vibe of respect or aloha. And you see it with the way they approach the waves and the way that they. I've met with many of them. We've been, because there's the Hui in Japan
Yep.
that Kavika Stant has been a part of, and I was able to meet with some of them, and
Okay.
just the utmost respect for Hawaiian culture and for the Hawaiian community and for surfing. I think that's really what it's about. It's not about like what you look like, but it's a matter of respecting the community and the culture. And we are here in Hawaii, right? This isn't just another state that's has no background or history or culture. It's a very distinctive place with an indigenous people that are still very much so alive, especially in the surfing world and in this event.
I think there's no bigger compliment for an individual as a person or a culture that when you have folks that aren't of that particular cloth or ethnic background that want to learn about yours.
Right.
Is an immense compliment that can only be, in my mind, fostered and nurtured to be welcome to that education opportunity,
right,
and preservation of culture and promotion of it. So
awesome.
I love your take and your background and history. That's like one of my most favorite things about being able to sit here shoulder to shoulder with you, is that I'm amazed at how much knowledge and how much information you have just right there between your eyes that I don't know how you have room for it all, but definitely like one of the most amazing compliments that we get to enjoy, and all of our viewers just lap it up, and you're a huge part of this success here.
Well, hopefully people don't get bored of all these conversations and stories. But I tell you what, Rocky, I think maybe this is like the third or fourth year that we've been doing this together.
Correct.
Although as a professor at BYU Hawaii here on the North Shore for 16 years, I'm currently the academic vice president. And as that academic vice president, I'm the one that bestows degrees on all of our students at the commencement and graduation. So
that's
maybe
so cool, bro.
After 4 years, you're like a senior.
Yeah.
And so, come
all
to
right.
commencement.
I gotta work on my. You gotta get
the backdoor shootout.
You gotta administer my final. To keep a multiple choice. A couple essay questions would be all right. Dr. Walker and Professor, we have yet to see if I'm able to earn that honorary bachelor's for the Hui Backdoor Shootout.
Yes,
good stuff, bro.
Good stuff.
Hey, you can send us some messages at nsoghawaii@gmail. We've already had a few come through. We'll get to them when we can. And questions, comments, we like to have you guys engaged. We're going to watch a live action wave here of, I believe that's Gabriel Villaron. We had some identification, kokua, and even with that kind of little morning sickness backwash, Gabriel's able to hold that line, and so important being able to engage that rail and then hold it as the wave is kind of doing a little bit of funkiness.
Right. Okay, he's calling it a heat. Maybe we're almost done with this heat, but that was cool because it was a double up wave, and you're right, there was a lot of backwash that he had to manage. So yeah, I mean, if you don't mind, I mean, today we call it Aloha Sunday, Hawaiian history special.
Okay, yeah.
We talk about we in this heat we're talking about the question was about Olelo Hawaii or Hawaiian language, and that got us in the conversation about what was going on in the Hawaiian Renaissance in the 1970s, particularly 1976, and how that relates to this establishment of the Hui Nalu. If you look at their logo, even has a date on it. 1976.
Yeah, that is spot on the date.
Now, another thing that happens, I mentioned the Hokulea voyaging canoe. That's 1976. Their maiden voyage to Tahiti. Looks like we may have a paddler. Nope. And the connection with Hokulea and the surfing community actually takes place on the second voyage. The second voyage to Tahiti is 1978. And we're going to do a heat recap, but this was the end of the previous heat.
Cole Smith.
Oh, yeah, this was some of the roll-ins that we had. But the connection with surfing and with the Hokulea is Eddie Aikau, who went on the second voyage to Tahiti. And as we know, sadly, there was some trouble. The Hokulea capsized, and he was lost at sea. But beautiful surfer, and we're looking at this recap of Pipeline, beautiful morning, trying to stall to get in that barrel, looks up at the lip for the photo op.
Yeah, I like the casual approach right there. And then this one was just all focused on the drop and then able to hold that line, set the rail. Gabriel Villaron.
This was the wave of the heat.
Correct.
Yes, we enjoyed it too. Mahalo.
Yeah, he's very appreciative. We're appreciative of you guys tuning in to watch this great action. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with heat number 3 at the Hui Backdoor Shootout.
There were times we hit walls of garbage that was so disgusting. You just couldn't believe as far as you could see in the ocean was just garbage.
I do feel like a responsibility to give back, and I always feel like that to give back to the kids, and like, you know, hopefully they could have a better ocean than I even had in the future.
Come to a beautiful beach like this, it's just like the typical Hawaiian white sand beach. You look closely and you're like, wait, that's not even sand, that's plastic.
You hear a lot of people in packaging say, well, it's a problem today, but in 10 years the recycling will be better and then this product won't be a problem. Well, it's a problem right now. I don't think we have the luxury of just waiting.
Aloha kakayaka kako. Good morning to everyone out there online and joining us on Surfline or if on TV or wherever you're joining us. Good morning and aloha. And we're here at the final day, Ezra, of the Backdoor Shootout 2023. This is our third day of competition. Our opening day, we saw the longboard and stand-up divisions. Then yesterday we had massive surf. It started off in the 4 to 6 foot range and ended off in like the 12-foot range.
Yes, it did.
And so that was yesterday. Today we woke up to beautiful conditions. The ocean is nice and smooth. The waves are awesome. We're seeing both lefts and rights, or in other words, backdoor and pipeline. And we've seen a lot of good rides already from the first two heats. So we're into our third heat, and this is the Hui Wax team.
Yep.
So we're
the
looking
Hui
forward
Wax
to the crew out there with the Hui Wax.
Yep.
And maybe you could tell us who's in this heat, because I know there's been some
Kai
changes.
Rothman, Kala Grace, Moana Wong getting that 22nd score of 12 yesterday when the contest was off.
I say they should count it.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, this event is so prestige and the format is so much different like any other contest. Emio Zarmak absolutely charging yesterday.
He had a lot of good ones yesterday.
Yeah, and today Pipe has really shown up. Billy Kemper is injured. Our thoughts go out to the Kemper family. Love and respect. Godspeed, Billy. And replacing him is a kid that's been working very hard over at the Chandler residence. It's Legend Chandler, and he's going to be replacing Billy Kemper in the Hui Wax team event. So don't forget, gang, thehuiwaxhawaii.com. Go check them out and reserve your case today. They lowered the price. It's discounted. So if you guys can get that formula, because it's sold out in Hawaii most times.
During the break, this is Kala Grace standing tall in a beautiful pipeline wave. Comes out with a spit.
Kala Grace, man, he just puts it to you. Oh, beautiful wave right here. Flying through the foam.
Oh, that was Moana Jones. Whoa.
Moana.
Oh, look at this one. Backside grabbing rails, trying to pull up high. Let's see if they can make it out. Ole.
Oh, nice replay from Sultan Air Studios. And, Makua Kai had an amazing, in his first round, a backdoor pipe wave where he went really deep. He got spit out, and then he got a lip to the head as well yesterday. But Makua Kai, no stranger to charging pipeline, along with the brothers that we've been talking about. His brothers surfing on Team Quick, Koa Rothman with a couple amazing makes, and one that was on the cusp, that big pipe wave.
Right.
So...
And in this heat, we now have a new brother combo for this event, because we saw Mananalu Chandler in the longboard division.
Great showing for him on the longboard.
Kala Grace had one of the best rides yesterday.
Yesterday, ending with you. Yeah.
Yeah, so the fact that he just got another smoker puts him in a good place. We're going to get you guys updates on the leaderboard and how it's panning out today. Oftentimes we make the call at the end of the day of how many waves that we want to include in the top. Sometimes it's top 3, top 4, top 2, depends on how contestable the conditions have been throughout the event
and how many times they do surf.
Right.
Because we were playing with a tricky forecast, and my hat's off to all of you guys. Hui o he'e nalu, thank you to all the club members for the food, the amazing security, all the camaraderie. You guys are absolute legends. And let's thank Mahina Chillingworth and Rich Stevenson. Man, President Rich, mahalo. And thank you, because they're watching Legend Chandler in the heat right now. Thank you to the Volcom House and the Chandler residents, Mama Coral and Brother Moku. Aloha, gang. Amazing family, and there is magic going on in their yard as a young generation of pipe surfers are being born right there at Pipe.
Look at this one. Are they going to... Oh, no. Sometimes you got to be smart with those double ups.
Yeah, you seen Kelly Slater yesterday looking over a couple heavy ledges. Any human would go over the falls and just cry, but he got started today in high fashion in the New Earth Project, and the Hui Wax. Watch these guys go on these perfect gold bar conditions. Surfline, always giving us the best forecast. Mahalo Surfline and Sultan Air Studios. And
Yep.
Keiki Beach Bungalows, our headline sponsor. Thank you, Elon. Hope to see all you guys at the awards ceremony today, where we're going to be crowning a team and the Hui Backdoor 2023 champion.
Oh, look at this one from way behind. It looks like Kala again. Let's see if he pulls into this one. Stands up tall. Eject.
Oh, very smart by Kala, as he's seen that there wasn't going to be any scoring capability ahead of him. You know, towards the ending of the day, Isaiah, that was amazing. His pipe slab that he caught went into the sand and thickened up about a 4-foot thick lip. And Kala got a beautiful ride. And he was the guy that got the 12 last year, him and Balaram Stack, I believe.
Now, those of you that are watching that aren't as accustomed to, you know, the techniques in surfing, what Kala did was intentional by doing the pin drop or the pencil dive, where he jumped off the board and had his legs, his feet straight, so he can penetrate the water to go under the wave. So if you go under the wave and it passes by you, you avoid that violent washing machine that often these waves at Pipeline will thrash you around and bounce you off the reef. So that was a intentional move to jump off the board as the wave was shutting down. And here we have a rider paddling. Grabbing rail, backside.
Looks like Legend. And
Or Emil, one of the two.
Maybe Emil changed his color board, but we'll get a closer look. As that looks like Legend.
Chandler. Yeah.
Legend Chandler in his first backdoor shootout, working so hard over the last few years. I mean, he's been driving mom and dad nuts. He's becoming a pipe specialist. That's what he wants to do, riding for Ruka and his brother Mananalu. As you can see, Kala on this eject. He knew he wasn't going to get any scoring capability. Beautiful shot, Isaiah, from this angle.
Beautiful water angle. Watch, here he goes. Here's that maneuver. Jumps off in purpose to avoid bouncing on the reef.
And some of these guys, there we go. Beautiful vision for Legend Chandler, as he just gets clamped on the end.
So, Ezra, I've been calling today Aloha Sunday Hawaiian History Day.
Love it.
And hopefully I don't bore people out there.
You never bore anyone.
And I don't know if that's true or not. Actually, it's not true. My kids, definitely, I've put them to sleep many times. But in between the action, but here we have action. They're way
Super
behind
deep.
it. Oh!
Was that Emil?
I think that was
Zarmak. Heavy charger yesterday as he came out of 3 or 4 beautiful pipe waves. Wasn't easy to do yesterday, as some surfers never even got a wave. And back to Hawaiian history. Aloha Sunday. Ooh.
Whoa. This is Chandler, Legend. In the barrel. Come out. Almost.
Oof. Almost, Chandler.
Yeah, so when the last heat I was talking a bit about the significance of 1976 in Hawaii, the Renaissance era, the voyaging of the Hokulea canoe to Tahiti. It's cool. We have a Tahitian surfer in this heat, Emeo. And that second voyage to Tahiti is when Eddie Aikau was
1978.
That was the second voyage.
I was born that year.
Right on.
Yeah.
And but we're seeing that this tradition of voyaging, oh, here we go. Just not a chance to come out of that one. Legend, however, was close to coming out on that one, but he had that little pinch on the end, didn't allow him to come out. So the reason why that the Hokulea voyaging canoe was built to reestablish a very age-old tradition, not just in Hawaii, but throughout the Pacific or Moana Nui, of navigating the vast Pacific Ocean. The Pacific Ocean is the largest geographical feature on our Earth. So it's larger than any continent, and it's massive, right? And the ancestors to the Hawaiians, Pacific Islanders, have been sailing in this massive ocean realm for thousands of years.
It's a realm.
So, I mean, which is very, like, mind-boggling in some ways, because, 1492, we celebrated Christopher Columbus sailing the Atlantic, which is a smaller ocean, which is much later. Look at this wave.
Bomb.
Oh, my goodness. Emil.
Deep. Can he get spit and splurged out? I'm sure he was very close. Is there some Beautiful waves on offer. The biggest set of the morning is starting to roll through.
Yeah, that 1.5 reef, as Kainoa McGee taught us yesterday.
Stoked on this forecast. It was tricky to get these 3 days in the books, but I feel that we've made a great decision, and thank you to all the Hui members down there, Hui Ohe'enalu, also to the Hui Ohe'enalu board members. Can you imagine what they deal with all the time? Absolute characters in our surfing industry, legends.
Yeah, so thousands of years ago, the ancestors to the Polynesians, some linguistics folks call the Austronesian peoples because of the language that they've identified. Here's a beautiful wave.
He was way behind,
deep.
but he was
see if you get the
traveling.
water shot for the good to see a great vision here. Hands up, grabbing the rail.
Oh, great view of inside. He did have to eject, and he did the safety penetration pin drop.
He's no stranger to that kind of surf. He comes from Tahiti, where they surf at the end of the road there, Kumbaya at Tiopo. And, you know, Emeo, I've seen some amazing, crazy clips of him just pulling into massive Tiopo.
And you know what's scary for some of these athletes is when they don't penetrate, you know, and then they start sliding down the face.
Thrown over.
And, you know, I've heard about it from a big wave surfer, Cole Christensen, sliding down from second reef right into the gulp of it. And by that time, you know, you're out of air. So, amazing stuff. Zarmak always charging. So back to Aloha Sunday.
Yeah. Ooh, look at these waves.
Ooh, getting mowed over. As we're going to see Moana Wong, I'm sure Rocky caught you up 20 seconds after yesterday when we ended the event. She had a pipe bomb. I've seen it on Free Surf, but I was like, wow.
I saw, like, later that evening, I was looking on social media, and I saw that
you
wave.
messaged me. I was like, I didn't see that
I know. I was like, how did we miss this wave?
Oh, it was so thick, too. And she came out.
Yeah.
And Rocky gave it a 12 after the fact. So.
After the fact, honorary. I'm going to give him an honorary degree after the 4 years of the backdoor shootout.
Oh, yes.
So, so voyaging, you have the ancestors to the Polynesians that some linguistics folks have identified as Austronesian because of the languages. Probably the indigenous peoples of Taiwan, in fact.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, like actually there are indigenous peoples in Asia that were not, you know, the Chinese, as they migrated down into these areas later, there are indigenous peoples that lived there prior. Even in Japan, you have a group of native people called the Ainu. So the indigenous peoples from this area thousands of years ago were possibly some of the ancestors to this group that academics often refer to as Austronesians, make their way out to places like, you know, Papua New Guinea and Solomon Islands, and also to Fiji. But the big leap is jumping from into the unknown, right? So if you're able to island hop between islands that you can kind of identify, but jumping into the unknown took a lot of bravery and courage. We're seeing a lot of surfers jumping into the unknown of some of these waves, but this is thousands of years ago. And so the ancestor to the Hawaiians who discovered these beautiful islands and sailed here years ago were part of that Austronesian group. Now, from Fiji, there goes to Samoa, to Tonga. So Samoa and Tonga are sort of seen as the cradle of Polynesia. Polynesia isn't a term academics use as much anymore. We talk about Oceania because that kind of excludes, because there's Micronesians, Polynesians, Melanesians. Those are introduced terms that come through, you know, anthropologists and others who are trying to put labels. But the Moana Nui is more of a term that we use in amongst indigenous scholars.
Okay.
And so these navigators make their way to the farthest corners of the Pacific, right? So Hawaii and Aotearoa is New Zealand, interestingly, are probably the furthest apart as far as distance with the Polynesians, and yet
interesting
culturally and linguistically are quite similar, more similar than to some of the other
and they're so
islands, so far apart, which tells us that they were prolific navigators, and they had a very specific science to navigating with the stars. with currents, with the ocean, and just reading what we call wayfinding. So wayfinding is a term that we use today that refers to using all of those elements to your advantage. So in 1976, when we brought back the Hawaiian Voyaging, Polynesian Voyaging Society, went to a place called Saddlewall Islands in Micronesia and found a man named Mau Pialug who still had the tradition of navigating this ancient way in the Oceania.
He's a Hokulea sailor.
For sure.
He was on there, and I got to meet one of his seeds.
Eject.
Up at the Waimanalo Weston Carrera Ranch that's no longer. I got to meet him. I wanted to lend the son tools, but he did the canoe all by hand. Took him 1 month. Amazing.
Yeah,
stuff.
It was amazing. So a lot of surfers even learned. So some of the early voyages we had. Buffalo Keolana was on the first voyage. Boogie Kalama, who is the father of Ikaika Kalama.
Love
and
that
so
guy.
the connection between voyaging and surfing, of course, Eddie Aikau and many others, is really cool because it allows the surfing community to have access to this cultural tradition of navigating the ancient ways. Bruce Blankenfield, his brother Billy Blankenfield, was one of the founders of the Hui Nalu. So a lot of really cool connections between this larger story of Renaissance. Look at this pin drop.
Oof.
I don't have my watch on.
Guys are charging right now. I mean, they're going for it. Today's the day.
For sure. I mean, we should look at Surfline, see what the tide is doing, because that sometimes impacts the way that the wave bottoms out. I mean, it always does actually impact it. I don't know if the tide's too low or if it's sucking out, that it makes it a little more challenging, because we've seen a few in this heat where they've had to hit the eject button.
Yeah, so waves approaching our Dahui Wax. And don't forget, guys, go get your formula today, DahuiWaxHawaii.com. Go check them out. Makua Kai Rothman, Kala Grace, Moana Wong, Amios Zarmak, and Billy Kemper. And here we go.
Legend Chandler stalling.
Excuse me, yes, Legend is replacing Billy.
Gets a good one. Now in and out. Count it.
Some questions coming in. What happened to Billy? Billy had an accident yesterday. He's okay. I hope you're watching at home, Billy. Oh, amazing stuff. You do. Elevating the sport of big wave surfing, and that wave cracked him really good in the shoulder. Rock's seen it live action, so Godspeed, heal up quick, Billy.
Yeah, Pipeline is a dangerous wave. We saw it on the first day, and Kainoa McGee explained to us that he was in the water when both injuries took place.
And it was dangerous yesterday. Big time.
Oh, look at that. Awesome drop. Slows down, drags the leg.
Whew.
Beautiful. Young Guns is next generation.
He's got the style. Beautiful angle right here. Look at him go.
That
learning
had
from
like
all
a
his
little,
peers.
like a teenage John look to it.
I seen that. Yeah, he takes a little bit from all of his uncles, and what a great place to be raised. Him and the pack. They're the new Legend Chandler, Mananalu. Great stuff. And what a big thing to go replace a guy like Billy Kemper in Dahui Wax.
Yeah.
And what a great team. So you guys, let's stick it. Dahui Wax. Go check them out. DahuiWaxHawaii.com. Thank you to all our other sponsors. Keiki Bungalows, Mahalo, Monster Energy. Always fueling us at every event. White Claw and Kona Brewing Company from Odam Corporation. Mahalo, Aaron Kim and the fam. Sinaloa Tortilla Chips, one of my all-time favorites. I love it.
The surfboard shaped ones.
Oh, I love them.
The thing is tortilla.
Yes, I know. I'm always butchering. And hey, you can get all this amazing apparel on defendhawaii.com. Defend Hawaii, always in collab with Dahui, along with Haliva Juice, Reason, Scene Co. Thank you for Dahui eyewear. You can find that on dahui.com, along with all the hats we've been wearing. Aloha Salads, thank you for the lunch. And here we go, Isaiah.
Free falling. This looks like Emeo pulling into the barrel. Yes, comes out.
Another make for Zarmak, as he's been on fire the whole event.
Kala Grace, taking a look at that one.
Oof.
Realizes not the right wave.
And you seen how quick that thing was kind of dipping him over. What a great pullback. He took a definite deep look at that wave.
Plus, it kind of didn't have the right shoulder to it. It shut down over there on the sandbar. So, but yeah, Kala Grace. I mean, he had a great wave yesterday, and then another great wave in this heat this morning. You can see a beautiful drone shot of the conditions are just buttery.
Oh, it's like too clean almost, but wow. Look at that. You can see all the ripples coming off from the current on the inside. And what a different day today. Aloha Sunday, Isaiah Walker.
Right.
And this is day 3 of competition. These surfers have surfed 2 times already. This is their 3rd round in this event. And the way it's designed, sometimes our surfers get to surf 4 to 6 times. But this year, with the forecast and whatnot, we're going 4 times this year. And thank you to all these teams joining us.
Right. So back to our history special.
Yes.
And again, hopefully no one falls asleep on me here. I apologize. But during the lulls, it's nice to catch you up. And at the Backdoor Shootout, we'd like to bring you some cultural context and to appreciate Hawaii, especially those of you who aren't here. And those of you that do live here and aren't familiar, here we have a replay of Emilio from Tahiti stalling, dragging that front knee, comes out with a spit. So that's a make.
Yep, not his best wave of the event, but what a great vision as this guy is just putting his feet in his wax, surfing pipeline.
I love how he took the high line because that wave got kind of almond-y at the end, and that allowed him to exit that barrel because he took that higher line.
One of his closeouts from yesterday, he actually is a really good barrel surfer. The way he knows to navigate out. He didn't make it out, but the way he was almost coming out of the ones that closed out on him was spectacular.
Yeah, these are warriors in the water here, being able to charge these waves that have incredible power to them over this very shallow reef here at Pipeline. And here we have the young legend Chandler.
Ledge, on the ledge, pulling in. He's hoping the wave would materialize a little bit more. This kid wants it to absolutely square barrel over his head. The Chandler family, big ups to you guys. Congratulations on your shootout showing today, kid. Awesome.
Yeah, so going back to the story of navigating, and we talked about how in the 70s we had a renaissance of navigating, and thanks to people like Mau Pialug, who then trained and actually gave like this. There's a ceremony called this Po ceremony where somebody become a master navigator. And spending time with a lot of Hawaiian navigators like Nainoa Thompson, Bruce Blankenfield, and others, they were able to be educated in the tradition from years of studying with Mao of how to navigate or to wayfind with the ocean. And a replay here of legend, taking his time, finding that barrel that's way over on the North Peak, realizes it's not as open as his earlier wave, but nonetheless going for it, gets in the tube. Since this is his first heat, he didn't surf with us yesterday. He's got a lot of making up to do, and he's already got 2 waves that were makes, so not bad.
Yep. And like they were saying with some of the teams like Quicksilver and stuff that only have 4 guys because Uncle Eddie added a 5th teammate, what they're doing is they're just got to surf that much better without the 5th guy.
But the original island peoples that came to Hawaii probably anywhere between 1,500 and 2,000 years ago that were some of the first inhabitants of Hawaii. And today, I mean, in the navigating community, they have what's called a zenith star. A zenith star is a star that as the Earth is spinning, that star will go directly above the island. And so you mark the islands through the stars that are traveling above it. So Hokulea is not only the name of the double hull voyaging canoe, but it's also the name of Hawaii's zenith star. So it's the star that is right above us.
There's other names for this star, too?
Yes, Arcticus or something like that.
And that's not the North Star, right?
No.
The big, bright one you see. Yeah, gotcha.
Right. So, Pacific Islanders who navigated the ocean were incredible, I guess scientists we could call them, but also just experts or kahunas of their craft. and could go back and forth. Well, once you identify an island where it's from, there's a lot of travel back and forth. In fact, a couple of years ago in Tonga, there was like a big storm that came and washed out the beach, and under the sand they found these ki'i, or petroglyphs that were Hawaiian petroglyphs in Tonga.
Oh, wow.
And so that, there's a lot of movement back and forth between islands and by these master navigators. And that also helps us to understand the origins of surfing, right? The peoples that populated the islands of the Pacific were so comfortable and familiar and so knowledgeable of the ocean and the swells and the waves and currents that they were also master surfers, right? And they were the ones that took surfing, actually originated the sport of he'enalu. So a little bit of Olelo Hawaii here. He'enalu is the term we use for surfing or surfer. So kanaka he'enalu is a person who surfs, and a papa he'enalu is a surfboard. Papa is meaning that flat surface of the board of the he'enalu. So this really, is a part of our surfing origins, is looking at this tradition of these voyagers who were master navigators in the sea, but also masters of understanding the waves and how they break. And I guess it only makes sense that they were also, we in Hawaii were part of that origination story of surfing. So we also know, like through traditional knowledge and through what we call mo'olelo, that in Hawaii there's called a kumulipo. And kumulipo is our origin creation story. That's a chant, and if you there are several people that still are able to chant this chant and memorize it. And in that kumulipo is all of our stories of our origins. And some of it has some mythological components to it, and others has scientific components to it. So, a lot of cool history that we have preserved through oral traditions as well. Here we have it, Ryder turning around, looking at that one, opts not to go.
Yeah, good choice. Wasn't going to offer him much. As you could see from your lesson, that earlier drone footage, the sand has changed up almost half and half now towards Pipe Reef is exposed, and now from gums on is all sand. What an amazing sandbar that swell brought in. And waves, and the ocean seems to be changing just a tad bit. Different moods.
And our navigators knew this. In fact, when they were sailing and they're out in the ocean, when it was cloudy and you couldn't see the stars, you would use the swells and their patterns to understand direction. So as we know, right now this swell is from the northwest. The time of year, it coincides with it. And speaking of a northwest wave, we have Emio from Tahiti just making a straight drop. And we have, it looks like the next heat moving in.
Yeah. I was just about to say the pipeline looked a little bit crowded. And that's the next heat paddling in, getting position as Legend right at the end. Just picking a wave, not liking what he sees in front of him. He's going to ride it out into the dying seconds. Nice ollie off the backwash. And here's the replay.
Recap. This was Claude Grace, deep in the barrel, comes out with the spit. This is his second really good wave of the event. And this is Moana Wong, who stalls in the barrel. Big wave, nice and cavernous.
Beautiful. How strong she is to withstand that closeout, as that was a no-make for Bretta Legend. And Kala again, the one he hit eject. But what a great, he just got the best wave of his heat again.
And Legend, this was the one where he pulled in, didn't come out, was looking for the exit, and unfortunately, but this one, traveling, same wave, different angle. The wave clamps on him. Emio kept getting a lot of waves that didn't offer an exit, but he was going for it anyway. There he is again.
Beautiful waves on offer, though. Here we go, Emio again. Zarmak, that was one of his makes. He's got some good waves in the Hui Backdoor Shootout under his belt.
Legend Chandler. We'll be right back. More of the Backdoor Shootout. Aloha.
while heading towards the White Islands this weekend. We need a 60-foot face with an exposed platform.
There were times we hit walls of garbage that was so disgusting. You just couldn't believe it. As far as you could see in the ocean was just garbage.
I do feel like a responsibility to give back, and I always feel like that to give back to the kids, and like, you know, hopefully they could have a better ocean than I even had in the future.
Come to a beautiful beach like this that's just like the typical Hawaiian white sand beach. You look closely and you're like, wait, that's not even sand, that's plastic.
You hear a lot of people in packaging say, well, it's a problem today, but in 10 years the recycling will be better and then this product won't be a problem. Well, it's a problem right now. I don't think we have the luxury of just waiting.
Good morning. Welcome back. Day 3 of the Hui Backdoor Shootout presented by Keiki Bungalows. Mahalo, mahalo. My name is Ezra Rodriguez, and with me in the booth today is Rocky Cannon, pipe surfer, legend, and jack of all trades, brother. How you guys doing?
Good morning. Mahalo, Ezra. Thank you very much. Team Pipeline Hammers.
Oh, they're
ready
back.
to hammer out some backdoor and pipe barrels. We've seen both directions offering up this morning. Yesterday, mostly all pipeline. Pretty unruly conditions at times during the lineup. And even during the Team Japan heat yesterday, I said, those guys actually might have spent more time underwater than above the water. But these guys today now are spending, more time in the tube than anywhere else.
And one of the standouts in this team yesterday in his first and second surf was definitely Ivan Florence, and replacing Nathan Florence, as we have a contingency of brothers in this event, is Kona Oliveira, amazing surfer and fighter, martial artist, yeah?
Yeah.
And another guy that came out of a legendary barrel at Pipeline was Kieran. I mean, he's definitely on the scoreboard. I don't know about the leaderboard, but his pipe wave yesterday definitely stuck out in my mind as well.
There was a wave also ridden by Makai McNamara that was in the 9.33 range.
Oof.
And put himself in a good position. Those things that happened yesterday, though, could all be switching around and having maybe no consequence. We'll see. Look at this. Dropping in at backdoor. Super deep. Not able to continue. Look like that might have been Kieran Jabor. Jamie O'Brien also now jumping in for the Pipeline Hammers. I believe
he wasn't here yesterday then.
Yeah.
I was wondering.
Excuse me. No, Tori Meister is the guy for Jamie O'Brien. Excuse me.
Oh, but hey.
So Tori was out there yesterday too with some waves that were keepers for him.
Tori is a definite barrel nut, as right here. A nice pipe wave, no make, but great vision nonetheless as the thing chandeliers hard on his head.
Yeah, that might have been Tori right there.
Tori. Oh, they got the same color boards, him and Kieran, so.
Actually might have been, let's see.
The way he knifed into that, I mean, both of these athletes in the pipe hammers, they are all pipe hammers.
Whoa.
Some of them, they have the same attempts, so. He almost went over the falls.
Ivan that was looking that wave, staring down that drop where you cannot see the middle of the wave when you're at that point, the takeoff zone, and just the lurchiness of that drop, you know, how it's so ledgy, is one of the crazy feelings of surfing Pipeline. Looking over that ledge is not being able to see the middle of the wave. Ivan, was able to pull back without getting sucked over the falls.
Oof.
It's so
Hard to
powerful when
do.
you're in that zone. But also, I can totally empathize with what he was looking at down there and not wanting any part of it. It is one of the most committed acts of athleticism or sports, I believe, in the whole realm of any sport that there is.
Any
The
sport.
commitment in that moment.
Yeah, don't get me started. I mean, these people like in the 10 million, 15 million a
Yeah,
year.
for putting a ball in a little hole.
Oh, man, but look at these guys. You know what I mean? This is next level stuff. You're dealing with Mother Ocean. I mean, what the Pacific Ocean is moving in a way, velocity and speed-wise, right over a Great All Reef. So
Yeah. Gonna want to say good morning to my girls that are watching. Happy Sunday to you.
Hey, good morning.
No school.
Oh,
Uluvehi,
stoked.
Nanea, Mama. Love you guys and the support crew at home.
Oh, big
Tuning
time.
in.
Tuning in. Thank you to my family as well, Ruthie and Kamala and baby Mets. Good to always, have your family watching at home, waiting for us to come home, and they might come out here and join us on the beach. So we got live action for you. Day 3 of competition, and these guys are all into their 3rd surf. They're going to get a 4th surf today, I believe, Rock.
Yeah, gonna go rounds 3 and 4. Stick around later for the awards presentation. And as we know from backdoor shootouts in the past, there are so many different scenarios when we're counting how many waves that we're counting. Ranges from 2 to 3 to 4 waves. Haven't got the exact number of how many waves are counting as thus far. Everybody knows going into this event that it's going to be a different format. It's going to be a different feel. There's going to be waves that are reanalyzed on video, maybe, because it's so hard to get the correct score right in the moment and within a few minutes after, as a traditional event would have you score waves.
Yep, I love
The opportunity with this backdoor shootout is, we list the unique characteristics of this event. The list is very long.
Yeah.
A credit to our amazing directors and creators and facilitators of the event. But we're going to look at waves, look at scores that will maybe slide up and down the scale a little bit, just so that we get the appropriate number on them. And I love that aspect of the event because it really does break down each wave like this. Barrel, drone shot, just the beautiful colors. The sun's coming out. Amazing work by our crew. And what a great wave.
Wow, I believe that might be Kieran Jabbar. Let's just wait because we also have out there Kona Oliveira, and we have replacing another surfer is, what's that name? Sorry, I just lost it. Jamie O'Brien's out there today as well, yeah?
Tori, I think,
is replacing.
Tori's in for Jamie. And Tori and Kieran kind of riding reddish boards, both regular foot. And uniqueness of the event, no color jerseys. One unique factor.
Where is J.O.B.? Because this is a new team.
Yeah, that's a TV show. Where is J.O.B.?
Yeah, where is he? Anyways, that was a beautiful wave.
Looked like Tori.
Yeah. Whew, Tori, mad charger, bull rider.
Yeah.
Tori Meister, very talented. Goes all over the world with like Nathan Florence and them. And these guys are just hungry for all different kinds of barrels and absorbing knowledge on all different kinds of waves. Tori Meister, part of that crew where he was born with, he just goes.
Yeah. And the live action for Ivan Florence, and Ivan, the only goofy foot of the Florence clan, and the youngest.
That was beautiful.
Making a charge as of late. Had a great showing last month at the Pipe Masters. Now putting on an excellent show during the backdoor shootout. Ivan coming into his own with, footsteps to follow. Oldest brother John, world champ. Nathan, supercharger. Ivan coming into his own. Awesome to see the Florence brothers
Big
each
time.
have their own path.
They do.
And
Different characters.
yeah,
all three of them,
and just
and high level.
really fun to watch them come into their own identity.
Yeah, Ivan has a good bag of tricks. You know, he surfs way good above the lip. He does all the tricks, the airs, and he can get absolutely barreled with the best. And I like his technique. You know, me and you are goofy footers. The way
Right.
he takes off, it's like what I admired from Kaulana Apo. That mid-board style at pipe is just so majestic, the way they stand. And it's a very beautiful stance, very cosmetic to watch. And he got some deep ones yesterday, and what a great first wave on his third surf today, Rock.
Yeah, the feel is definitely there, that X factor. Oh, somebody just went over, but here's Ivan with that amazing positioning, great placement. He was disappeared for quite some seconds. This is going to be a wave that the judges will talk about, the upper end of the scale.
Yeah, and, you know, just to sell it to the judges, you know, it just takes certain surfers, especially the Florences, the way they get spit out of barrels, too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That might have been Mackay McNamara right there.
Oh, awesome.
Mackay had a great wave yesterday, and today's a new day with amazing conditions setting up already. Just so many good waves.
Another brother legacy, as his brother is Landon McNamara, and their father is a pipeline master himself, Liam McNamara. So good to see the McNamaras. Very competitive Mackay is. He's looking to get a 12 on the board, as this is a team format, only of its kind.
Yeah,
Amazing
another
stuff.
unique characteristic. You're right. Only team surf.
And they're surfing as a team, but they're also surfing for their own title, too. But they're surfing against all 8 teams, as we got Team Japan, Quicksilver, Snap 5, and we just watched Tubos and New Earth Project along with the Hui Wax, and into heat number 4 with the Pipeline Hammers. So
yeah. Hawaiian
good
Water
stuff
Patrol
today.
doing good work. Mahalo, Hawaiian Water Patrol.
Really good work.
Folks tuning in and sending us some messages at NSOG Hawaii at Gmail, and want to say mahalo to Scott tuning in and defend Hawaii. Has a lot to do with Scott tuning in. I think from Texas. And don't mess with Texas kind of deal. So some parallels drawn there. And mahalo, Scott, for tuning in. Send us a message at NSOG Hawaii at Gmail if you want to get engaged a little bit. And
don't be shy.
We saw some rides given by Hawaiian Water Patrol. I think that's another cool implementation of the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Is normal events, the surfers can get a ride in for a broken board, but then must paddle back out. But since it's a team thing, everybody's pretty mellow on, you know, who gets what, and providing rides back to the lineup gives them more opportunity, and spectators and folks that are watching, you get the surfer back out there sooner, there's more chance of action.
Exactly, and it's different from all the events you do. There's no priority or anything, team format. But, I mean, things can get spicy every now and then because these guys want to put the biggest wave on the board. And that's something about being a pipe surfer, even when you're not in a contest, is that, you know, that manliness, stacking up, who got the best wave. I mean, it's our surf industry. It's a big industry, and everybody's a huge player in it, and everybody wants to up the ante, team or not. And yep, you guys are watching Pipeline Hammers. We are fueled by Monster Energy drink. Play hard, unleash the beast. Monster Energy. Thank you to Andrea, Keala, Iwohi, and Loa, always bringing it to you live here. Huio He'enalu, and taking care of events all around the island, along with Adam Corporation, White Claw, and Kona Brew. What's your favorite Kona Brew? Rock, you still drinking?
Yeah, I like the longboard.
Yep, longboard is pretty good. Big wave is strong.
Right.
Like a big wave.
Totally, bro. I'm kind of more mellow these days.
Yeah,
when you're young, you go for the big wave, more nuts, and then as you grow, you know, a little more mature, like, oh, I'll go chill out and cruise them on the longboard.
Yeah, and ever since I've been a part of the Backdoor Shootout, Sinaloa tortilla chips, absolutely amazing. One of my favorite chips, no joke.
I always
good.
Got that in the fridge, the tortillas.
Oh, mean. And thank you to Holiva Juice and Reason, Scene Co., Respect Energy, Evolution, and Zen Earth Natural. Mahalo for the polarized eyewear. You can find our polarized eyewear on dehui.com. And Aloha Salads, it's almost around that time.
The Wahiwa spot.
Lunchtime. You guys go there a lot, huh, Rock?
Yep, we love it.
Awesome. And Two Thumbs Tattoo, mahalo to Brother Bo.
I know exactly where that is because I always put gas right there.
Right there. He's right there, huh, Brother Bo?
Yeah, but a fast stop.
Nice.
Mililani.
Little hint secret from a local boy on the North Shore. And Salt and Air Studios, mahalo to Mike Prickett, Salt and Air crew, live feed. And big mahalos to the crew at Surfline. Mahalo, mahalo.
Yeah.
So thank you to the Huio He'enalu members. You know who you guys are. You guys been working hard throughout the whole event.
Hey, we got another shout out for Himiko Organics. So Luchi, mahalo. Thank you for all of the natural healing, taking care of our body and minds. Organics, Himiko Organics, mahalo. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so you guys are watching the Pipeline Hamas. So if you guys were looking to see J.O.B., he put this team together, but replacing him today is Tori Meister, as we got a rider up and riding. Beautiful pipe wave, disappears, slows down. Mackay McNamara, that was a good ride for Mackay. Rocky.
Yeah, he has really honed in on his pipe skills over the last handful of years. You know, maybe a little bit more.
The win.
Credit to his commitment, putting in the hours,
always,
you know, and performing when it matters a lot. We've seen him really have the pressurized situations and able to perform, grabbing the rail here, tucking in
from deep.
That could be Kona Oliveira.
Good wave for him. Giant pocket ride. Kona, I've been seeing.
He's a big frame too.
Yeah, he is.
Fit inside these waves.
A big frame of muscle, solid muscle.
Being able to control that type of body at Pipeline, not the easiest thing to do.
Another super athlete. I've watched him earlier this winter get some amazing backdoor waves as well. As we seen Kai Lenny earlier, he scored a beautiful backdoor, but there's not that much backdoors out there, huh, Rocky, today, on a day like today?
Yeah, there's still a lot of west in the swell.
Okay.
So that's providing that pipe angle. And you can see on this particular shot on the screen here, that left just so wide open. Where it's coming from is that more westerly angle, and that's surprising when it drops as it did in size from yesterday. It usually turns more north.
Yes.
But I feel like this storm might be a little slower moving. So
I hear ya. Oh, split peak.
There was a backdoor wave ridden on that pipe wave with Mackay McNamara. So we could see the backdoor start to open up as we watch Mackay just tuck in little small kind high shots action. That's Kieran Jabor, I believe.
Beautiful. He like totally dropped down stiff.
Oh, no, sorry. That's Tori. So Tori's there. Kieran is the red board.
Yep, you got it.
So Tori Meister with a backdoor gem. And we could see as the swell drops, it also moves more north. So that is pretty par for the course for this type of swell at Pipeline, and the combination of swell when you have that storm moving more north. You're going to have some back doors open up. We've seen a couple. This morning, Slater got one too.
Yeah, I did see that. Yeah, Slater did get a really good one, and he's been frothing to get on the board.
By another hour or two, we could see a lot more of those backdoor waves start to open up.
Changing, yeah.
And it's been mostly lefts with some backdoor for the morning, indicating that we still got a lot of west in the swell, but look for it to possibly open up more two-dimensional, two-directional, if you will, with backdoor opening up as the swell moves past us. It comes out at a little more north angle.
Yeah, we just got really lucky today as there's some waves approaching Pipe Hamas right now. Looks like a 3-pack of waves. Not every, that's what's tricky about being a surfer. You're not only sitting on the most prestige, dangerous reef around the world, but there's moving waves hitting the reef at different degrees. Positioning, technique is key. I admire surfing so much. It's so good to be a part of the big, gigantic surfing family.
Yeah, it's a huge community. Shout out to all of you surfers wherever you might be. I mean, we've got nowadays guys tuning in from the Midwest that are like Lake Michigan surfers, hardcore action, East Coast, West Coast, wherever there's a body of water. And I'm hearing that there's also like in Alaska, like the tidal bore wave that comes in. Of course, the coastal surfers too. You guys
they're a frothy bunch. I've watched them.
Frothy, and
you only
so
get
much
one
respect.
Shot. You only get one shot.
Don't miss it, bro.
Larry, you'll catch it tomorrow. I swear. You just gotta try harder. Like, it's funny that. Crew.
Yeah, we've got a planned family vacation coming up in spring to Alaska, and we're going to be right in the zone where I'll have a chance to.
You and your girls are all going to get that.
No,
wave.
just me.
Huh?
Just me.
You?
It's going to be super cold for them.
Okay, gotcha.
But apparently there's a crew you can contact, and they'll set you up and guide you right into it. So I think I'm going to try to pull it off. We'll see, but that's still a couple months away. Attention to the pipeline lineup right now, where a couple of waves approaching our pipeline Hammer team.
Yeah, as they're sitting there. You know, it's good to talk about all our surfers around the world tuning in. You know, everybody does it by barge. I don't know if you ever got to ride a barge swell.
No, I've seen that, though.
And then
Crazy.
I always tell my daughter, Ianthe, up in Lake Tahoe, like, honey, you know when there's wind swell at Lake Tahoe? You can go to that thing, because I've watched Dylan Graves on Weird Waves go over there and surf overhead wind swell. So if you're watching, honey, how's it going? Go check the wind. There's always surfing. You know, when you're not in Hawaii, there's a way to catch a wave all around the world.
And this backdoor shootout stretches across the globe. Earlier this year, I was walking out of Turtle Bay, where I spend a lot of time doing some guiding there with the ocean activities we have. And a gentleman stopped me and said, "Hey, Rocky, can I have a picture?" I'm like, yeah. And he had a little bit of an accent. He was tuning in from Brazil. Israel. Tuning in from Israel a couple years ago. Recognized, you know, I was one of the crew. And showed me a clip of what he watched a couple years ago as we watch a pipeline barrel for Ivan Florence driving through that freight train.
Oof. Beautiful work by Ivan.
But the gentleman had it queued up on his phone, like pretty easily findable.
Right.
Shows, you know, us giving him a shout out, and he was staying at the hotel.
That is cool.
And it was kind of a slow time, so not many people around, but I was walking down the back stairs and he was walking up, and he like did a double take, and like I was like, oh my gosh, wow, that's so cool. So
did you take him surfing?
All the way from Israel. He was kind of departing that day, and I was busy with something, but he just was stoked to like meet and talk for a minute and have a picture as we watch Ivan Florence.
Beautiful.
Talking for a minute with Pipeline, kind of have a discussion.
Never got out. But yeah, you know, when you come out here to the North Shore, just like you're like one of the best guys to get a surfing experience and a surf lesson. So for all of you guys around the world tuning in, you got Rock's email, book a lesson today. This guy is really good growing up with you at such a young age on Town and Country.
Yeah, good fun times. History. And that's just the iconic
I'm a big fan of Ivan pumping through barrels in this event. He's been really, like you said, from making his mark the last 2 to 3 years, but really noticing him. Real big standout, real strong surfer. Good stuff.
I love that view across the lineup. The Canna Point.
Beautiful.
Is silhouette in the background.
You can see all the little ripples. It's so clean.
Just it's very clean.
Yeah.
And,
a lot different from yesterday.
You know, we did have a bit of a swirling wind yesterday. There were moments where it was kind of pumping onshore, as we see a pumping wave here, grabbing the rail. Looks like Mackay McNamara again.
Oh, the thing barreled over itself,
and
regurged.
Just, double spit. Yeah, kind of, and then turned itself inside out, you know, just one of those mutants. Mackay, unfortunately, didn't find the exit, but he was traveling for quite a while.
Guys put in work. He's been sucked down to the depths of many waves as a lot of pipe surfers, as they're going right through that thing, compresses and drops the floor out, like you tell me all the time, Rob.
Yeah.
Straight to the bottom and bounce.
Yeah, that air bubble kind of weird wormhole that is in some of these waves. When you wipe out, you go from standing on your board to laying on the reef.
Yeah.
Within a half a second, and there was no cushion of water. It doesn't happen every single time.
No.
It's maybe one out of every, I would say, as a pipe surfer, when you're doing it a lot, one every 50 times or something, it happens. But you're like, what in the world? And that was a manly drop right
and
there.
And look at this in detail. You don't really want to be taking a breath at the time or have your mouth open because you're getting sucked down.
You'll get some water in there. That was Ivan Florence on a deep one also.
So pipeline on offer. All these guys, they won't know until they go. They're making it happen with all their technique. Beautiful backside. Can he shrink into this inside part? As you can see, he kind of started climbing out to get out. Let's go check out if that's Tori or Kieran.
I mean, it looked like possibly Mackay got back out there for that one.
That's quick because he just got one.
Yeah, after that one, I'm pretty sure that was the case. And Tori's kind of got that bluish board, and Kona's, bigger frame, and Kieran's got like the reddish board.
There's the boys resetting, as today is a way easier paddle out to the lineup.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? There's like less process in thinking out there. They're just kind of their breathing's different and everything. You know what I mean? Until they take off. But
yeah, no, it was so much carnage over in that sandbar zone where it just sucks up.
It's funny how every year watching these certain teams hit the lineup and watch the ocean just, Peruvian Tubos is like that along with Team Hui Japan. These guys, they get the biggest surf on the head every year. Like last year, their two surfs were intense in the beginning rounds.
Yeah.
Just to talk about 2022, that was an exciting year. As we got corduroy lines out the back, Rocky, we definitely have some contestable and some exchange coming in less than a minute. There should be some amazing pipe waves hitting the reef. And some backdoors, the way it looks. So we'll see. Yeah,
still quite a bit of energy left in the swell. We're in heat number 4, so we're halfway through our round 3. We're going to get through 2 rounds today.
Okay, Rock. Time for me to figure out. Oh, right on. Isaiah Walker.
After yesterday,
oh, cool.
Got a beautiful sunshine shot right there with the drone looking from the lineup back to shore, and the shimmering sheet glass is, I believe, sometimes referred to when you see
that is too beautiful,
that kind of ocean conditions. Beautiful stuff. And those sets that we identified just a minute ago are now approaching the lineup. We'll see if the angle is going to provide any potential, any opportunities. You can have these sets come in, and all depends on the little difference of angles that it hits the reef. And 3 guys looked at that one.
And there's something in the back.
And that one just unloaded. I mean, they were just a little too far out, and positioning is so much a part of it. It's almost everything. Positioning at pipe, where you're sitting, how you're getting into it. Oh my gosh, I think that might have been Kona Oliveira who
charging
took a spill. We'll confirm that, but
hey, so Rock,
don't want to miscredit any wipeouts. That's for sure.
You got it. So I got top 3. I'll go through more of the list.
You have the holy grail right now.
No, but just for some of our fans and viewers out there, let me tell you about our top 3 leaders just right off the bat.
All right.
Scoring in third place, Koa Rothman turning in a 7.1 and a 6.6 from yesterday. And giving him a grand total of a 13.7.
That's coming into today.
Yeah.
Not all yesterday's
Yeah,
scores.
this is all yesterday's, and then they're going to build upon that. Kala Grace, a 6.3 and an 8.5 at the end of the day yesterday brings him to second place with a total of a 14.8. And our leaderboard, and we've been talking about this kid, and he's gotten some amazing ones, is Mackay McNamara is your leader with a 9.3 and a 7.0 ride with a grand total of a 16.3. But with the third surf, all of this could change, Rock.
Yeah, so that's scores and kind of results of yesterday's 2 rounds.
Oh, a little sharing out there. Pipe carry.
Almost, yeah. We could be approaching the end of the heat for
the old
the
switch
Team
shift.
Pipeline Hammers. But, yeah, the leaderboard and results that Ezra just read to you are strictly scores that were turned in from yesterday's competition. We saw today's start with already so many amazing rides ridden that it was just basically a recap from yesterday of what you read, because we could be seeing all kinds of changes. I think Kieran with that red board, he had moments of glory and moments of scariness. Ivan, the most glorious moment of the heat.
Wow, he made it like 10 yards out with the spit with the nitrous.
Yeah, Mackay continuing on his great run and beautiful technique, like you just said. Tori Meister with this backdoor wave could climb somewhere near the top. That had a little double section that Tori negotiated.
That was a very good wave as Tori took, as Mackay McNamara is definitely building with that last ride, as we've seen some closeout rides as well. And hey guys, we're going to take a break. Ezra and Rocky will be joining you with Isaiah and Rock. Stay tuned, gang. Aloha.
Got a large, long period swell heading towards the White Islands this weekend. Need a 60-foot face at an exposed spot.
into Classic, yeah? Welcome back.
Aloha, welcome back to the Hui Backdoor Shootout presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows, just about a half a mile down the left side from right here at Pipeline. The most amazing beachfront accommodations you could ask for on the North Shore. If you're not one of the surfers in the Volcom, of the surf houses, which not all of us are. So we got to go to the next best thing, which is Keiki Beach Bungalows Backdoor Shootout. Here we go. Team Japan. And our first surfer, I believe that's Kenshin Matsunaga.
Okay.
And we're in Team Japan, heat number 5 of the day. And one of their goofy foots, that could be Taichi Wakita. He had a good one yesterday.
Beautiful. Look at this next one. See if one of our surfers is in the right spot. Looks like he's in a great position here. Takes off, grabs the rail to slow down, trying to hit the brakes. He's in the barrel. Just a quick one, but that was a decent-sized wave, and well done from our surfers from Japan.
Yeah, that might be Jin Suzuki or Shogo Harada. We've got a absolute warrior-type team. These guys yesterday, in their second round, was just pumping second and third reef nonstop. I said it yesterday on the beach mic. I think they might have spent more time under the water than above the water, just to their credit of being the heat that got the barrage.
Yeah.
The very next heat yesterday, the Pipeline Hammers got waves that were really great. It seemed like that might have been like a turning point in the day. So we did have some swirling winds. There were moments where it was quite onshore, right there blowing in our face, kind of crumbly as we watch a replay of Kenshin with the blue helmet. That's Matsunaga giving the salute for Team Japan, appropriately so. And then it totally just switched and went full trades as we see that's
Same
either Jin Suzuki. Oh, sorry, that's Kenshin with the blue helmet, I believe.
I know that Shinpei has been a member of their team for years. Oh, it's a nice one. This one, I'm thinking might be Taichi Wakita, son of Wakita. Takayuki.
And this one, I don't think that's Shinpei Horiguchi, even though he's regular foot. Might be one of the younger competitors. Jin Suzuki, part of that team. Shogo Harada as well for Team Japan.
Wow, look how beautiful these lines coming in, Rock.
Yeah, the angle's great. The consistency has been pretty spot on. The energy in the swell, a lot of it left. Nasty backwash at times. Look at that.
Big backwash.
So that could be a factor on some of these waves, depending on the timing. Want to give a shout out to Tutu Eleanor, sending us a picture from 1963 of her surfing. I think maybe it was Pipeline, and she's sending us some nice words and good notes. So mahalo, Tutu Eleanor. Thank you for tuning in, and we appreciate it very much.
She lives on Maui, 76 years old, hopefully still surfing.
Yeah.
I was talking, we're Aloha Sunday, Hawaiian history, and we're talking about some of our kupuna and surfing and how the origins of surfing. And something I want to emphasize really clearly is that wahine surfers were very much so a part of this tradition of surfing in ancient times, and even during this time of where we're talking about the Renaissance. And one of those most notable among them is, of course, Auntie Rel's son.
Correct.
Who was a professional surfer from the west side of Oahu, Makaha, and sometimes called the Queen of Makaha.
Yeah.
But just her aloha for her community and particularly for the young kids. So she started an event.
Absolutely, Bob.
The Menehune Menihune is a term that, you know, in Hawaii, it's like we've made it be something like a leprechaun.
Yeah, it's like a folklore cultural character. I've also explained it to people who've asked to use the leprechaun analogy. It's hard not to.
I think one of the best answers I've heard, actually, an artist who also studied some history named Herb Kane, who's one of the designers of the Hokulea canoe. In a book that he wrote, he hypothesized that Menehune must have just been because there are many waves of migrations here to Hawaii, and so maybe one of the earlier groups of people who lived in Hawaii were maybe taken over by the next group of people that came in. I don't know if taken over is the right word, but like they were one of the original inhabitants that became lesser in rank.
Got it.
So if you like Mana Nui or something that Menehune is smaller kind of mana. Here we go. This is that opening wave of going backdoor, trying to stall, gets a little cover up.
Yeah, and not something super significant, but definitely one where that surfer can feel a little more confident and getting in the groove right there. That might be possibly Shinpei.
That was live, so that was an amazing barrel. Gone with the lip and then was spit out afterwards. So that's what we want to see.
Oh man, beautiful wave that was ridden there. Amazing technique. There's sometimes where the wave does a lot of the work. All you got to do is make the drop and stand there. And not to take anything away from any surfer who has that happen at Pipeline, because you got to be there in the first place. But there's other waves where you have to really work and manufacture, create the opportunity. And that's what the last backside wave was for that pipe surfer, was really technique and positioning, a lot of that created by the surfer.
Yep. So Rail Sun Anti-Rail started the Menehune Classic in Makaha just to give back to the community. Here we have that air drone shot in the barrel.
Looking right in.
Oh, the water angle slows down. You're right. They had to really kind of manage their speed, and wasn't just an easy let the wave do all the work.
That was one of our young guys. That wasn't Shinpei. Shinpei is the OG.
He's the OG
of the Team Japan.
like the team captain.
For real, yeah. And that might have been either Shogo Harada, possibly, or Jin Suzuki.
Yes, a lot of women surfing in Hawaii in ancient times even. In fact, I was talking earlier about the origin stories of Hawaii is recorded in this chant that we call the Kumulipo. The Kumulipo is a combination of kind of like you'd say the book of Genesis and like the story of evolution, because it's got these various epochs, or like we call them va, periods that it talks. And in the ancient earliest period, it talks about creation of life that starts in the ocean with the smallest polyp of the reef. And then that polyp gives birth to another species, and then it's a cataloging, a scientific cataloging of all these various species of plant and sea life and animal species in this chant, the Kumulipo. So it's kind of got this interesting mix of both folklore and science in that Kumulipo. But in that Kumulipo, there's stories of surfing. Lots of stories. One of them is about the god Lono. So there's 4 main deities: Kane, Kanaloa, Lono, and eventually Ku, kind of like the god of war. But you know, Lono, there's a story of him coming down to the earth because he wanted to spend time surfing. And so it's really cool how surfing is a part of this tradition, even way back into the origin stories. There we see our judges' tent.
Shout out to Flynn Novak, Doug Silva, Barton Lynch, Joel Centeo, and our support crew, Ivy, Foster Bloomfield up there, along with Mahina, of course, Maile, and the other folks that are helping support what's happening on the beach and supporting our surfers in the water. What a team effort and ohana endeavor this whole event always is.
And look at this one. Let's see if this rider takes a gamble with this one. It's a late one, steep drop, goofy foot, knifes it into the barrel. Let's see if he can come out.
Oh, that was Tai Chi. It looked like double spit. You saw that on the end. Wow. Just balls to the wall, for lack of a better phrase. I gotta bust it out already.
Yes,
but
I
that
used
was
your phrase of your nickname of ball stack. We were talking about that yesterday.
yeah. And Taichi doing it as, second generation. I feel like that's a double-sided coin sometimes when you're the second generation guy. You've got all the kind of, knowledge and everything right there at your fingertips. But on the other side, the pressure and the big shoes to fill can also, be a little bit of a tricky navigation for a young surfer. And I feel like Taichi has, taken that role by the reins and has really put himself in amazing positions and really improving a lot over the last couple of years. It was a little touch and go early on when he was first exploring this role and this identity. And as of the last few years, he's made amazing strides.
And here it is. Let's see what looked like he was just a little too deep. He tried to get that pump in.
Yeah.
Oh, the water angle. We'll see what happens. Pumps up high, but just too far behind.
I mean, to have the mindset to put yourself in that position in the first place
You have to almost turn off your mind.
Yeah, it is a zone you go into. I can kind of speak, credibly on that note of, a pretty mellow, easygoing kind of guy. But to get into pipe mode, you had to turn a switch, and something kind of took over where it was a different you out there.
Yeah. Right. So during the lulls, we're bringing you some Aloha Sunday Hawaiian history. Hopefully
so beautiful, bro.
Able to not fall asleep.
Yeah. If you are in class right now and you're
take notes.
Yeah. Go grab yourself a Monster Energy too. That will help you, stay alert, pay attention. We got Body Armor as well. We'd like to give a shout out to. So a couple of cool beverage sponsors. Look, yeah, bro.
Oh, it's backside grabbing rail, trying to slow down in the barrel, the spit, and exit.
The cool thing about this event, the unique characteristics we start to take notes on, it's a full page of so many unique things about the Backdoor Shootout. But the photos and the beautiful pictures the sponsors are going to get for these surfers from this event, having choice of waves, a photo session at Pipe with a free surfing day of 80 guys in the water. Your guy might get a wave once every hour that you're trying to shoot for a certain sponsor. In this kind of setting, they're getting 4 or 5 waves in 30 minutes. That's days worth of shooting. So credit the Backdoor Shootout format and the crew for allowing the surfers to just wear what they want and show their sponsors and get waves like this with pictures like that looking in, and taking full advantage of that opportunity, but also not having any other surfers in the water, really going for waves unchallenged can be a great benefit.
For sure. Yeah, paddling into a wave like that with just 5 of you out in the water is pretty dreamy. So yeah, back to some of these stories from the Kumulipo. You have these different deities. It talks about Lono and how there's a legend of him coming and surfing in Hawaii. And there's tons of others, like stories of Papa and Wakea, which is basically Sky Father and Earth Mother. And then there's a long story. I don't want to get into all the details of it, but
You do have to sign up for the course to get that, but this is a teaser.
There's a child that's born eventually named Haloa, and he's the first human in this story of the Kumulipo. But he's actually he's stillborn, so he doesn't survive birth. He's buried apparently from my Kumu uncle's side. Bridges says at Hakipu'u, which is over by Kualoa Ranch
on the east side,
right. And from his body emerges the first kalo or taro plant. And so that also teaches us the significance of the relationship between people and the Aina, the land, and that that's the firstborn child. There's a second-born child. They also name him Haloa, but the second child's job is to malam, or to take care of the brother of the kalo. And the kalo is taro. If you don't know what taro is, it's actually very prominent. One of the first domestically grown crops in world history.
Wow.
And, you know, in parts of Papua New Guinea and elsewhere in Southeast Asia, or taro. If you haven't had taro, there's various ways of eating it.
Yeah.
There's taro pa'a, which is like just kind of boiled and chunks of it, to taro chips, which I think most people would enjoy. Here's a rider enjoying this wave.
A forerunner to these sets that are on the way. And its pipeline is just producing. That was beautifully done.
Notice how that wave just continually kept to shrink in size.
Yeah. And it does take quite a bit of body contortion to to keep yourself within that tube and not get hit by the lip. Want to say mahalo to Brother Frank tuning in. Looks like from Virginia, and appreciates learning about Hawaiian culture. And also to Brother Steven tuning in from snowy Vermont.
Ooh.
Not jealous of where you're at right now, Brother Steven, but has some questions about naming children and just, you know, family names. A lot of questions regarding
naming is very important in Hawaiian culture today, right? So most names have these kind of significance to them, whether it's premonitions from the mom when she's hapai or pregnant, to something you want to imbue in your kids, something you want them to kind of hold up. So, I mean, we've seen
like a trait or something. Yeah.
And we've seen a few Hawaiian names in the event. Mananalu was in the longboard division, which is a specific reference to the surf because it comes from a surfing family. And so Makua Kai, Rothman, also Makua is kind of like to be a parent or a guardian. And the Kai is the ocean, but the Kai is kind of like the shoreline.
The specific area of the ocean. I also like pointing out that fact that the different names for parts of the ocean.
Right. So for sure, I mean, Hawaiian culture really takes a lot of thought into naming children. Sometimes in Hawaiian history, you'll hear we learn lessons. So from the Kumulipo, there's a famous story of Kama Pua'a. Kama is like son or child, and Puaka is a pig.
Right.
So this is actually a lesson about what not to do as far as naming kids. He names his child Pig Boy because he questions the authenticity of the paternity. So in other words, he thinks that his brother is the actual father of his son. He thinks that his wife was cheating on him.
It's okay, yeah.
So he calls the kid Pig Boy.
Some family drama.
A derogatory term.
Okay.
Here's a wave. Let's see if we got a writer.
Yeah, this is going to be passed up by Team Japan. And yeah, keep sending in your messages to nsoghawaii@gmail. That's how these folks have been asking these questions, and they've been pretty provocative so far.
Rocky is the North Shore OG.
One of, we're an endangered species these days, but we're trying to hold it down.
Oh man,
But,
uncle status, right?
Yeah, for real, yeah.
So Kamapua'a is this known as a Pig Boy. Here we go. See if we have some pig dog.
Yeah, well, you're exactly right. That one was the one that kind of shrunk down on, could possibly be one of our younger guys, Shogo Harada, Jin Suzuki, out there for Team Japan.
I don't know where the term pig dog came from.
It was...
I know you surf with dogs. I've seen people surf with pigs.
Yeah, right.
But
well, maybe we can get some assistance with that.
This one, but
we'll try not to, fall down the rabbit hole too much.
Sorry, let's get back on track. Okay, I'll finish real quick the naming answer to the question.
Cool.
Kamapua'a, his father kind of gave him this derogatory name. Eventually, the son embraces the negativity of that. And he says, "You want to see Pig Boy? I'll show you Pig Boy." He started terrorizing his dad's village, tattooed himself entirely black, started wearing pig tusks as like jewelry, pig fur as a cape, and waged war against his dad, where he eventually kills his father.
Wow.
So, a reminder how you treat your children, and even naming them has some significance. And they, you know, be kind.
Yeah,
and
you're a father of five,
backfire.
and you know, so you're basically, you know, for your kids are coming into their own independence as well. But I mean, for a while, you're coaching a basketball team out the gate. You know, from 6:30 in the morning on, you're like, all right, let's rally up.
Yeah, Rocky, you're
Pretty
busy
classic.
with your girls too, driving them to school every morning.
Yeah.
So we have that kuleana. In Hawaiian,
Yeah.
the term kuleana is you use that stewardship that you have in great ways. So thank you for the question.
We're going to check out our super slow-mo cam because we got so many cool toys, tools, and gadgets that we use here at Salt and Air Studios. And this is a wave from yesterday. You can see it's more in the afternoon with that nice trade wind groom that filled in the sunlight coming kind of more backlit. So Eric Ippel, shout outs to the super slow-mo with the Pipeline Wave and its physical characteristics, just stuff that we've talked about of how steep the wave is. I remember watching from this angle at 11 years old on maybe not a day this big, but just looking at the wave and watching guys doing it and thinking that it's impossible. That looks like possibly Seth Moniz.
That is, and the coloring too that you see, but the sun is going through the waves, so beautiful.
And a goofy foot here from yesterday.
I think this is, I know
Benji.
It's Benji Brand. Thank you.
Yeah, the South African now living on the North Shore and has been really good friends with the Moniz brothers and the Moniz family over the years, and they've kind of hanai'd him into the Hawaii Ohana.
Yeah, and his video parts in the Snapped series,
Yeah.
incredible.
So this is Team Snapped, I think, from yesterday, but just beautiful shots. Live action now. And Backdoor opening up for Team Japan. So they're getting it done on both sides.
There we go.
With the backdoor waves that are kind of sneaking in with that little more northerly shift and scraping up and putting together good scores from those westerly pipe angles. Ezra read us a little bit of the leaderboard from yesterday, but I think already that has been totally,
changed,
mixed up and possibly changed. Makai did have some good waves earlier this morning to add to yesterday, but it is so much good waves coming in.
Yeah, I can see this backdoor wave. So backdoor is at Pipeline, and that's what we call when a rider goes to the right.
Yeah, it's the same wave,
right,
with just a different direction. Where else does that happen in the world?
And the word too, backdoor, you can backdoor a section at Pipeline.
Correct.
So that can add to a little bit of confusion.
It's a verb.
It's a verb. Here we go.
As well as a noun.
Ooh, this looks like Tai Chi Wakita. Come on, let's see it.
Oh, Tai Chi, please. Oh, that wave that was like the longest spit. You see waves do the double spit. You see waves sometimes even spit 3 times. But those waves that have the spit that just lasts for super long is pretty indicative of how hollow. That was a quick kind of pit ride just under the eaves, I like to say.
Bro, I had the pleasure of me, you, and I think it was Kaipo too, were in the booth at the Backdoor Shootout a couple years ago when Keito Matsuoka's wave. That one looked like a fire hose, the spit of that barrel. We'll see if the longevity of it and also just the sheer strength of it.
Great memory, good call, and spot on. Yes.
So
Keito Matsuoka.
there's a whole like cataloging of the different types of spit that a wave will have. And then those of you that aren't familiar, what we're referring to is when the kind of the combustion of the air that's in the barrel as it's pressurizing releases this puff of air where it is
like built up air inside,
like literally spit out of the opening of the barrel. And so at Pipeline, very famous kinds of spit because there's so much power to the wave. That spit mist has that same energy to it.
Yeah, and some of those waves, like you mentioned, Kato's from a couple years ago, a lot of them are just missed like a pressure washer, as some fans checking out the action on the beach, even the four-legged furry family members checking it out too. Hey, you facing wrong way, bro. The action is all out. But look at the commitment from Taichi Wakita. And the wave just spit, still spitting.
Oh, this water angle be great.
Yeah.
He's pumping. See he's standing. Oh, he traveled in that thing.
Yeah. And
It's a pocket
the pit
ride.
pocket ride, the pocket pit.
Another term that we talk about is the foam ball.
Yep.
If you look into the barrel, he's not quite on the foam ball in this one, but in Taichi Wakita's wave, you could see him wrestling, jujitsuing that foam ball because it was pulling him up, and he was trying to float over it.
Yep.
And so
he
that's
got
where it gets
submitted.
wild.
He got submitted by the foam ball. There's times when you're riding on the foam ball, but yeah, that's further back in the wave, and that's where the wave is really curling over and almost closing behind you. Here we go, Taichi just gonna step off the front porch and take a long drop to the end. Those look very horrendous from the beach or from our view, but actually it's almost some of the best technique to wipe out if you're not going to make the drop at pipe, because one, you get your feet first below you rather than your head, and you do get that penetration down below quick enough so the wave will pass over you. As we watch one of our regular footers, I believe that's Kenshin Matsunaga, he's out there with his brother Daiki Matsunaga we've seen before, but our first look at Kenshin. But
is this somebody going on this one?
Yeah. Wow.
Oh, pull in.
Oh my.
Yes, sir.
That's
Come
gonna
out.
be good.
Come out.
Oh, that got
so close.
an explosion. It probably blew him right off his board. Tombstoning right there.
How
He
close
comes
he
up.
was. He was right there.
He was right at the exit. He was at the door, ready to make a run for it with the bags of cash, but the Vegas security just clubbed him right on the shoulder. And
That's quite specific, Rocky.
yeah.
Sounds like something you've experienced.
No, I just saw it on a movie.
Here's a recap of this heat going back door. Almost comes out of that barrel, but not quite. Our surfers are putting themselves right in the most heinous part of the wave, the criticalest part of the wave.
Look like this is the previous Pipeline Hammers recap there.
That's
Look
Ivan
at Ivan Florence. But Team Japan is the team that just completed. This is Mackay McNamara from a couple heats ago.
Yes,
Why not show these amazing waves again? Tori Meister's wave right there was just something that was going to be a great score for a backdoor wave. But now we're catching up with our Team Japan surfers that have made the best of their third round. They've turned in some really great scores. Taichi Wakita was charging. We had barrels completed at Pipeline. We had barrels completed at Backdoor. This is, I believe, one of Kenshin Matsunaga. And
Lots of aloha in the lineup.
small kind shakas from Zeke Lau patrol in.
Nice to see Zeke surfing again today. I know yesterday afternoon, I think he took a break.
Yeah. But Team Japan, they put together a collection of really nice scores, tightening up these results. We'll be back with more of the Hui Backdoor Shootout right after this.
heading towards the Pride Islands this weekend. 40 to 60 foot faces and exposed spots.
There were times we hit walls of garbage that was so disgusting. You just couldn't believe it. As far as you could see in the ocean was just garbage.
I do feel like a responsibility to give back, and I always feel like that to give back to the kids, and like, you know, hopefully they could have a better ocean than I even had in the future.
Come to a beautiful beach like this that's just like the typical Hawaiian white sand beach. You look closely and you're like, wait, that's not even sand, that's plastic.
You hear a lot of people in packaging say, well, it's a problem today, but in 10 years the recycling will be better and then this product won't be a problem. Well, it's a problem right now. I don't think we have the luxury of just waiting.
Aloha mai kako. Good morning and welcome to the Backdoor Shootout, our final day of competition, our third day here at Bonsai Pipeline. And we have Ezra Rodriguez.
How's it, gang?
Joining me, Isaiah Walker. And we're seeing some really good surf. We're looking right now from the drone. You can still see there's a lot of energy in the ocean here on the North Shore from this northwest swell. And it peaked last night. We're still seeing it linger on pretty strong. It's a little more organized than last night when it got really big and a lot of wash throughs. But today we're just seeing waves going both left and right. And we've had a lot of great rides so far this morning. And we're now in the water with heat number 6 of Team Quicksilver.
Yeah, Team Quicksilver. Joey Johnson, Cole Rothman, Reef McIntosh, and Marco Mignot replacing Zeke Lau from yesterday. And this is Heat 6, their third surf. I was looking at some of the leaderboard from yesterday. Koa Smith is holding a third, but of course from the morning and New Earth Project, everything can change. So these guys are looking to capitalize big scores on their third surf.
Yep. As
Koa Rothman and Reef McIntosh had some good stuff yesterday, along with Joey Johnson, big backdoor make, and Marco Mignot. I was watching that with you. He had a barrel and 2 nice backhand snaps in the gums. So,
my eyes could be deceiving me, but I thought I saw Zeke Lau.
You might be right. They might have just switched out. So I thought I seen that his mug as well. So we will see Marco Mignot and Zeke Lau switching out. I also seen the master heat sheet. Freddie P was set to surf.
Whoa.
How you, Freddie P? You know, I seen him on the main roster, but he got scratched off. So Ezekiel Lau and Marco Mignot will be switching out.
All right, this took place during the break, and yes, this is Ezekiel Lau pulling it in the barrel, comes out with the spit.
Fresh Wade to Carl.
Little hair flick, too.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there we go, stalling in the barrel. Our CT surfer here, meaning he's on the championship tour, flicked the hair.
Yeah.
Now, he must have had to train himself to flick his hair because most of his life, he never have hair.
And that was the deal with his dad. You know, you get closer to your principle of where you want to be in your career. And he was a young little shaved-headed boy. I always thought he was a big fan of Kelly. But then all of a sudden, once he accomplished some stuff, he grew his hair out. Amazing legacy, the Lauahana.
Goodness, look at
beautiful
this barrel traveling through it.
That was beautiful by Koa Rothman. Koa Rothman sitting third from yesterday, but we are in Heat 6 of everyone's third surf, so things will change. But what a great start for Koa Rothman.
Yeah,
wow.
We'll have to bring you that
for day 3.
But amazing. It looked like from the drone angle.
He's frothing. Just living with Koa Rothman. Log on, and don't forget on Surfline, go check us out in Sultan Air Studios on YouTube. Give us a like and a follow, and please subscribe, guys, for Surfline is doing amazing things.
Yeah, that was Great wave, and you're right, Ezra. Koa was one of our top performers yesterday in the larger surf,
You remember that wave, yeah?
right? And so today, I mean, starting off this heat in a good vein here, getting right back into the barrel.
Yeah, the Rothman legacy. His brother Mokuakai surfing for the Hui Wax. So awesome stuff. We got a bunch of amazing brothers. Brothers Florence, brothers Matsunaga, and the other brothers Moni's legacy. Awesome stuff. Here we go.
Oh, see how he just knifed it? Bottom turn right in the right time, the spit, and comes out after.
Great technique.
Here's the water angle. Perfect timing with the drop. Pulls into the barrel right in front of the foam ball. Spits, and he's stoked.
And he knows he needs to slow down. He knows what he's doing. He's going to backdoor pipeline all day long if he can, as they know that Kala Grace is close and into the lead with his third surf. He had an amazing wave as well. So these guys are very close in range on the leaderboard.
Oh, looks like another paddle here. This looks like Ezekiel Lau. Bottom turning, grabs his rail. Come on, let's see it.
Come on, Zeke.
Little too deep.
As you could see, that crease chandeliered over him. Wasn't going to give him the proper exit, but Zeke, absolute animal.
Looks like Reef Macintosh. Got a little bit of foam in front of him to deal with.
Captain Reef, cool, calm, and collective, never in a rush. Very admirable surfer, a lot of knowledge, and this guy likes it big.
More live action,
Look
pulling
at
into the
this,
barrel,
Joey
traveling.
Johnson. I want to say that was Joey Johnson because
Probably that was the fourth person.
There's no priority, but he was next in line. A lot of these athletes, they have so much water etiquette. Something that we're missing in the newer surfers is etiquette and respect. These guys, Quicksilver, has been a company coming to the North Shore for many years as the Chandler House, where the scaffolding is, right down here on the beach. That was the infamous Quicksilver House for many years. Thank you to Mama Coral and Brother Moku and the Chandler Ohana for having us, along with Volcom House, A and B. What's up, Gange? Aloha.
Aloha.
Look at that sand, Isaiah. Like we were talking yesterday, it had so many different designs and the ruts, and it looked like a graph, and now it's just a light blue circle.
Yep, right there. Wow, this heat's got a lot of action. You got a lot of surfers who are very familiar with this wave. Here we have Reef right back out. Beautiful.
Any regular human being next to the curtain lip like that would just get their tail just flipped over. Hulimaka flip down to the bottom, but no, Reef is tall in stature, very strong stance. Who we got here?
This might be Cole Rothman.
Oh, right into a closeout. So Joey Johnson, Reef McIntosh, all regular footers, along with Zeke Lau. So Koa Rothman. That must have been Koa Rothman. Looks like he might have done a board change.
Unless we have been having 5 surfers in the lineup, so it's
correct.
Possible there's a 5th surfer.
That's not Koa.
Maybe it's Marco Mignot.
Nah, he's
regular
backside with a helmet. Yeah.
Well,
and he had an amazing wave yesterday. Shout out to you, Marco. We're trying to get a closer look at you yesterday. And, Team Quicksilver. This is Heat 6, third surf. Coming up next after them would be Heat number 7, Snapped 5.
Right.
And woof, look at that drone footage. Oh, look at all the photographers. They're also breathing in a little bit more relaxed today as Pipeline has groomed itself and became all-time orange gold bars, I call them, all the way across Surfline. Good, 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 and good. We are set to go, and we're going to surf. We're going to have our team surfers at this amazing prestige local event. They're going to be surfing 4 times total, I believe, Isaiah.
Right.
And that's good.
Yeah. So we've seen a lot of action, but in between the action, we're bringing you this Aloha Sunday Hawaiian History Day.
Exciting.
And, when we talk about warriors, we talked, the last year I was talking about names and some of our names from the Kumulipo, which is our origin story, but we got a lot of replays to catch up on with. First, this was Reef McIntosh, the one that he was looking for a barrel, but a little too much foam on that wave and opts to kick out. This was the same wave of Reef McIntosh coming
right
around the
there.
section. You can see it barreling behind him, but probably not one of his keeper waves, but he'll get right back out there.
Beautiful technique as Joey Johnson, and he got ejected before he came out on that one.
It's our goofy foot surfer that may or may not be Koa Smith, but didn't make it out of that barrel. Ooh, look at that body
he
surf.
went for the body surf mid-high on the wave. Oof.
Jumping.
Easy to get bruised ribs that way as you slap the surface. Pipeline picks you up so quick and wants to slide you out.
So mention how these guys are warriors out here in the lineup, because it takes a warrior spirit to do something as courageous as pulling in and taking off on these massive waves with so much energy. In Hawaiian history, we have great legends and epics stories of warriors, from chiefs like Umi, was one of our in our annals of Hawaiian history. Umi is an ancient chief who was known as being one of the first to really conquer most of one island, of the big island. So Umi Aliloa is the son of Liloa, and there's amazing stories of him and his prowess and adopting or hanaing these younger children. Interestingly, he comes from kind of mixed origins. So in other words, he's not born to be the next chief. His mom comes from commoner bloodline, and his dad is the chief of the area near Waipio Valley.
He showed signs.
But he did. He made his way down to live with his dad years when he was a young teenager, and learns the art of lua, which is martial arts, fighting in Hawaii. Learns canoe paddling, fishing, and also surfing. So these were kind of the attributes, the training of a chief. There was a very elaborate training regiment that young chiefs would go through, and it involved everything from strategies to playing board games. Even we have a game called Konane, so learning strategy, learning leadership skills, learning to work the aina, but also surfing was a component of those attributes that that was integrated into your training. So Umi Aliloa, there's a story of him at Laupahoehoe Point on the Big Island where he was surfing, and this other chief was trying to challenge him. And so they were paddling for this one wave, and they made a competition out of it. They were challenging in this competition, similar to our competitions here today. There were spectators watching, cheering them on.
Good way to settle differences.
Yes, but on this one wave, this big wave came in, and they're right alongside this rocky cliff. And as they dropped down, the other surfer tried to deep paddle him, tried to snake him, I guess.
There was some
priority issue here. And so Umi decides to press on this guy to push him into the cliff. And ends up, his fellow competitor ends up being, it was a fatal push into the rocks, into the cliffs. So anyway, some of this drama of surfing and priority goes back even to stories of our chiefs of old.
Wow.
Umi Aliloa. So Umi, he becomes kind of the ancestor to the later this other chiefly line that we see.
He made chief, right? With everything he went into, all the protocol.
He eventually had to fight against his brother, Hakau, and Hakau had sort of the next in line as far as his blood, his mom and dad had
brother jealousy
for it, you know? Yeah. So he was very jealous of Umi because Liloa, who's the father of Umi, loved and kind of favored. Look at this wave standing up,
paddling hard into it as he drops down into a pipe scud missile. Oh my grief! I thought he was coming out after the fact. Cole Rothman charging.
I can see, we're speaking of warriors, that takes a warrior spirit to be able to throw yourself over the ledge. Part of that problem is as you're free falling, your board isn't engaged on the wave because it's weightless, and so are you.
Yeah.
But there's that very split-second moment where you re-engage the board at the bottom of the wave, and gravity comes to you, your feet, and you're trying to get that board to turn at that split second. And sometimes it would look like with that wave, you lose some of that momentum, and it's hard to pick up velocity as you're going from weightlessness into engaging the fins of your surfboard. So our surfboards today have fins on the bottom that help you to grab and to engage and to turn the board at that precise moment.
And a couple clicks of those fins can slingshot you into a golden moment or just take you right down. So we'll get to see the salt and air water shot of that. I mean, because
Water
we'll see
angle.
how much travel time he had and see if he ejected or he set his rail and he was real close to coming out.
Here we go. As a replay, he's falling on this. He tries to pump. He tries to engage with that, and that's what you want to do. But he was so far behind. Let's see what happens from the water angle.
Right
Pumps it.
Broke and dislodged him right away as the thing compressed right there.
It's a little too far back.
So who won the battle of the two brothers?
Yeah, so they eventually go to war with each other, and it's interesting how Umi ends up winning the favor of the fellow warriors, because Liloa, when he dies, he tells Umi, says, look, there's going to be a battle for this power as I die. There's sort of a vacuum, and Hakao is going to, you're going to have to probably go to war against this guy, but you need to. He gives him Kuka Ilimoku, which is an actual item. It's a little statue that has, it's like the head of the god Kuka Ilimoku, which you can go to the Bishop Museum and see the actual thing. It's pretty incredible.
Wow. I might have come across it, and now when I go back with the kids, I'm going to check it out.
It's a sculpture made from like kind of basket weaving stuff, and then they put feathers into it, and there's dog teeth in as the teeth for the mouth. And shells.
And it's kind of spooky looking.
It's
I mean,
kinda spooky
you know what I
looking.
mean? I mean, it's just like got some heaviness to it as Joey Johnson is taking a couple strokes into this one. And yes, he is up and riding, grabbing rail.
Oh, stands tall. Let's go. Come on.
That was beautiful, Isaiah. Taking one from Andy Irons, letting go of the rail, standing firm, something pipe surfers do when they get really comfortable. And it also,
adds to the excitement.
Yeah.
Yeah, warriors. We're talking about warriors today. And so Umi ends up fighting against his brother Hakao. But the way that he does it, he has to win the chiefs that were important to kind of making these alliances with. So the way that he wins the heart of Nunu and Kokohe, who are the chiefs that he needs to get on their side, is he cooks them dinner.
Oh, wow. What a gentleman.
Yeah, what a gentleman. He does. He makes this imu, and imu is an underground oven. And it's interesting, we see the replay here. Here's a below underground wave breaking right there. Unfortunately, shutting down. We'll see the water angle. Let's go. Oh, a little too far out for that angle, but
beautiful wave by Joey Johnson.
Beautiful wave. So Umi makes this. Umi makes an imu. Imu is not we're not referring to the animal that looks like an ostrich, but the oven, and he makes him a delicious meal. And then establishes that relationship with the chiefs, and they side with him to support him in this impending battle between his brother Hakao.
What about the chief Joey Johnson getting busy at the back door, Isaiah?
Slows down, gets that pump, goes high. Let's see, he's going to come out of this. Yes, sir.
Oh, yes. Joey Johnson cutting it down. He's going to ride into back door and maybe walk around. He's stoked on that.
Cartwheel.
Joey Johnson putting in the work the last few years, and an outstanding backdoor and pipe surfer. I just wanted to ask the battle of the surfers. Here we go.
Oh, yes. Grabbing rail.
Reef McIntosh. Beautiful vision as he's going to slow it down. Big boy is absolutely flying 35 miles an hour. And Reef McIntosh, no stranger. I'm sure he would want to slow down just a little bit more. But, there's a few different takeoffs at Pipeline, splicing it, dropping down to the bottom, whatever you feel at that moment. Oh, what I wanted to ask is when the other battle with the chief, when he flexed him into the wall on their surf session, is that chief not in this story anymore?
No.
Okay,
no.
Gotcha. Yeah, he was just his past, right?
Yeah,
and moving on. Okay.
He was just part of the story of Umi when he was younger. The rise of power to become the great guy that he was. And Umi ends up defeating Hakao in battle by winning the hearts of people by cooking them the delicious meal. So in Hawaii, when you traditionally would greet someone in old times, you wouldn't just say, "Hey, how's it going?" It'd be the greeting that was most common was "mai," like come and eat. And still this day, you go to old communities, especially probably over on the west side, down at the beach. Oh boy, come come grab some grinds, come eat. So there is a value to feeding each other.
Oh, big time.
And the waves are feeding us with more and more barrels today. A rider up here stalling, going to the sandbar section. That's our body surfer. He's done it twice now.
Yep, and that isn't Koa Rothman, so I'm going to find out who that new Quicksilver teammate is in there. And great rides by him, but as Koa Rothman setting the bar out there, Joey Johnson putting some good ones on the scoreboard. You are watching Team Quicksilver. You also got Easy Kill Lau out in the lineup for his third surf, actually his second, because Team Quick has been rotating, one of the only teams that have had 4 guys.
Yeah. So at the end of this heat here, I'm going to finish off one of the stories of Umi, because he goes and he starts to battle these different areas throughout the island, of the Big Island, from Waipio down to Hilo and down to Ka'u. Ka'u is the southernmost part of the island chain, and there was a chief there, and I love this because we have a great warrior surfer from Hawaii who's not in this event, not sure why, but his name is Imai Kalani DeVault. So Imai Kalani is named after this chief of Ka'u, but first we're going to look at Joey Johnson from pipe looking into his backdoor wave.
Couldn't see his red shorts from that.
Right, and this is the one slowing down, pulling into the barrel. He's gone for some time, comes out after the spit.
Beautiful exit. He recovered a little bit of a slip on his front leg, and great. He is stoked.
Right. And this is Reef McIntosh on that last one we just watched. Trying to slow down here. The sandbar section gets really steep and throaty. Didn't get too deep, but nonetheless, nice pocket ride.
Still an awesome ride. Not going to factor into the top 5.
This is our mysterious goofy footer who's pulling into this, and he jumps off and does the body surf again.
Oof. Setting it up.
All right, so those are replays. So quick end to my discussion about Umi. Goes to battle against a chief named Imai Kalani, same name as the surfer that we know of today. He ends up battling this chief, and Imai is like a kung fu master who's blind. So he can't see, but he's yet one of the most fierce warriors with a spear. And there we have somebody taking off with their blade on this wave. Looks like Reef McIntosh is going to slow it down, fade, do a little turn under the lip, grab the rail, drag the butt, exit.
Pipe cone to close out right there on that sand. As you can see, the plethora of videographers and water photographers.
Now, Umi, as a smart chief, it took him all to figure out the secret to Imai's success, because he was so good with a spear that no one could defeat him, and he couldn't figure out how he was doing it as a blind person.
Okay.
And
different senses.
Right, and then one of Umi's chief advisors, looks and realizes that he has these birds, these ducks or these mud hens that are cueing him of when to do what. And so kind of classic, could be a great anime show or something like that.
I just was going to say that. Why aren't these going into, cartoons?
So once they identify that, Umi's men start killing the birds. And then it's the beginning of the end for Imai.
Okay, and then it gets into a brutal rated R kind of thing. But these are amazing stories that can be recreated.
So yeah, there's some really cool productions in play right now. In fact, Pa'a Sibit, who's a Hawaiian filmmaker, and he works closely with our Hawaiian Aquaman. You know who I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah.
Here?
Mr. Momoa.
Yeah, Jason Momoa is making a series. It's on Apple TV, and it's just going to be coming out soon, where Pa's telling the story of this Hawaiian chief during Kamehameha's time period. And so it's going to be a really cool series. Look forward to that.
They just wrapped up filming up in the Big Island.
Right.
Yeah? I seen the after party. What a cool selection and cast they had over there.
Right.
And there you go, Ehukai Beach, the famous Ehukai Beach Park right here. And there you go, Monster Energy tent for Salt and Air Studios. Thank you to Monster Energy, Lowe's, and Andrea and Keala Iwohi. Monster in the house, fueling us up. Why fly away from battle when you can stay and smash like a monster? Beautiful. Pitt as his board exits without him.
Invisible.
Oh, man.
That
Invisible
was our body
man.
surfer. So,
Yeah, just kind of getting caught in the wave, doing some body surfing. He will get back out to the lineup as currently in this heat number 6 of their third Surf into Hui Backdoor Shootout presented by Keiki Bungalows is Quicksilver, Team Quicksilver with Joey Johnson, Easy Lau, Koa Rothman, and Reef McIntosh. And we'll alert you who this surfer is paddling back out as you got the next heat set to go. Coming up next will be Snap 5. And yeah.
Right. So yeah, so a lot of stories today we're telling about, since it's kind of a chill day, Aloha Sunday,
Big time.
Hawaiian
Love
History
it.
Day. So we'll be telling some stories. But I always love that one because, you know, Imai DeVault is a great
Hey,
surfer.
gang.
That
All
name
aloha.
has a lot of mana. A lot of our families down on the beach today.
Yeah, these guys are pumped. I love it. If you guys are just joining us, come out and support the North Shore community, for it is wintertime. And look right here, Koa Rothman, double pump. And just that, it was a beautiful pipe wave, and just that ending just had that little wonk on it, and it wasn't going to let Brother Koa out. And, you know, talking about our brothers, we have a bunch of brother seeds in this event, Koa Rothman being one of them, along with his brother Makuakai Rothman.
Right.
And Lono Rothman, let's not forget about him. I know you're tuning in home now. And Lono Rothman, the baby brother of the Rothman brothers.
So I'm going to take a break in a little while, but if you're interested, I'm going to pick up with the rest of the story
Yes,
by talking
please.
about other warriors. And a lot of our warriors, their names are very, here's a replay here of Reef McIntosh's wave, where he got under the cover, and from this angle, he'll disappear. This shot is from backdoor. Comes out right at the sandbar.
Still a big wave. Reef stands tall at 6'2", 6'3".
Beautiful coloring of the water. Drags.
He has beautiful technique.
So a lot of these warriors we're seeing in the water here today. We have a lot of names of warriors that are all over our landscape in Hawaii with our street name. Here we go. This was Koa Rothman. He's pumping. Look at that, traveling.
Wow.
Unfortunately, it shut down at the end there. But some of these names, Kahikili was from Maui. You know, people know Kahikili Highway, maybe named after one of the most feared chief of Maui. No one could beat him. Then, of course, Kamehameha, who's Paia. We'll talk about him. In fact, in the heat here, we have Ezekiel Lau, who's, you know, who's a graduate of Kamehameha schools. Yep. And I had the fortune of being a coach for the surf team at Kamehameha schools for many years. And so he definitely started a cool legacy of surfing up on that campus.
Yeah.
And maybe this is
well raised.
Paddling for this one right here.
He took time out to finish
Pulls
school.
into this one. Come on, let's come out of this. Spit.
That sand just kind of speeding up things right at the end of the photographer bowl.
You can see, though, he was pretty close to that exit. It's Koa Rothman, live action.
Foamy one. He's going to ride and speed over the foam. Beautiful kick out.
Zips by his fellow competitor.
Yep.
There he is.
Guy
Koa
showed
Rothman.
up today. He's ready. Pumped pipeline technician. Both of him and his brothers have shared plenty injuries. And yeah, what's the other chiefs
so we'll talk
here?
about Kamehameha. And Kamehameha was trained by this master, this martial arts master. Hawaii, the martial arts called Lua. And that guy's name was Keku Haupio. So we'll talk a little bit about that relationship between Kamehameha and his trainer, Keku Haupio. Chief Kalani Pu'u, Ke'eamoku, which is a street name right there by Ala Moana Shopping Center.
Oh, wow.
Here we have a warrior paddling for this one. Goofy footer in the barrel, traveling. Nice exit.
That's his first make, and he is stoked as he'll kick out with conviction onto the inside bowl of gums. Recap.
Yeah, this is Ezekiel Lau on that last one. He was stalling. Oh, no, this is his first wave of the heat. Sorry, this is a heat recap. Zeke had a great wave to open this. Beautiful. Koa Rothman's been really busy in this heat. This is an amazing one. He's driving, comes out. One of the best waves of the morning. Koa Rothman.
He is stoked on that wave. Also sitting in third place, so Koa Rothman stoked as Reef McIntosh zips into this one. not a deep one, but great vision for reef.
Yeah, this is cool. Again, pumping and so deep, but too deep for.
Oh, right on the takeoff, he got compressed. Joey Johnson's beautiful backdoor. As he disappears, full cover up. Almost gets knocked off at the end, but no, not today. Joey Johnson came to play.
Dismount, I loved it. And this one here is Reef McIntosh. We're stalling for this one. It gets really shallow on the sandbar.
Gorgeous.
Amazing heat. You're watching the Backdoor Shootout 2023. This is our final day of competition. Looking at Quicksilver, their team. We're going to be right back with more action, so stay with us.
Aloha, gang.
Surfing's Hawaii is a gift to the world of sports. It really is something that emanated from these islands with aloha and it went around the world.
Where sometimes the spirit of the surfing has been lost because of corporate involvement, or guys surfing because they want to go, make all this money, get famous, go on the world tour and stuff, which is not a bad deal.
By the time 1976 rolled around, it was time to organize a circuit. We created the circuit and called it the International Professional Surfing. It was a cooperative effort between surfers and contests to try to advance the concept of professional surfing.
IPS and professional surfing, it just brought more people here, wanting to come to Hawaii and surf the 7 Mile Miracle.
I can remember when we'd be surfing that guys would kick us out of the water, because they're going to hold a contest.
Corporate sponsors, they come in and think they can just come by and drop money and monopolize our culture.
Because what was happening on the North Shore, outsiders coming here and treading on our place and being disrespectful, to the locals out here, to the people out here.
North Shore was, at one time, it was running amok.
We formed our club to let them know there is a people of this land.
4 founders had the insight to say, no, we're not going to bow down to you guys. You guys come into our house. This is our place. You guys either got to do it our way or don't come back.
We love people coming to Hawaii and having a good time, but we definitely don't like people moving here and then telling us how to live in our land.
Well, the original Hui really wasn't the Hui. It was, they dubbed themselves the Black Shorts.
And protest this contest.
And they had the police, down there.
I can remember that day because it came to that point and the energy, or it was so high, it was so tense.
We had to walk a tightrope between accommodating them and keeping the contest alive.
That's when the little headbanging got to get started.
Just for a day, the monarchs of our kings and queens would visit all the islands and saw everything. How would they feel about the changes of our land? Or could you just imagine if they were around and saw a concrete jungle? This is the payoff.
What's up, gang? Good afternoon. Welcome back to the 2023 Hui Backdoor Shootout, brought to you by Keiki Bungalows. My name is Ezra Rodriguez, bringing you live action with my buddy and legend, Rocky Cannon. How you doing, my brother?
Aloha, bro. Doing so good. Look at these waves. This is live action
right off
for
the bat.
Team Snapped 5. What a way to come into back from a commercial break.
Oh, yeah.
Look at these sets, bro. The waves are like pumping. Take it off under the lip.
Woo, beautiful.
That
Clay
was
Marzol,
heavy.
quick zip, into some thunderous closeout. And I'm really excited about, Snap 4 gets me pumped. I'm excited about Snap 5.
Yeah. Kicking it up a notch to the next level. I want to say shout out to brother Skip Taylor tuning in. Eva Beach. How's it? All my folks in the 904 Jacksonville area, the Jaguars had an amazing win last night.
Yeah.
That was one for the history books. Uncle Chris, love you guys tuning in. Soon to be another Papa 2 times over. My cousin Josh about to have a baby boy. So
on.
The new Jaguars
Uncle
being
cousin.
born as we speak over there in North Florida. But yeah, shout outs to all of you guys. Danger, the crew, everybody, G Money, you guys all rocking it hard. Brother Ross for the Jags last night. All right, back to some surfing and just the amazing waves that we've seen already here for round 3. I know you went through some of the scores from yesterday,
but they're definitely changing.
And with the mix of waves we've seen from the very first heat of a Team New Earth project, Kelly
Slater's
and the
Backdoor,
gang, was just heat after heat of
Smith.
improving scores.
Yep.
Team Japan got waves on the board.
Yep.
Team Quicksilver, who we just saw, doing some great things. The Peruvian Tubos team also throwing some
hard charging
good scores down. Pipeline Hammers. So everybody's continuing to pour on the good scores. And the conditions today, much more conducive for the volume of scores that we're going to see. Yesterday, it was like pick them in between. If you can get one, you're going to be stoked.
Or don't get one at all.
And plenty of guys didn't get one at all. And just kind of holding their cards a little bit, waiting for this kind of day. But today, it's going to be the quantity of scores. And the people that I don't envy the most right now are Flynn, Doug, and Barton.
Oh, my
the
gosh.
Judges
What a panel.
have their hands full.
So good to see Swivel Hips, Doug Silva, one of my favorite goofy footers. That guy absolutely rips. And wow, beautiful vision as it's going to slap down hard on his back. This is Team.
Well, one of the cool things about Team Snapped 5 is that they've been able to kind of plug and play their surfers, as Clay Marzol with that crazy late drop right there. But unfortunate, Mason had to bow out with the stitches laceration injury. And who takes his place?
Oh, yes.
None other than his dad, the living legend, and just all around amazing surfer, Michael Ho, steps in yesterday. Hopefully he's out there again today.
Footer.
But we're going to look at a backhand Clay Marzol backdoor special.
Oof, the guy has great backside technique.
That was Uncle Mike on the way before. He's got that orange board.
And then changed his board again.
Seth Moniz.
The Moniz brothers' legacy. What a great surfing family.
So yet another barrel to be scored and logged in.
Yeah.
And like I said, I'm not envying Joel Centeo, part of that crew also.
Good guy to have.
Kind of heading up. Yeah, he's been doing a lot for our Haliva Menehune down at Ali'is and HIO as well. So mahalo Joel and all the folks upstairs in that judging area that are making the behind the scenes occur and happen, which is so vital and important to our overall success.
Excellent surfers, mentors, and they also, like Joel Centeo's generation, they've all taken a role in the surf industry. You know what I mean? Put in their time as professional surfers, and now they got big roles. And awesome stuff by you guys. What a great panel. Everybody on the panel is a great surfer. As you got Clay Marzol on his backhand, so much So much style with this guy. Once he touches the water, it is on. As you could see, Seth Moniz dropping down on this one. Here's another angle from the backdoor view. Yeah, so you were watching Pipeline, and this is their third surf. So much is changing, and hey, Rock, they're going to be surfing a fourth time today.
Yeah.
So even more upping the ante as you got Uncle Mike leading the pack over there. Nobody.
I love that drone shot with the separation, the edge of the reef, basically right there.
Yep.
All the photographers over sand right now, which is quite typical when Pipeline does its thing. But we talked about it the last couple of days, and if you're on the beach hearing me, I was talking about the swell dusting off the reef like a home plate umpire does home plate with the little brush. And that west swell sweeping all that sand over towards the north of the break, and where the surfers are, where that dark area is, obviously the reef that's below. But what a beautiful
so many
drone
designs
shot
in the reef.
Yeah.
Hull falling from the sky. Beautiful, deep inside the barrel. That looks like Josh Moniz going for the hull.
Are correct.
Yeah. Going for the rodeo flip. Clay Marzal again, I believe, or Benji Brand.
That might have been Benji.
Benji, you know, that's one of my favorite segments in Snap 4. Right off the bat, dark, ominous Pipeline. Benji Brand put so much time in here with the Moniz brothers, and he's here to surf heavy pipe and backdoor. Yeah.
Yeah. Uncle Mike having a look at that one. Look at out the back. So much more waves. What a blessing, and well worth the wait. You know, we had a waiting period that started on January 4th, and the conditions, we had almost every type of condition except for good contestable surf. We had too big, too small, too windy, too south, too west, something was either too something or not enough something.
Yep.
And you get a little bit antsy as you go through the waiting period, and there are some days where you feel like, oh, you just want to pull the trigger, but you've got to kind of, you know, reholster it and put it back in the hip because there's better days coming.
Exactly.
And, you know, you don't want to shoot yourself in the foot, so to speak. By making the wrong call. So waiting for yesterday produced some great scores. It was a little testy, or a very testy, I should say. And then you come into this final day of our holding period. And
final day of gold.
Thank you, Lord, for these beautiful conditions. What a way to end it off.
Yeah. Mahalo. Beautiful day as these guys, they came to play. And yeah, that's what's so characteristic about this prestige event is there's so many different, you know, swell directions, dark and ominous, brackish green Pipeline we had last year. That was awesome. I still go over the footage by Eric Eppel from Salt and Pepper Studios, and I can't wait to see what they've come up this year in the slow-mo. So
we saw some of those earlier in the broadcast, and we can probably queue up more, I'm sure, but
Uncle Mike looking at something.
Yeah,
he's going to go paddle deeper. He's looking at his lineup.
Always checking the landmarks on the beach. Very important.
Guy is so good. What size board do you think Uncle Mike's riding right now?
Maybe like a 610 or something.
610? He goes for a little bit more foam for him. He's smart. He's from that era.
Totally, bro. You hit it spot on. He's from the, you know, that old school where the learning how to manage and maneuver bigger boards was part of it.
But there's also that generation, like I'm going to throw it out there, Uncle Max Medeiros from Kauai. He was riding those Twinser boards, and he was riding a 6062. So riding really small pipe boards, that was nothing new because Max Medeiros was already doing that when you were a young boy paddling out to pipe.
Yeah, for sure, bro. Check this grab rail technique. So sound and solid.
Josh, good to have him back in competition.
Yeah.
You know, 2 years ago, he had that massive injury, and he is surfing so good. I want to see this guy get on tour soon. He's definitely on his way.
Looking at the water shot, just inverted drop, somehow sticks the rail in there, holds it in. and trying for a little acrobatics at the end. Here was
Benji
Benji
Brand.
Brand, just a quick in and out. That one just exploded.
Yeah, not liking what he's seeing, so he's out the back as we got a beautiful backdoor schmedium one. It gets spit right out. That is either Seth or Josh. I believe that's Josh, Rock.
Yeah, I want to thank all of you folks for tuning in and checking out this year's the Hui Backdoor Shootout presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows.
Thank
if
you,
you've got
Lon.
info you want to send over, questions, you can email us at nsoghawaii@gmail. I've got also folks that are sending text messages as well. We appreciate all the positive feedback and any of the questions you have. Of course, having the knowledge of Dr. Isaiah Walker has been such an amazing addition to this event the last handful of years plus, and enabling us to bring you such different angles of the broadcast, you know, with Kainoa McGee and the knowledge he has of all the waves and the knowledge that you have being around our community for so long and being a part of it, being, you know, with different teams, especially Team Quicksilver, being on the ins with those guys for decades, and everything that we contribute makes our job a lot of fun. And also, I'm hoping that it brings a kind of broadcast and information that you, the viewers, can get behind and also help contribute to sending us messages. So we appreciate it a lot, and we enjoy bringing it to you.
Yep, there's so much to do with our surfing culture. Kanaka He'inalu as waves are approaching. And yeah, I didn't see any teams get mowed over as we got a taker right here, nice and deep. I believe that is Seth Moniz. Beautiful midline pump through this pipe cone. That was beautiful, Rock.
Yeah, I mean,
sheesh.
Patience and commitment for Seth, knowing that at some point that wave was going to curl over, but it didn't do it right off the bat.
How's the distance he came from, too?
That was a well-covered wave. That was half a football field for sure.
Yep. Good ride by Seth Moniz as he knows that Josh took two waves right in the beginning.
Yeah, see the current pulling from right to left, from left to right still. That's a great indicator of the amount of west that is still in the swell. Michael Ho, the legend, doing it. I'm sure the beach is going wild.
Wild.
It's a little muffled in our headphones here for us, but I just love watching guys that are still doing it. And, you know, I will say I'm only going to use this phrase just to describe, you know, past his prime, because obviously his prime was, you know, 80s and late 80s and early 90s. And he was just owning events, you know, with the best of them. And now he's in the more experienced age category, having a son that's doing it now. But
original professional surfers.
Rocking it, bro. I just love that.
Back in the day, I love him and Tony Moniz's interview, $500 a month. And then Uncle Tony's like, my kids would tease me, right?
Yeah.
But I put on these gloves to make an extra 50 to 100 bucks. Look at Uncle Mike. These guys are pioneers of that generation. So if you're a pro surfer, you're earning a check, you got to be thankful and grateful because these guys paved that way, you know?
Yeah, they were the, you know, also for lack of a better term, kind of the guinea pigs of pro surfing, of like, where is this thing going to go? How big is it going to get?
Yeah.
What kind of, you know, career our future surfers going to be able to have? And
they also get used. It's the old Hawaiian story. Oh, don't worry. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. We're going to fly you here. You're the man.
Yeah.
We've heard it all before.
And so guys like Uncle Mike have really, like you said, Ezra, nailed it, paved the way for what these current professionals are able to do. And they do have a lot of gratitude owed to that generation.
And Uncle D, Derek Ho, first Hawaiian world champion.
Yeah.
That's massive, you know? So.
Yeah, to give a shout out to brother Tom tuning in.
Yeah, Tom.
And a memorable pipe wave surfed by a European surfer in the last 10 years. You know, gosh, we have had some European standouts, you know, namely, I want to say from like Portugal, a lot of Portuguese surfers that have done very well here.
Hard charging.
The most recent I can think of, you know, would be a guy like Frederico Moraes, who's done really well
killer
at Pipeline. But thank you, Tom, for tuning in. And Dylan, all the way in the UK, Cornwall, UK. And
wow. UK, yeah. Shout out to Ben Skinner from Thunderbolt Firewire Board.
Surfing in cold water. You guys are so hardcore, bruh. And the Daesh family, Eli, the Little Ripper, and all the Ohana, you guys take care and be safe over there. Stay warm, I should say. And but keep surfing. You guys inspire me a lot. I'm totally and utter hold you guys in so much high regard and respect for
the UK got
for the surfing that is done around the world and in places like the UK. You guys, good
they
job.
Got, like spots, like
keep ripping, bro.
Yeah, rip it up.
Check it out. Grabbing rails, side flipping.
Wow, fins buckle loose, and he still held it through. I believe that was our Seth Moniz.
That would be a cool one to look at, either from the water angle or in slow motion, of just how disengage those fins. And it looks like he's calling for the ski because
so committed.
I think a fin might. We witnessed a fin breaking loose there, and we could tell. We saw that tail just like release.
And then you just gave me this overwhelming chicken skin because I just had a vision of little Eric Diaz busting his fin on that red board, bottom turning into a pipe missile.
That center spread in Surfer, that was
pay homage to these guys.
Yeah, the backside bottom turn seen and heard around the world.
But this Moniz legacy, I know this guy could surf pipe with a middle fin and a right fin.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Excuse me, left fin. It kind of looked...
Maybe even no fins.
Yeah, no fins.
No
That's a humbling experience, but watching on our first day of competition before the stand-up paddle and the longboard started, Pomai, Pili, unreal. I mean, the guy had so much fun in the first day. Doing every division, but I also seen him surfing Alaya, Clay Marzal rock.
Yeah.
Too deep, though.
Yeah, just positioning is everything if you're going to make a wave at pipe, and a little too deep for Clay Marzal.
But this guy's a creature.
Hawaii Water Patrol getting Seth Moniz back out there.
Yep, so kind of cool. I don't know what fin brand he was riding, but you can either grab another board or you can just pop your fins right out nowadays.
Yeah, that's.
And then talking to a lot of you surfers, I mean, I know a lot of people all have different stuff. People surfing this wave really prefer glass-on fins as well, so to each its own. Out the back, Clay Marzal making it out over the back.
I want to give a shout out to Hawaiian Water Patrol, Uncle Terry Hui, Brian Keolana, Melvin Pu'u, Dennis Govea, the original four innovators of
Waterman's Bible.
The Bible and the technique that has spawned from, you know, a couple of heads and ideas and a way to create more expedience and efficiency in the water doing rescues, and something that has now totally gone worldwide and global, and just shows you Hawaiian ingenuity still in practice.
Big time.
You know, to present day, you know, with all the other inventions Hawaiians brought to the rest of the world, surfing, fish ponds, other things like that, fish farming, I should say, and then now to, you know, this rescue technique that is
the best
attributed to Hawaiian Water Patrol. So thank you, Uncle Terry, Uncle Brian, Uncle Mel, Uncle Dennis, and everyone that you guys have trained all the way down the line. Kavika Foster, namely my main mentor. So shouts out to all you guys, bro.
I remember when you got into this announcing thing, you and Kavika Foster were together quite a lot, all through the summer events I would come.
Oh, yeah. Siamese twins.
Love those
together. Check that out. Standing tall in a barrel.
Clay Marzal.
That's Clay. Wow. Clay is just came to play.
He did. I'm excited that he's in this event, you know. Sometimes you got to remind him, go across the street and go surfing, because once this guy touches water, it's over.
Yeah, and he's been... you know, was a super crazy force to be reckoned with coming out of the junior ranks. and floated around a little bit. And good to
Such
see
a
him.
good story.
Good to see him back and doing great things at Pipe during the Hui Backdoor Shootout.
Big time. And thank you to all our sponsors, Monster Energy. For those of you that work hard, play hard, unleash your inner beast. Thank you, Keala Iwohi, and always supporting the Backdoor Shootout, along with Odom Corporation, Brother AK, Aaron Kim, White Claw, and Kona Brew, bringing it to you. And
the Pauhana specials.
Hey, Rock, I just, it's lunchtime. I just wanted to have a chip and shout out to Sinaloa here.
Grab some surf chips.
Look how crispy
Sinaloa.
and good this stuff is. Oh, man.
Yeah, we got Haleiwa Juice also contributing, helping out. Defend Hawaii, we mentioned them earlier in the broadcast. Mahalo, Brother Mike, all the folks at
DefendHawaii.com to get all this killer gear that we've been wearing throughout the week. The shirts, the hoodies, the hats. Also, Hui.com, huh?
Yeah, and Reason Eyewear, Reason Scene Company with the polarized eyewear, mahalo. Aloha Salads, right there. Some healthy options in Wahioa. Two Thumbs Tattoo in Mililani. Salt and Air Productions. Thank you, Mike Prickett and
this whole cast.
Dave Boyne and all the great folks. Michael Ho, thank you for doing that right there, Uncle Mike.
That was legit, Rock.
Oh, that was so legit and still get 'em.
Oh,
bruh.
No holds bar.
I would challenge any one of you guys or any folks out there to find somebody that is the same age level and age range to paddle out at Pipe and do some of the things that he's doing. It is purely so unprecedented.
Yeah. Years back, even in the Eddy, just pulling into the shore break. He is such an innovator, man.
Yeah.
And it's so good to see his legacy, his seeds. And he's just riding to the beach. It looks like he's almost riding a bigger board than yesterday, but I can't be too sure. He definitely changed it up from yesterday. Oh, Uncle Mike.
Yeah, that was really well done and worth seeing a couple times over again and again.
Paying his respects. Look at that. Uncle Mike.
Yeah. What a legend.
Talking to Uncle D. Hey, thanks for that.
Yeah. Oh, that was the fins free released.
And we've seen years of that, going to longboarding, Herbie Fletcher side slip boogie. It's the beast. And then when you don't make that, that is a different kind of over the handlebars as Clay Marzal. So good to have him in this event this year. And Snap 5. You guys go check out Snap 4. He's got an amazing segment. That whole video from beginning to end. If Oahu's flat, you're going to be super frothed. You know what I mean? Once you watch a video like that, you're going to instantly want to surf. And good job to the production crew on Snap 4.
Here comes some bomb sets.
Brah, there goes the photographers.
Yeah, fins up, heads down.
No joke.
I want to say mahalo also to Himiko Organics. They've been a great addition to our team. So mahalo to you guys so much. Thank you.
Yep, coming in clutch every year. And to huiohe'enalu.org.
And we saw some shots from our opening ceremony and things that the protocols that we're taking care of there. And we want to say a special mahalo to Lanakila Mangawil and Kalekoa Kaeo, Kapule Flores, and Kai Fo for flying in from the Big Island.
Yeah.
And Healani Pale, Makayo, and Nani Villanueva all over the Oahu water protectors joining us. So we appreciate
mahalo
all of you folks for helping us with our opening ceremonies. Michael Ho appreciates that very much too.
Quad
See the
Mayhem.
Fin special.
Roger that. What an amazing man. Here we go, right here. So much history and culture. Look at him pull up into the tube. He gets sprayed, comes out, and he's going to do a full-on round snap on his gun.
Yeah.
Some people can't even turn their guns, and I appreciate the whole family so much. Oh, beautiful drone shot. Good job, Pilot Pat from Salt and Air Studios. Oh, someone get one half, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Josh Moniz walking up the beach with his legendary uncle. Awesome stuff. So, hey, shout out to the Hui Nalu co-founders, all Uncle Eddie, Uncle Byron Omona, Uncle Terry, Chase Elkos, amazing, and to the Hui Nalu board
family as well. Yep.
Uncle David.
Check this out. Pipe Dreams. Benji Brandt, I think.
Beautiful, Rocky.
Wow.
Laybacks out of it. That was massive, Rock. Beautiful.
The wave was gorgeous.
He traveled beyond a football field, and he's stoked with it, Rock.
And just confirming that was Benji, yeah? Yeah, that's Benji.
Benji.
Because
Lighter
he
blue
and
trunks.
Clay sometimes look similar when you just take a quick look. But what patience for Benji in this whole heat. You know, hasn't had much and was biding his time. Looks like Michael and Josh might just be cruising back to the beach, and then Benji stays out there and says, I gotta try to get at least one.
Yeah, because he's a very respectable young man. You know what I mean? He's you know,
he's gonna let Uncle Mike get what he wants and be a good team player out there. And Benji says, when it comes to me though, and I'm in the spot, I will gladly show you guys what I got.
He knows how to pick them. He's like that kid, Jake Maki. I mean, these guys play out when there's like not a lot of people out at pipe and it's really dangerous.
Right.
He's one of those guys at sample. Who's this, Rock?
That was Clay Marzo.
Wow, kicking out, digging in with attitude.
I mean,
Look,
there's
on the
so
beach.
many good waves. I don't even know where to start of who would be in what position because here's another pipe barrel. Are you kidding me?
He almost came out.
Wow.
He body surfed the top of the lip and floated with his body. That was extreme.
A body surfing floater after a pipe barrel.
Woo, Mark Cunningham, he's innovating. He stepped off his board and then he body surfed, floated, and landed right on his belly. Awesome. As you can see, that sand has formed a half moon circle.
Yeah, so here's Benji's double barrel. He's going to come out of that one. And then, oh no, sorry, I think that was Clay Marzo. With Michael Ho, easy to spot with
Recap
that
of
nice
the heat.
bright orange board.
He almost came out of that, and he would have had 2 beautiful scores.
And then Clay shows us what he can do at backdoor.
Oh, yes, beautiful pipe bomb here.
Doing what he does.
Josh, and then going out for the rodeo flip. Guy is no stranger to landing massive airs. Josh Moniz and Seth Moniz. Wow, what a beautiful high drone shot.
The high drone of Josh's wave. Seth Moniz,
beautiful.
That one being real patient, able to find that clean cover and exit.
He set that mid-rail perfect, and here we go. Pops is huge make, drops down, beast.
Yeah.
And then he's not done yet because he's an entertainer. Hi-ya!
You could probably just time stamp that one and match it to something from 1982, and it would be just so.
And he didn't safety snap it either.
Yeah. And
Benji.
This was Benji Brandt, and then goes into that next section and the layback exit.
Oh, beautiful wave right here. Here we go from the water shot. Hey, guys, we'll be right back as we're going to have another team coming up for you. Check you guys out. Isaiah and Rock coming up next. Aloha.
while heading towards the Side Islands this weekend. 40 to 60 foot faces and exposed spots.
Here for the Winter Classic, yeah? Welcome back.
Yo, welcome back. It is day number 3 of competition, our final day here at the 2023, the Hui Backdoor Shootout, presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows, probably just out of the left side of your frame, around the corner down the beach area. And we are into the final heat of round 1. It is Team Volcom, a team to be reckoned with, as all these teams so far this morning have been getting epic rides, backdoor, pipeline. It's all opening up. Rocky Cannon with Isaiah Walker. Isaiah, conditions starting to shape up. We've seen countless epic rides.
Yeah, I mean, just look how nice and groomed it is. It was really glassy this morning. You're seeing a little bit more of the trade starting to blow.
Right.
But it's perfect that actually you want that, so it keeps the barrel open for our competitors. And in this heat with Volcom, we have Balaram Stack, Noah Dean, Makana Pang, Kaine Hunt, Jake Maki, and that looked like Jake Maki right there, sending it.
Yeah, young Charger from the North Shore had a really cool accolade for charging Waimea last year that was awarded to him. And I get to work alongside with him over at Turtle Bay. He does work for the JOB Surf School, and I've got my NSOG thing going on, so we rub shoulders, cross paths quite a bit. And Jake, hard worker, great kid, good attitude, talented surfer, and obviously no scared him.
No scared. Well, today, hopefully you're tuning in, and in the lulls when there's not a lot of action, but there is a lot of action, which makes it a little more challenging. But I'm talking Aloha Sunday, Hawaiian History Day. So we've been bringing you some historical context to surfing, because surfing is very much so integrated into Hawaiian culture. And the Hui Backdoor Shootout is dedicated to the cultural aspects of surfing, particularly with Hawaii. So glad you guys are joining us, and it's good to be with you, Rocky. I know you've been down on, at the, commenting on the beach, And so it's great to have you back.
Yeah, we've got a good rotation going. I was just mentioning to Ezra, every little angle that we add and cover from our different backgrounds with Kainoa as well, and yourself and me and Ezra, it is a great team effort and good combination of knowledge that we are able to bring to you folks. And looking at this wave from the last heat of Benji Brandt, double barrel, kind of that second section, just couldn't hold on with that layback exit, but still for the shootout status, he'll get some credit. Another body surfing exit right there. And then this one gonna come out super clean. And that was the same wave.
Looked
but
like Balaram Stack, maybe.
This was from the last heat. We were watching.
Pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken.
There's Mikey Red.
Mikey Red.
So,
yeah,
you could be right.
Yeah, Balaram Stack. This is
I
Jake
could have sworn I
Maki
saw that from
taking off late.
From previously too. But that was Benji Brandt on that double barrel.
That was right.
So a little kind of ending of the last heat and then the beginning of this heat, the transition. Yep, exactly. And a good look at our beach setup right there, the most popular real estate in the surfing community right here, beachfront at Pipeline. Volcom, they're out there right now. Credit to Team Volcom being the first company to invest actually
this looks like Mikey
with
Red.
Mikey Red doing it, bruh. Wow.
Honoli's finest.
Yeah, true that, bruh.
No, that's awesome. And Mikey, I mean, he had to come back from a pretty heavy head injury that he got, I believe, from surfing here at Pipeline. And I mean, I know him pretty well. We're both from Hilo.
Yeah.
I'm a lot older than him, though. But I remember, anyway, but
that's a couple of years.
But it's great to see that he's been able to recover and back surfing at Pipeline. And so that was an incredible wave.
There's such a really maybe underrated might be a word, or lesser known, or just underground ripping crew from that East Hawaii Island zone of guys like the Morgan brothers, the O'Shaughnessy brothers, guys that you've been around and grew up with that
Noah
from your generation, Noah Johnson, and then
Ulu Boy Napiahi.
Yeah, and that, I mean, there's just a huge contingency when you start naming and thinking about everybody there, and they don't always aren't the loudest guys or the the most exuberant guys. They kind of let their surfing do the talking.
Oh, look at this surfing do the talking. Oof.
And but when you stop and think about it, there's so much talent from that little pocket of Hawaii.
And it's hard because there's not a lot of waves.
Right.
Cliff Capono is another one from Hilo.
Yep.
Oh, it's a replay of this Mikey Red
bruh. That was
that
so well done, bro. That was so impressive.
Yeah, Mikey.
And love it when it happens to good guys like Mikey.
Deep in that barrel.
Oh, bro, he's gone.
Riding the foam ball.
There was, like, if you pause it, you're like, okay, there's an empty wave of pipe. There's nobody in there. And then he comes flying out. Oh, he's stoked. Well-deserved, well-earned. Former Wave of the Winter winner. He's done so many cool things in the water that don't have to deal with, like, your regular surf contest. He's just one of those, like, humble warriors that goes out and charges and lets his surfing do the talking.
Yeah. And so he didn't surf yesterday. I guess they're rotating guys, right? Because they have a roster of 6 people.
Right.
Oh, here we have a wave coming through a set.
Yeah, he's probably happy that his number was picked today.
Yeah. See if anybody takes this wave. Well, we're talking about warriors, and one of those warriors I was talking about earlier when you were on break was Kamehameha the warrior. And Kamehameha was also a surfer from the Big Island.
Okay.
So we're talking about
he's from Big
Hilo
Island too,
legends, but he actually was from North Kohala, Kohala, but his story is essentially how he becomes first of all the Ali'i Nui, the main chief over the island of Hawaii, and he does that through warfare. So he's the nephew of Kalaniʻōpuʻu, who's one of the main chiefs of the Big Island, who was in Kona.
Okay.
There's a lot of kind of coolness to Kamehameha's birth. So a lot of signs in the heavens, in the sky. So there was they said a new star in the sky, which was actually a comet that appeared in the sky. There's a lot of prophecy as to somebody who would unite the islands through warfare. And so because of all that prophecy, when he was born, there was a lot of fear that he was going to be killed. In fact, there was a plot to kill the child when he was first born.
This story reminds me of something I've heard in the Bible.
Yes. Very good.
But go on, please.
Yeah, so there's some parallels, right, with some of these stories, Moses and others. But yeah, so there's a prophecy about him, and he ends up, like, as soon as he's born, he's rushed off to be hidden in Pololu Valley and raised by a guy named Naiole. And Naiole raises him, says that he taught him how to swim before he could walk.
Wow.
And which is, these days that's possible. It happens as some children are able to learn to swim as they're young babies. So he was avid person of the water. Then he was trained up in the proper ways of the chief, learning how to do the various martial arts of Hawaiian lua, the martial art, and also raising him up in the ocean, knowing how to fish, to farm, to surf, to a variety of other things. So Kamehameha, actually, one of his favorite ways of surfing was doing step-offs in big waves. Now you may wonder, what
is he stepping off of?
So most step-offs are usually done these days on a jet ski, right?
Right.
He did it with a canoe.
Oh, okay.
So they paddle him into a canoe, and step off, and here we have a rider looking to step into this double up, and it's a little too far inside. Oh,
yeah, just so much energy released right there. I was saying on the beach, Mike, yesterday, like, imagine we could probably power the whole state of Hawaii if there was some way to harness the amount of energy being released in that. That short amount of impact zone. But anyway.
Yeah, so Kamehameha is a surfer, and he's a powerful chief, and he eventually starts to conquer the islands. He's trained in his youth first by Naiole, but later, as he's a young man and he's growing up, one of his main trainers or his coaches is a guy named Kekuhaupio. And here we have Mikey Red on another one, side slipping.
Wow.
A little too deep on that one.
Yeah, you saw the board shaking just a little, and we did see Seth Moniz in the previous heat have his fins become disengaged, and it looked like that was kind of on the brink of happening to Mikey O'Shaughnessy right there. And then he reset the rail, was able to recalibrate it, looked like, but then by that time just a little too far behind and couldn't keep up with it. So Mikey will be back out for another swing at it.
Yes, So Kekuhaupio was like this warrior trainer of Kamehameha, and the guy just was legend in the kind of battles that he would do. And then the Hawaiian martial art, the lua, is like a bone-breaking bone-breaking art, right? Kind of like grappling, where you're like dislocating
but almost like a standing jujitsu, if you will, because did they roll around a lot?
Yeah, there was grappling too. They had this. I mean, they talk about tying people in knots. And, in fact, when Captain James Cook, and in the same time, actually, James Cook met Kamehameha when he was a young warrior. He was on the ship, and he says, boy, this guy is intimidating.
Yeah.
They said he was near 7 feet tall and just all muscle.
Wow.
And the whole time he was asking was about their weapons of war. And here we go. Oh, Balaram balancing, doing the juggle act on that backwash.
Yeah, he got a little bit of ribs in the face there that were in the wave. And
little do-si-do.
Little bit of something could be tripping up some of the surfers, because now we've seen at least a few of the guys have a little bit of shakiness on the drop, and that could be some of that backwash that we saw earlier impacting the takeoff area. We'll watch again. Mikey O'Shaughnessy, you saw him, his board kind of almost become disengaged from the wave for a moment, and for that split second, he lost traction, and that's all it takes for you to lose ground. And then you see Balaram, too, dealing with something a little funky on that takeoff. So there are some perfect waves out here, but there are some that still have a little bit of...
this is Makana Pang pulling into a beautiful pipeline wave.
And that was a clean takeoff. No hitches or any
combobulation.
You know, crazy things happening in the beginning. Nice and smooth on that one. So I'm going to get a little bit of both kinds of takeoffs today, with the backwash hindering some of them, but then your timing being good with the other ones and going to be smooth. And, you know, for pipeline speaking, you know, not easy. It's hardly ever easy, but maybe not as difficult as some other waves.
Oh, look at these waves coming in.
Yeah, just stacks and mountains of water unloading on a reef that's only, you know, waist deep in some cases, when you're literally measuring all that water sucking out, and where you're bottom turning, you know, over the reef, you're talking about, you know, 3 to 4 feet maybe. That one's gonna sweep everybody across, and the current still looking like that solid left to right direction. So the westerly angle still very much in play here, as we see pipeline being the more favored direction for the most part. We have seen some backdoor gems that have made their appearance, and surfers have taken advantage, but mostly pipe.
Yeah, so back to our story about warriors. We have warriors in the water right now, and a lot of our Hawaiian warriors and we're talking about the late 1700s here with King Kamehameha. He's not king quite yet in the story, but he's a rising chief. And here we see a rising wave, Makana Pang right back out there.
Yeah, wow, that's great turnaround for Makana, able to get back out, and then he's going to be patient with it on the inside and have a little extension to work with, and a lot of backwash happening over there.
Funky one. So yeah, Kamehameha becomes a powerful warrior, and he's conquering the islands through battle. And I was mentioning how Kekuhaupio, as his trainer, was like an expert martial artist, and the Hawaiian martial arts called the Lua. It's kind of cool because even to this day, you have a tradition of warrior kind of fighting, right? Even in the UFC, the Native Hawaiian population is pretty small in relation to the rest of the world, right?
Correct.
Not just from Hawaii, but also from other cousins in the Pacific, the South Pacific. Here we see Makana Pang. That was a beautiful one. Probably will hope to get a little deeper, but the water angle looked beautiful for sure.
Yeah, and you know, we were talking earlier of just the opportunity that these surfers have getting these photos for their sponsors and for their teams, because having an empty lineup, if you're going to shoot your guy and try to get waves of him, and here's Makana's extension of a wave, water patrol and photographers over there kind of not expecting Makana to ride that one so wide right there, which is totally fine. That's a part of the wave where you're not going to get the big score anyway. So no problems there for Makana. But
yeah, we still have these warriors in MMA today. A lot of them from Hawaii, like Punahele Soriano was kind of bummed he didn't take that. They had UFC along with Dan Egath that was just recently. Max Holloway, Brad Tavares, so many others. You know, Ilimale McFarland, so women too. In fact, here's a wave.
That was a frothy, crazy technique right there. That's
either
pretty
Noah
well
Dean,
done. I think that was Noah Dean.
Right. Is Kainehe in this heat? He's on the roster, but we'll see if we see him catch a wave. That was
Jake. Yep. Kainehe, easy one to spot. He's about 6'6", with a wingspan of a 747. So he might have been replaced by Mikey Red. They might have switched that up. So giving opportunities to different riders. Team Volcom subbing him in and subbing him out.
Yeah, so Captain James Cook comes to Hawaii on his third voyage in the Pacific. He's from England, and he comes here in 1778. Stays for just a little while in Kauai. Comes back 1779 while he was exploring some more areas. But when he was here, he writes, and we have a lot of stories from his guys that were on the ship
and their journals,
journals, and one of them was watching like boxing matches and fighting, like kind of MMA type of stuff in Hawaii, and not only with men but women too.
Wow. This was Noah Dean, I think, on a just frothy, really bubbly one that they're so hard to negotiate. And just for him to even do that right there, I mean, for the type of wave, the score is not going to reflect a whole lot with what we've seen. But in my opinion, when you factor in the difficulty of the wave and what the surfer is able to do, that was, you know, not a perfect 10, but that was a great score if you're looking at the criteria from how difficult the wave is. You're typically not looking for those waves that have all the bubbles on it and all the foam. But Noah Dean, just being a charger and a frothy younger guy, wanted to just get something as everybody has to bail right there getting mowed. The pipeline is the lawnmower, and our surfers are the grass right there, or the weeds, whichever one. But Noah Dean, to get in that barrel and perform what he did and make it, that was like a 10.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, so we're talking about, you know, history today, Hawaiian history. And a lot of the chiefs in old Hawaii were avid surfers, most of them, if not all of them. In fact, Captain Cook writes in his journal, Witnessing Surfing. And, I mean, there are few stories. One of them was that he saw them riding waves, and he just, you know, he said that they were riding so fast and moving on top of the water and the speed of it. So these were all things that he was enamored by, and also watching young kids in big surf. And he wrote in his journal, he said, these children getting, if they were wiping out, like we're about to see some replays here of some wipeouts on the super slow-mo, but
mahalo to Eric Ippel for getting these ultra slow-mo, just really breaking it down. Looks like that could be Jake Maki from yesterday, which he was absolutely charging. And this one, you can see him just totally hung up. He
look at that, off the plank.
Was,
oh my goodness,
not feeling it, and says, okay, I got to step off.
That's a jumping springboard off of a very tall ledge. That's like jumping Waimea Rock right there.
Yeah, totally. And
the rock falling on you.
Yeah, and then having a blade connected to you as well, swirling around while you're getting annihilated. But thankfully, those kind of wipeouts, though, you're able to penetrate and then kind of pencil dive and get squirt out the back. So it looked horrendous. Thankfully, Jake's okay. And those, you know, the two wipeouts that people really get all dramatic about that watch on the beach are those kind where they step off and they go under, but actually those, it's so harmless, they pop right out the back. And then the ones where they kick out and they fly away and they're Superman like, and the beach cannot help itself when they're one of the spectators just love to see that when they fly out and the board's flying behind them, and it's such a harmless, you know, landing on the backside. It's safe. But the beach crowd, I mean, it's like clockwork. It's like the Japanese folks when they take pictures and their peace signs. They just cannot help themselves. It'll never go away. And what will never also go away is the crowd dramatic response to those Superman flyaway kickouts.
Yeah, I don't, even in the movie North Shore, it's one of the heaviest wipeouts in the movie. It's like, he didn't even get wiped out.
No, that was totally fine and safe. But it's just a funny observation that us as surfers know, and to the new spectators or spectators that don't get to watch a lot of surfing, that always gets a really dramatic reaction. Kind of funny.
I was glad we're watching Jake Maki because Captain Cook, when he writes in his journal about young people, and Jake's a young man, getting pounded by big waves, he said he thought they were going to die. And he said, look at this prone. Said that any of his men were in that same predicament, they would have given up hope for their lives and drowned.
Very true.
And so when they came up laughing, he really couldn't comprehend it. It's like, wow, it's pretty crazy. Now, Captain Cook actually does have an impact, not directly, but when they came to Hawaii, I mean, they had cannons and muskets.
Yeah.
And King Kamehameha was was curious. In fact, in Quick's journals, he says this guy he just wants to know about our guns.
I wanted to. I mean, I've heard some of this, but I'm glad we're talking about it because I like to cover all aspects of history.
Right. So even though these warriors were great at like traditional martial arts, where they would use a lot of spears. Spears was a big thing. Throwing spears, catching spears. There are also different types of hand-to-hand combat weapons with sharp teeth and a variety of things.
So amazing the weapons that were used.
But when they saw like steel and look at this. Oh my goodness.
He got slapped back down and then was like, oh, I might as well just get to my feet and jump off.
That's unfortunately a way I take off on a lot of waves nowadays. So yeah, Kamehameha was interested in this, and it made the world of a difference for his conquest. And it wasn't just him; the other rival chiefs too eventually would trade for guns and such from others.
Yeah.
And one of those chiefs was a guy named Kaiana. Kaiana was another giant of a Hawaiian warrior that.
And I've
Jason
never heard
Momoa,
that name as much.
Jason Momoa is going to play Kaiana in the new. It's a series. It already has the full. They already started shooting it.
Right.
And it's on Apple TV.
Okay.
And it's called Chief of War.
Okay, I've heard of that.
And so this is about the story of Kaiana, who was a really interesting story because at first he was like a friend of Kamehameha, and then there's rumor that he slept with one of Kamehameha's favorite wives.
Oh boy.
Was Ka'ahumanu.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Who was also an avid surfer, by the way. Here we go. Paddling into this one. Woo! Grabbing rail, slowing down, standing tall. Let's go to the rail and see if he can come out. Ole.
I want to give a quick shout out to some more folks watching in North Florida, Jacksonville. My friend Kai and the Jaguars had an amazing comeback win. That was,
I couldn't believe that.
That was very amazing and one of the greatest games of the Jaguars' existence so far.
27-0.
Yeah, bro.
Right before the half. And
it was, bro.
They had an amazing pass to.
Yep.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that story and that name is going to be a lot more known with this
movie
series
it's
and
series,
things that will be coming out. And I'm curious, did you have any consulting role in as we watch this backside surfer consulting with Pipeline, begging and pleading for an exit? But none available there. Just curious. If you had.
I did meet with the director of this show. His name is Pa'a Sibit, and a graduate of my institution, BYU Hawaii. Studied Hawaiian Studies and started, writing scripts and stuff. And so this has been a project of his for many years now. And so it's kind of like his baby. And so he's, been working with Jason Momoa, and Jason Momoa has been also involved. Jason, in fact, got the tattoo, a traditional tapping tattoo of the same image that Kaiana's tattoo is on the side of his head, those triangles.
Oh, wow.
Here we have a rider up. This looks like Mikey Red. Come on, Mikey, you can do it.
It is. Pull through, bro. Hang on. That wave had the longest spit ever. It was spitting for like 5 seconds straight, and he was right there with it the whole time.
Oh, split peak here. We have one guy going left, one going right. Looks like Makana Pang on the left gets another barrel.
Makana, the gift.
He's so excited.
Makana gets a Makana from Pipeline right there.
I left earlier when he could just tell his Ano was just pretty relaxed. He put the way he touched the top of the wave with his hand.
Yeah, I like the roof tickler.
Yeah, roof tickler. Oh, chop hop.
Yeah.
Don't see those.
Getting crazy now with the backwash. Team Volcom putting in some good scores. Everybody in this first round of today, the third round overall, has really come on strong. And it almost might be one of those years where the day does dictate where the scores come from because of the conditions. And we might see all the scores from yesterday wiped out from the scores that we're going to have today. Irrelevant. You're right. So that could be a possibility. There may be one or two keepers from yesterday, but we've seen
a lot of
so many great rides today.
Oh my goodness! As a recap, that was
I think that was Balaram.
Balaram.
And then
this the same way where he comes out body surfing.
Him again, yeah.
Lands on his board, looked like.
Yeah, and then Mikey started off with a little bit of a tricky takeoff right there, but he made up for it later in the heat, that's for sure. Jake took a spill early on. Mikey, this was his good wave where he held that position right in front of the foam ball. And a guy that's from your neck of the woods, Isaiah, that was Mikey Red. And here's Makana Pang with the little roof slap on the way out, saying thank you. And just a great third round. I'm so glad that we're able to run this final Sunday and be here for the final last 2 rounds of the Backdoor Shootout presented by the Hui and Keiki Beach Bungalows. It'll be round 4. Can you believe we're already into round 4 coming up next? It'll be Team A New Earth Project. Stay tuned, you guys. We'll be right back.
There were times we hit walls of garbage that was so disgusting. You just couldn't believe as far as you could see, and the ocean was just garbage.
I do feel like a responsibility to give back, and I always feel like that to give back to the kids, and like, you know, hopefully they could have a better ocean than I even had in the future.
Come to a beautiful beach like this that's just like the typical Hawaiian white sand beach. You look closely and you're like, wait, that's not even sand, that's plastic.
You hear a lot of people in packaging say, well, it's a problem today, but in 10 years the recycling will be better and then this product won't be a problem. Well, it's a problem right now. I don't think we have the luxury of just waiting.
Aloha mai kako, and welcome to the Backdoor Shootout 2023. We are here at Pipeline, and we are happy to be with you on this Aloha Sunday. We're providing some amazing waves. Our athletes are charging. The waves are incredible. This is our round 4. We're starting off on. So we just finished round 3. Round 1 and round 2 we held yesterday, and today we're running round 3 and round 4. There are 8 teams in the lineup in the shortboard division, and we currently, we're starting all over, and this is the New Earth project in this heat. So we have Kelly Slater, Carissa Moore, Koa Smith, Kai Lenny, Motahi Drole. So kind of a dream team.
Yep.
Got some stars on that team, but we've seen some amazing waves. In that last heat, Mikey Red got a really deep wave at pipe, traveled, climbed over the foam ball, came out, and with the spit. So there's a lot of great waves out there. We're seeing a replay during the break, and this looks like Kai Lenny stalling, pulling up into the barrel, traveling through all the photographers, comes out.
Whoa, almost interference with the flippers up in his way, but this guy, look at him. Oh, he came to play today, as that's going to go factor into one of his top scores, as he had a beautiful backdoor.
The water angle, look at it slowing down, and look how fat this wave gets. Barrels, pulls in, slows down, spit. All the action and excitement from that wave.
He got on that one, Mr. Kai Lenny. Also, you had Kelly Slater. Here he goes, up and riding. The GOAT in a huge pipe cone, and he flies out. What a great start for the fourth surf of New Earth project.
Let's see what that looks like from the water angle. He pulls up in the barrel, doesn't even touch the rail, rides over the foam ball, comes out.
So Kelly.
Oh, shoot the board.
That foam monster totally grabbed his Slater Designs rail about here.
Oh my goodness, so deep.
Tried to shake him loose, but not today. Kelly Slater getting off to a slow start in the second day of competition yesterday. And since this morning, they're on. They're all on. Every team has put scores on the board. And like Rocky and you were discussing earlier, I feel bad for the judging panel because there is so much tubes going down and so many huge pipe characters and backdoor characters in this event. Thank you to Keiki Bungalows. Mahalo 2023, the Hui Backdoor Shootout, as we got foam flying offshore.
Look at that, Kelly and Carissa. He's probably telling her, this is the lineup. I look right there between those two valleys.
Yeah.
She's like, where? Which one? Oh, but that one over there also with the back door.
Yeah. Look at those two world champions just discussing and sharing the ocean. It's what our lifestyle is all about. They've put so much time and work and put their lives involved in this amazing surf industry.
Now, with Kelly's last wave, I mean, the subtle nuance of him not grabbing the rail just really, I mean, I don't know if hopefully the judges were able to take that into account because you can't really see it unless you're looking into the barrel. But you could see where he was pumping and he thought about grabbing his rail, but he had the wherewithal to decide not to.
Yep.
And I mean, that just shows a kind of, I mean, superior technique, right? We're going to see.
He also contorted right here. As he drops down.
He's standing up. He thinks about grabbing it right there, but he doesn't. He rides over the foam ball instead.
And you seen that turbulence he went over? When he was just about to touch the rail, he let go and went flying over that thing at 35 miles an hour, right about there.
Boom. And the exciting thing about that is whenever you get a barrel that you don't know, it's uncertain that he's coming out, and then they pop out. That's what adds to that wow factor. I don't know. Will that possibly go above a 10? I know it wasn't as big of a wave, right? It was a good-sized wave, but it wasn't a bomb.
So, you know, from yesterday's surf, you got Kala Grace in second place. I know that changed, but he was holding a 9. I feel that this thing was so throaty, so deep, technical, not grabbing the rail. This thing should go maybe into the high 9s, but I am not a judge. So Kelly, from a slow start yesterday, has definitely picked it up with him and Carissa Moore, because Carissa Moore came out of a beautiful one this morning.
Right. You know, when I was a kid, shooting your board was kind of a thing.
Oh, you mean up in the air, like Grom status, until an uncle tells you, bruh, you being dangerous?
Well, you know, just like on the kick out, it was kind of a claim, sort of the shoot the board claim. And I don't know if he was doing that intentionally, just kind of the joy of like, boom, you fly the board. But great to see the GOAT out here. He's like 51, almost 52 years old. And
he made 50 last year.
At this event, we saw a 65-year-old getting barreled this morning.
How was that show? He's actually got waves in contestability right here.
Oh,
Pops
for sure.
Ho, Michael Ho.
Subbing for his son.
So we're going to see a quick recap of 2 waves that were very heavy. And as you see...
Oh, yeah, this Kai Lenny's wave. That was a bigger wave, and...
that was.
And it was sick, but Slater had that factor of, like, you didn't think he was coming out. Right there, where is he coming out? He's gone, I don't know.
Just way
Boom.
smooth. Both waves were very throaty, so the judges do have their work cut out for them. As I did like the shot before that, Kelly Slater, even though he's trying to go for the Hui Backdoor Shootout title, he's also surfing in a team, amazing format, but he's also telling Carissa Moore, you know, coaching her some, you know.
Yep.
So good to share surfing experiences as they're sharing laughter and smiles out in the lineup as Kelly looks like he sees something on the horizon and he's going to start paddling Carissa back towards Gums.
Yeah, so on this Aloha Saturday, we're talking Hawaiian history, and we've been talking about warriors. When
Yes.
you're gone, me and Rocky were talking about different types of warriors in Hawaiian history. And just, I mean, from Umi, we started off, you and I, talking about Umi Aliloa, to others like Kamehameha and his chief,
yeah.
Kekuhaupio. We talked about how they, you know, together worked to conquer the other regions on the Big Island. The biggest, his biggest nemesis was Kahikili. Kahikili was from Maui, and that guy had the most elite force of warriors. And so it wasn't like an easy thing for Kamehameha to just conquer the. He lost several battles, right? And they would use kahunas to guide them. It's interesting how we saw Kelly guiding Carissa with some signs toward the beach, like where do you sit?
Kelly.
There we go. Dropping down, stalling, dragging that butt, and big spit comes out with the exit.
That was some thick spit as that wave regurgitated over itself. Not a full-on. It wasn't going to let him exit out of the full barrel, so he came right out right there. Perfect ride by Kelly as he's getting some thick ones under his belt. He's going to leave his board on his leggy rope and just dive underneath. This guy is like, you know, he's like a fish, this guy. Out the back, still waiting for Carissa to take a beautiful wave as she had one in her 3rd surf this morning, getting herself on the scoreboard. Currently in this heat is Kelly Slater, Carissa Moore, Koa Smith, and more waves coming as Kai Lenny and Matahi Drole are getting in position.
Is Koa in the water right now? We'll see.
Let's see. He's
I mean,
been
on the
quite
roster,
on fire. Yeah.
I mean, they're allowed 5 at a time, so we'll see what 5 are in there. Oh, I saw on Instagram, Matahi's, he had this edit of him at Peahi, otherwise known as Jaws.
On Wednesday?
Huge ones, yeah.
We had a lot of surfers go up there on Wednesday.
Yeah. Oh, look at this one. Somebody going to go. Looks like
Kai Lenny.
It does look like Kai Lenny.
Beautiful.
Slows down, gets in the barrel, comes out.
Whoa, disappears with what he had on that wave. What a beautiful disappearing act within the foam as that thing rolls over the reef.
Mahalo to our Hawaiian Water Patrol, keeping our competitors safe out there in the water, and they were busy during this event. They've had to do quite a few rescues, in fact, and
look how many
grateful to them.
Extra photographers came out for
I know,
Carissa and Kelly. Yeah, I was just about to
I was like, it's crowded out there.
You know, coming from town, surfing crowds all my life, I thought that was pretty crowded for Pipe right there. And that's our water photography contingency. Amazing. There are so many also pecking order, and people have put time into water photography here at Pipe. And here we go. This is Mr. Kelly Slater getting blown out of that one. Kind of amazing that Pipe wave would have let him out earlier, but he really knows how to slow down as Kai Lenny does a nice slow down right here before he exits as well.
Oh, this water angle, I love these. You can see how wide and gaping these barrels are. That one got a little almond-y at the end, but he rode out of it precisely as precise as he could.
And here we go, more waves.
So much action today, Ezra.
And look at Kelly, them. They're just right in there. He whips around right here, and Slater is doing his thing, Isaiah. Backside snap in the
under
bowl.
the hood.
gets blown out, and Kelly is doing what we've grown up with watching what he does.
The chop hop.
Oh, man, and you know what? Just knowing this guy's career, this guy is now, he is got his feet in the wax, his gills wet, his bones are marinated. He is ready to take the coveted title of the Backdoor Shootout because all 8 teams are absolutely stacked. And,
wow, look at that, Ezra. Just
wow,
trainer.
Isaiah. Oh, I even hear the production crew. Oh, man.
Oohing and awing over
I can
the
hear
waves.
the beach. Oh, this is just awesome stuff. Thank you, New Earth Project, for coming in and joining the amazing teams of the Hui Backdoor Shootout. And thank you to Elon and their crew for all their aloha, because the Hui Backdoor Shootout this year is presented by Keiki Bungalows. Mahalo, mahalo, gang.
Right.
And what did you guys finish up? What Hawaiian Warriors were you talking about with Rock on the last
when
one?
Rock and we left, we were talking about Kayana. We can see a replay of Kelly's last one. Goes straight down to the bottom, slows down, turns under the lip, straightens back out, pulls a Houdini. Look at this floater.
Oh, I love it.
Then he does a Mason Ho chop up.
Oh, that was just a free floating floater.
Another angle of here. We just call it under the hood snaps. A la JBG. Johnny Boy Gomes was the master
Look
of
at,
that.
he's got one fin hanging on that curtain of a floater. Super funny, but you know, you see that dive off from Kelly. Those things can be really dangerous. Can give you a slight neck pain, shoulder pain. I just tell you.
You know when you're old,
serve,
you know that.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not saying he's old. He's well in shape, but just anybody.
Yeah.
As we're thinking about you, Billy Kemper, quick recovery, brother.
Yeah, so we're talking about a chief named Kayana, and Kayana is he's the subject of
Where's he
the
from?
film.
Island.
Yeah, so this is a chief. Sorry, looking at a live action here. We got a wave. Somebody's in the barrel with the spit. Let's see if they come out.
And look
Sadly,
at that cloud way outside of pipe. These guys are going
There's
to have some huge scoring capability and more exchanges on the way, Isaiah.
Some action.
There's Carissa Moore. That's one of the most nail-biting things is being out for, you know, pick of the litter you can have at pipe right now as Carissa's all out in the lineup by herself. And she's going to position herself as she knows waves are approaching. What an exciting moment for this Mana Wahine.
Yep.
She is so good. What a great mentor. She's got a program she's doing with all these young girls, and she's involved a girl that I grew up with, Megan Abubo.
Oh, yeah.
And that's just a great program, you know,
The More Aloha.
nonprofit. Yeah, more aloha. And,
Yeah, really cool.
If you guys never watched her surf video, you know, aside from all the guy surf videos you watch, Carissa Moore's video is very entertaining and very well made.
Yeah.
All my
did
girls
you
love
see
it.
her wave at the Pipe Masters this
I
year?
did.
Oh,
Very impressive.
that was insane.
All-time high for her. I just love it. She deserves it so much. Watching her as a young girl, just with the biggest smile out at Kaiser Bowl with her dad.
Yeah, so Kayana is this warrior that is initially he's like aligned with Kamehameha. Oh, here we go. Oh, we missed this one. This looks like Matahi Drole stalling in the barrel. That's the one that we saw from the drone angle that we
And that's what he was looking for. If he had an exit on that thing, he's playing with hot water. So
right.
Good stuff.
Yeah, so Kayana is originally friends with Kamehameha, and then they kind of have a falling apart and falling away from each other. Kayana is one of the first Hawaiians to go and travel the world. He jumps on these foreign ships. He ends up going to Asia and around the world. And
with who?
With I think it was with different voyages. I think it was probably with Vancouver. So Vancouver took over the ship after Captain Cook was killed. The Hawaiians killed Captain Cook in Hawaii. And then next in line was George Vancouver. Vancouver, we know that name from like up in British Columbia, Seattle area. That's the same guy. He went from Hawaii to Vancouver Island and out to that area of the Pacific
Beautiful
Northwest.
place.
They're involved with this fur trading business. And so eventually that fur trade kind of becomes a thing, and many Hawaiians end up getting on these ships and going back and forth to the Pacific Northwest. It's actually where lomi salmon comes from.
Wow.
The traditional Hawaiian dish is actually none of the ingredients.
Is rich history.
Yeah, none of the ingredients of lomi salmon, which is a dish that you have on every luau plate, is from Hawaii. It's made of onions, salmon, tomatoes.
I know. It's awesome.
So it comes from the Hawaiians that went up to that area at that time in the late 1700s.
We all love lomi salmon.
And so Kaiana goes on these voyages and ends up being kind of like this international ambassador and acquires a bunch of weaponry, brings it back home. Kamehameha aligns himself with this chief, and basically because the weaponry becomes prime, and they started mounting.
You're talking about muskets and,
yes,
and
muskets
that kind of weapons.
Cannons. They mounted cannons onto the fronts of their canoes. There was also this
progression in their
this
war.
massacre that took place off of Maui. You remember recently we saw that surf at Maalaia, that incredible wave. Well, right near there's this massacre that takes place years ago with this American guy who had this boat called the Fair American, where he tricked a bunch of Hawaiians to come and trade with him, and he ended up shooting a lot of them. Kamehameha finds out about this, and the warriors find out about this. They end up killing that guy.
Of course.
And there were a couple of men on the ship that they sort of bring in as captives, but then they become integral to Kamehameha's. One of them is named John Young.
Okay.
And the other one is Isaac Davis. And they help teach Kamehameha and the warriors about kind of Western weaponry, Western ways. And they become like his main advisor. In fact, Keoneana, or John Young, he ends up getting a Hawaiian name and becomes the governor over the Big Island after Kamehameha conquers much of the islands. Yeah, kind of cool part to that story. But Kamehameha conquered that boat and kind of confiscated it. And then he's using that ship and he's using cannons, and that becomes part of his ordeal. He goes head to head at one of the most famous battles at the Pali of Nu'uanu.
Yep.
So if you go up to the Pali Lookout, if you're visiting Hawaii, go check out the Pali Lookout. There's a cool story, a plaque with the painting from Herb Kane that shows this final battle between the Big Island chiefs and the Oahu chiefs at this cliff. It's like a 1,000-foot drop cliff. The battle ends right at the edge of that cliff where they end up pushing the
I remember seeing
Oahu,
drawings.
the Oahu warriors to their death off of those cliffs. And Keoneana was on at that point, he was on the other side of the battle. So he was now fighting against Kamehameha at the battle at the Pali at Nu'uanu. And it's going to be a great series. This is going to be on Apple TV. And again, Jason Momoa is going to play the part of Kaiana. And sort of kind of get into these stories.
A lot of Polynesians are in this film. You're going to see some characters.
Yeah, there's a lot of like Maori actors too. They're pretty famous in New Zealand. Our cousins of Aotearoa, the Tanata Maoli, Kanaka Maoli, basically the same word for the between the natives of Hawaii and New Zealand.
How did Vancouver just all of a sudden just become in and get to take this Hawaiian up there? Like because they brutally murdered.
Look at this.
Cook.
This wave is going to brutally
we got
blow
some
down
serious degree of pipeline clouds headed towards the reef.
Carissa's the only one that sneaks over that on the side. Oh no, there's another.
Oof, look at Kelly. He's like he's looking at everything now.
Yeah.
He's got amazing scores. I'll keep you informed with that.
Yeah.
Go
ahead. Shucks, where were we?
I just asked you how Vancouver was the cool enough guy to start, taking a Hawaiian up there.
He had to basically win the favor of Hawaiians again because of that melee that took place between them and the warriors of Hawaii.
Small kind brown nosing.
Well, he gave a gift to Kamehameha of cattle.
Ooh.
So, but interestingly, the Hawaiians didn't like beef, which
he should have cooked it first, like the other story.
Well, eventually, the only way they liked it cooked, and today it's called pipi kaula, where it's like
I love that.
jerky, And so, but this is also kind of cool because it brings us to the story of the cowboys in Hawaii. So Hawaiians didn't know what to do with all this cattle that was given as a gift from Vancouver.
Paniola story.
Right. So he had these Mexican and Peruvian vaqueros, which are cowboys that came from Mexico and South America to Hawaii to teach them how to lasso cows.
When was this?
This was in the late 1700s.
Wow. Okay.
So before, the American West was really a thing, you had cowboys in Hawaii, and to this day, the Parker Ranch, Parker family, that's in that region there on the Big Island was one of the largest ranches.
Cowboys,
right? So they had a lot of successful pañolos. We call them pañolos, like the Hawaiian word for español. So these were Spanish people that had taught them how to lasso cows and to be cowboys. And later, years later, in some of these rodeos in Wyoming, our Hawaiian cowboys, pañolos, went and competed and ended up winning a lot of the events. One of them, most notably, a guy named Ikua Purdy. So really cool. The Big Island still, especially in Waimea or Kamuela area, still has that pañolo vibe where you see Hawaiians in cowboy hats and cowboy boots. It's a trip.
And they had their own way. Taught by the Españols. I mean, that's real rich history there. 1700s. And look at these waves on the horizon as they look far in from this back one on the screen. But we will see as more waves approaching. Look at this one just clouding out off the wall.
So again, all of these guys were surfers we're talking about. We
That's
have
awesome.
Stories of Kamehameha and so many, and his wife, Kahumanu, and so many others who were surfers that rode these waves, Kanakahe and Nalu, and it was such a part of the Hawaiian experience. Sadly, we see the decline of surfing in Hawaii, not the extinction. I got to clarify that. The surfing never died, but there are fewer Hawaiian surfing. A lot of that had to do with the fact that there was new diseases that ravaged through Hawaii. Even at the earliest inception of the arrival of Europeans, Captain James Cook's men had with them STDs, syphilis, and other.
I remember this history
diseases.
lesson. Yeah,
and so sadly, because also the Hawaiians were so isolated from the rest of Europe and Asia and so forth that they didn't have the immunities to combat these, and so. Within 100 years, 90% of the population perishes to these ailments. So it's pretty tragic.
Very tragic.
But not everyone dies, right? So there's still a lot of Hawaiians that have survived. We're still here. And the culture and language and traditions survive. One of them that survives the most is our water traditions of surfing, canoe paddling, fishing, diving, these realms that were part of the Hawaiian experience and the culture, which in the book that I write called Waves of Resistance, that's one of my arguments, the key thesis of the book. Spoiler alert, but it's basically that the experience of colonization on land was different than what happened in the ocean. And so, in other words, Hawaiians were able to maintain a social space, a ranking, like a chiefly kind of space in the ocean, because it was a realm that was in many ways overlooked by the kinds of things that you do to take over on land. So on land, they changed laws to, privatize land and property, and those kind of things eventually lead to ousting of the, you have conquest of land and politics and so forth. Here we have a beautiful shot of our spectators.
Yep. Thanks for joining us, guys. Live on the beach. Ooh.
Kelly takes a dive.
Kelly playing a beautiful game today. He's going to do the eject button and penetrate through the back. Let's see if he comes out the back. So all through this time, in this time that you're talking about, when would be an ideal time for, a person to go surf?
Well, they had what was called makahiki.
Was there rules?
So makahiki is the season where right now in makahiki, probably about the end of it, it's the fall and winter time periods dedicated to Lono. And they had surfing competitions just like we have here today. And there goes Mr. Kelly Slater jumping off that. We saw Jake Maki in a slow motion that's very similar.
What a place to fall, Kelly.
Intentionally pencil diving.
Done it more than 1,000 times. Kelly Slater, one of the best at wiping out and recovering.
Yeah,
this guy's all technique.
So a lot of times people will say things like, "Oh, the Hawaiians were soul surfers, man, and the competition sort of ruined it. That's not the authentic thing." That's not completely true.
No, they were competitive
because they were very competitive. They had competitions. They would compete and
innovating
gamble over
something.
It. Yeah. Here we have a rider up, goofy footer.
Beautiful lines. Koa Smith, I believe,
right,
recognizing the airbrush. Slow start for him in this heat so far.
We got the, looks like the next heat that's waiting on the sidelines there.
So Makahiki also brings time around, female tiger shark breeding season around all this time. So they did have competitions around this.
Yeah, so and it wasn't just surfing. So there's this period of time where Hawaiians would engage in basically Hawaiian Olympics.
Yeah.
Where they would have different events, sporting events, from fighting to spear throwing to running. A lot of like fun kind of games where you, and a lot of the kids these days will do it at the elementary schools.
Or Pohaku Stone.
Right.
I've seen him. He really teaches a lot of us about all that stuff.
And bowling. Oh, here we have
Kai
Lenny pulling up. This was the first wave of the heat. Got spit out, almost got flippered in the face by our mermaids.
Back to back with Kelly as Kelly drops in on the next one and gets eroded. And
so deep.
Look how
the
he
foam
made it
ball.
over that turbulence. That was Kelly-esque.
The shoot the board claim at the end.
Yeah, it's worth another replay, Isaiah.
From the drone, from the air. You see how deep he's gone. Is he going to come out? Yes, he does. Love how he had the wherewithal to pump high and come out.
Yeah.
High, because that wave did kind of clamp on the end, but he was able to ride out of it. This
Kelly
is the
on
other
fire.
wave. Does an under the hood snap a la JBG.
Zip. Beautiful. Disappears. That was legit. Just riding on one of his endorphins right there.
Right.
Beautiful.
Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more action. Aloha.
Surfing's Hawaii's gift to the world of sports. It really is something that emanated from these islands with aloha and it went around the world.
Where sometimes the spirit of the surfing has been lost because of corporate involvement, or guys surfing because they want to go, make all this money, get famous, go on the world tour and stuff, which is not a bad deal.
By the time 1976 rolled around, it was time to organize a circuit. We created the circuit and called it the International Professional Surfing. It was a cooperative effort between surfers and contests to try to advance the concept of professional surfing.
IPS and professional surfing, it just brought more people here, wanting to come to Hawaii and surf the 7 Mile Miracle.
I can remember when we'd be surfing that guys would kick us out of the water, because they're going to hold a contest.
Corporate sponsors, they come in and think they can just come by and drop money and monopolize our culture.
Because what was happening on the North Shore, outsiders coming here and treading on our place and being disrespectful, to the locals out here, to the people out here.
North Shore was, at one time, it was running amok.
We formed our club to let them know there is a people of this land.
4 founders had the insight to say, no, we're not going to bow down to you guys. You guys come into our house. This is our place. You guys either got to do it our way or don't come back.
We love people coming to Hawaii and having a good time, but we definitely don't like people moving here and then telling us how to live in our land.
Well, the original Hui really wasn't the Hui. It was, they dubbed themselves the Black Shorts.
And protest this contest.
And they had the police, down there.
I can remember that day because it came to that point and the energy, or it was so high, it was so tense.
We had to walk a tightrope between accommodating them and keeping the contest alive.
That's when the little headbanging got started.
mau ke o kaina I kupono ea I mua uo mau ke o kaina I kupono ea I mua uo mau ke o kaina I kupono ea wale pajas nowadays a man at our kings and queens would visit all the islands and saw everything. How would they feel about the changes of our land? Why could you just imagine if they were around and saw our concrete jungle? This is the payoff.
Round 4 of the Hui Backdoor Shootout presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. Rocky Cannon with Ezra Rodriguez.
Aloha.
Bringing you this heat number 2 of round 4. The Peruvian Tubos, the Groovin' Pipe-Proven Peruvians.
Oh, bro, these guys are hard charging. So in this heat, you got Gabriel Villar, Joaquin Del Castillo, Alonso Correa, Alvaro Malpartida, and Martin Jerry, and local boy Kalani Vieiro.
Yeah, so they've been kind of subbing out with different riders, and Rocky Cannon, Ezra Rodriguez. We got Isaiah Walker as well. Kainoa McGee was in the rotation, down on the beach, and bringing you this final day of competition. We're down to the wire, the last possible day, and it's always exciting, a little nerve-wracking, a little bit anxiety building throughout the waiting period. When we have conditions that are too big, too small, too west, too north, too much wind from here, too much wind from there, and finally get these last 2 days to fit in 4 rounds.
I know.
And proper rounds of 30-minute heats.
Thankful for that.
This morning we saw amazing tube rides. We just saw the New Earth Project team, Kelly and Kai and the gang.
Let me tell
Kelly
you,
looked like he was on fire.
He's on fire. Him and Kai Lenny right off the bat. Kai Lenny got a huge throating wave, got spit out, and Kelly, oh man, I can't say that it's the best wave of the events because we still got 6 more heats today, but Kelly is definitely on the scoreboard and knocked some people down as Rock. There he was yesterday.
Our scene on the beach
Can
right
we see
there.
Kainoa McGee and our beautiful judging panel? Look at the Chandler residents. Thank you for having us this year, along with the Volcom houses, Volcom A, Volcom B. Absolutely proving grounds right here down at this beach, Rock. This is where it all happens, and this is where the world comes to play.
Yeah, and some of the most prestigious surfing real estate in all of the world. Beachfront at Pipeline, this magical stretch right here with off the wall just kind of to your right side and stretching through Pipeline and Backdoor and into Gums at Ehukai, all the way up to Rocky Point. Just really a magical place where waves just always live up to their expectation every season. And so many good waves to be had, and you can see why a lot of folks come out and want to witness this event live in person and try to get themselves into some of these waves. Maybe not these particular waves we're watching right now, but you know, in and around the area of the North Shore, you can find a little, you know, softer spots where you can get some fun waves.
Yeah, for you to come up to the North Shore during the wintertime and run smack dab into the Backdoor Shootout, man, that is a treat. I know we have some tourists down there that have been here from January 2nd, and they stayed all the way through, so thanks for joining us all the way through the waiting period. I know people have been patient, and like you were saying, all the anxiety and build-up before we run the event. Oh, here we go, surfer up and riding. Who's this, Rock? Beautiful pump through the pipe pit. I want to say from past experience, it almost looks like Alonso.
Could be. Yeah.
These guys
and
all charge
that's
hard.
Kalani Rivero.
Yeah, Rivero. Oh, beautiful midline pump as he's not going to engage and get out.
Yeah, I did the little let go and then the re-grab just to get that nice mid-face pump. You know, if there was any chance he was going to make that wave, he, you know, it was going to be done because of that pump, and that was only if. But still, you know, he did get the pump, and the wave still ran away from him. Just shows you the speed and these extensions that are being provided by this west swell that are just such long walls. And there are times, you know, when you know already it's like, I'm not going to make it, but I'm going to give it my darn best shot.
Oh, yeah.
And who knows what will happen on the other end. So you always got to, you know, approach it like it is doable and possible. But, man, a lot of courage, a lot of credit given to these pipe warriors.
Everyone's different when the horn blows.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And up and riding. Beautiful off the bottom. I believe this is the same surfer. Beautiful timing into this blue beast. That was nice, Rock.
Oh, the angles and all the different tools and toys that Salt and Air Studios uses to get these epic shots. You never see the same thing twice in the sense of the new angles, the approach, even the zoom in and zoom out.
Yeah.
It's like so cool to have all these different approaches and angles, and it never looks the same.
Never.
Even on the same wave.
And they're doing it for you folks at home, man. Make it interesting. We all are, as surfers, we love surfing, so we're trying to do the best with our sport and give you the best big show at the Backdoor Shootout. And like you were saying, there was a lot of drama leading up to this point. We thought the Eddie was going, and then a lot of our Backdoor Shootout athletes, they are all Eddie invites.
Right.
You know what I mean? So
yeah, the mindset kind of shifts and changes when you talk that
and
style.
Then the waiting period, it's like you're focused as a surfer, and then you have 2 days off. It's like you got to just watch what you do.
Yeah.
You know, like there's a couple guys missing from the surf, you know, yesterday and stuff like that. You know, people got to change out. People free surfed after Wednesday on Thursday, and you know, I heard about a couple stitches and sore necks and stuff like that. So it's a definite, you know, professional sport where you got to focus and you got to, you know, pick your path.
Yeah.
People are superstitious. Everybody prepares different, which is really interesting. You've grown up with a bunch of characters, as here this surfer gets right into this deep blue girthy pipe bomb.
Yeah, that might have been Joaquin
Del Castillo.
or Alvaro, one of those guys. But man, what a brave attempt!
You know that from this angle, it could have went really bad for this guy. He could have
totally.
went south.
He handled himself in the bottom of that wave where it was the most treacherous. A lot of composure to be able to deal with what was being thrown at him right there.
Yeah. And I just wanted to ask one of the members of this amazing Team Peru, where is Cristobal?
Cristobal de Cole. That's a good question.
I seen him this winter in, I think, a edit, and he was absolutely charging. I don't know if it was an old edit, but yeah, he's definitely a part of this hard charging pack, Team Tubos.
Well, you know, last year, Kalani Rivero wasn't a part of this Peruvian team, so maybe he was a substitute in for an absent Cristobal, possibly. Here we go. Check it out. That is a beautiful pipeline wave. I love that angle looking from backdoor towards pipe. It makes the surfer look so deep. Obviously, we'll get another look at this wave, but Kalani Rivero with that yellow helmet gets a nice ride.
Spray.
So, man, this round 4 already producing. Like I was telling Isaiah, we might be in a situation as we see a huge late drop, just a cavernous beast on the end of that one that was unable to be traversed by whoever that was, the goofy footer. But he had to focus so much on the drop.
Yeah.
It was a hard task and a tough ask to have him go around the corner after a big drop like that and find a barrier. It's like, bro, just let me focus on the drop first, okay?
And this guy's back in there, Alvaro. He was up on the scaffolding with us when me and you were sharing the open mic.
Yeah.
And he suffered an injury last year, but he's back 100%. So that's good. Is that maybe he's out there? So, yeah. These guys definitely, everybody's riding a different choice of equipment. And lines coming in out the back as you have Alonso Correa out the back with Alvaro and Kalani Rivero getting back out there. I'm not too sure if Martin Jerry's in this heat, but
he's a regular footer. He did a little bit of assistance with us spotting in the judges' tower yesterday.
Good stuff.
And then he was able to get in the water and get some waves himself. So
it's good to have a representative from the team.
Team player and pulling double duty. Here we go. Check it out. These goofy foot Peruvians, they really know where to place themselves. And that's so much the huge part of surfing pipeline is your positioning and your takeoff point. And being in that right spot, using your landmarks, having an empty lineup, a lot easier to navigate, obviously. Kalani with a airdrop almost, sitting comfortably in it, and then gets a little...
Disappears and railed right down to the bottom.
Yeah, just got that lip probably on the outside rail.
Great slowdown, though. He totally disappeared for a second.
Yeah, I like when you grab rail, but you still have that upward posture, not the full crouch, you know?
Yeah.
And it's almost like I'm sitting, but I'm still like tall, you know, or upright. And something to be said about that kind of
surfer confidence.
That confidence, the comfortability, exactly.
Style.
And the style, too.
Yeah. We all like to show off here and there. You know, when you're feeling it, I mean, the ocean just brings all of us to life, and that's why we're here sharing such a beautiful event with all of you.
And, this was the one we looked at initially from the back door angle, looking across.
Pleasing to the eye, too.
What a beautiful execution.
He was in there.
You know, smaller wave on the inside. It's got a little bit of foam bubble on it as Kalani Rivero, the replay of his wave a few minutes ago. That was nicely done. And then that big drop where it was like, ooh, just can't do it, man. Yeah. Right there. It's like, he, you know, he was just inches away from getting totally annihilated.
And this one was one of the nicer ones. We just started the heat, but this was just, you know, everything was just set right. The way he took off. He even looked back into the belly of the beast. He's stoked on that ride.
Yeah, that was, I mean, the waves right now are just totally producing, cooperating, and giving these athletes like multiple opportunities to really put on a great show.
Yeah, usually you don't get 2 or 3 in a heat. I've been seeing guys get 3 in a row.
Right.
And that's why.
And for multiple team members.
Yeah, and that's why this team format, you know what I mean? They're going to surf as a team, but they're also surfing for one thing, the title. So you're surfing against all these guys of 5 in 8 teams. So it's an amazing platform. One of a kind.
Yeah, super unique.
You know, they say, like, it's like the Eddie, but these guys surf 4 to 6 times, you know what I mean?
Right.
Add another infamous break pipeline, and that's why this is the backdoor shootout.
And get multiple days.
And get multiple days.
Yeah, so the Eddie Aikau event at Waimea, the memorial for Eddie Aikau, has been the pioneer of this non-elimination style, right? But it's just
surf
a one.
2 times.
But it's just a one-day surf contest for all the reasons, you know, to even find that one day. It goes years and years without happening. So that kind of sets it in its own category. And then comes along, and then you have the Vans Triple Crown and all the regular style competition, elimination. You know, you surf, you lose, you're out, this or that. Then comes along the Backdoor Shootout in 1997. Totally rewriting the script and redesigning the way contests are run or the way a contest can be run.
It wasn't
and a
easy.
credit to the Hui and everybody involved in those first years of that team concept.
They fought for us.
Yeah, and you know, the team concept and also the non-elimination, but having multiple days to surf, multiple rounds, not just a single day of 2 heats.
Exactly.
You get these guys are getting 4 heats.
Yeah. You're
basically
getting
2 hours worth.
And you're getting to see, for our fans at home, you get to see your favorite surfer surf a bunch and elevate themselves in a team format.
Yeah, and
excellent.
And lowering the pressure of, you know, the scramble to find 2.5 or whatever, this or that. It is so awesome to see the families hanging out on the beach too.
Big time.
Yeah.
Look at this beautiful family.
They're cruising on a beautiful Aloha Sunday, but then you factor in that these guys surf together as a team, which wasn't always the case. So the Backdoor Shootout also has gone through its own evolution and subtle changes to make it better and better and better. And
always up in
now the way that we have it, surfing with your team, multiple heats to surf.
Yeah.
You can sub guys in and sub guys out, giving more surfers opportunity.
Yep.
I think we've found quite a magic formula.
This is a local event. The community and the whole North Shore is involved in an event like this.
Yeah, and stretches from Kokua all around the island, you know. Everybody comes together. Kalani Rivero
trying to make it
through
that thing.
Trying to make it come together on that.
It is forcing out of that
wave.
vein. As we got more waves coming towards these guys. Looks like a little bit more of a longer line, stretched out set, not that A-frame bully. And as you can see, Kalani right there, you got to penetrate and go under whitewater like that. You cannot duck dive something like that. You get pushed back 50 yards.
You get pushed back, and it's also like Uncle David Stant trying to rip your board out of your arms in the parking lot.
Oh, my
You know,
gosh,
trying to wrestle one of those whitewaters, and it's like, oh, just take them already.
And hey, Daryl, we're always thinking about you. Another hammer. Yeah. Always like seeing those guys. You know, when those guys are around, the island is just behaving.
Yeah, for sure. Everybody's in line.
Yeah.
That's
something
part
I
of it.
missed. You guys don't ever forget about water etiquette and cultural values for so many uncles and aunties have paved our way. So, you know, when you're out there surfing, you know what I mean? Calm down, bro. Nobody blew the contest horn.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I love this one from Hui member, Uncle Bruce DeSoto.
Okay.
He paddles right up to guys, and he used to be, he's a really nice guy now, but he used to be very scary like some of our Hui uncles. He'll paddle up and go, hey, brother, what's your name? And the guy will tell him, he's all, hey, make sure when you're surfing somewhere strange, just introduce yourself. And then he'll introduce you to the lineup if you're being, you know, one of those jackasses. You just don't want to be like that here in Hawaii. That's why I always think every surf shop should just carry a comic book, like a small one with all the characters in it, with some, you know, sponsors on the cover, and talk about Hawaii water etiquette. Enjoy your stay. Don't leave your brain on the airplane.
Yeah, a little, just like when you get on the airplane and you got the little safety card.
Yeah.
Of what to do in case of what.
Yeah, exactly.
We have one of those at the local surf shops.
Yeah, it's like rebuckle and bye.
Yeah.
And you just, you know, we want you guys to enjoy your stay here in Hawaii, and there's so much.
And we want you to be able to come back.
Yeah, you want to come back.
But lovely conditions that we've got right here. This one, like you said, has got a little bit of that straight in angle. Sometimes can tend to happen when that swell turns a little more north. You get the mixture of the west and the north, but
and you can tell all these guys are good because, you know, on a regular day with all kinds of pipe guys out there, the good guys and the totally people that don't belong there, they'd be paddling for stuff like that.
Yeah.
And, you know, that's what makes it chaotic. Then they don't make it.
And you know, to their credit too, a lot of times you just got to get what you can get.
Yep.
And, you know, you might not be the one in position or able to get that perfect gem, but that's how you work up to it, too.
I remember when you guys were little,
Guys
would take the lemons.
Yeah. You
Mark
just
Keeley, everybody
sneak around and
inside.
Yeah, Mark was one of the crazy chargers of our generation that
and then moved out real quick.
Yeah. Pushed us to levels that, we're like, oh my gosh, what am I doing out here? Mark, damn you.
And then when you're out in the water with him and you see him start taking a quicker paddle and go, whoa, this is a big one. I was like, oh boy. When a guy says, here comes a big one, and we're all going to get it on the head, that is pretty scary coming from Mark Healy. You know what I mean? Oh, look at that.
Thanks for the messages coming in on nsoghawaii@gmail. We appreciate it very much. And folks that are sending some kind words. A little bit of a drizzle maybe happening with yesterday's conditions. Not a cloud in the sky for miles around.
Look at this line rock.
That did draw in some of the sea breeze a little bit. So this cloud cover might be somewhat of a reprieve for the heat onshore, not drawing in that wind. And then hopefully later, like we had yesterday afternoon, the trade winds just start to groom those pipeline waves and backdoor waves as it did yesterday. Little easterly wind. And, for a good while around mid-morning to midday, it was straight on shore.
Yeah, it was.
And there you could see the crumble. It wasn't affecting pipe as much as it would other waves because pipe is so hollow already. It can handle a little fluff from the onshore, but then it continued to swing, and it was like just a dreamy afternoon yesterday.
It was.
With the conditions that produced. And then we woke up this morning to
beautiful,
great conditions, amazing rides already. And then here we are into heat number 2 of round 4, almost about to send us into the last, segment of this 2023, the Hui Backdoor Shootout. And
definite haze.
Still working, though.
Yep. Big time. I heard you dropped off our big bro, one of your magic microphones. Rock always taking care. And so did you hang out after the event yesterday, or did you get straight home?
I was there, pumping out all day action with the beach commentary, and then having my Jaguars on TV down 27-0, 27-7 at halftime. I felt I had to get home. Give them the good vibes, and some of the family around me was like, right there, like, I don't know, it's looking pretty tough. I'm like, I know it is, but I gotta believe.
You know who's from Florida that had the best day? I think it's toward the evening time, and he's a world champion longboarder. Was Jay Quinney.
Quinny
had a huge wave, and then he heard that the Jacks won. He is having a great day. He's probably at the Vans house glowing right now. Jay Quinney, that was an amazing ride. I gave that an 11.
Yeah, no,
or maybe he was
the boys that were watching him there. Ripco, one of our guys from Florida too. He got it on video and sent it to me.
It's amazing.
Quinny's wave of a huge second reef roll in and sick.
He might have traveled
barrel.
the football field, wouldn't you say?
Quite possibly.
And he was so stoked when he came.
Yeah, and then I think he might have went out and was like, oh, screw the game, you know, it's over, or just like, I got to take advantage of pipe when I got it right here. But double positive banger, get the barrel, come in, Jags get the win by 1. What a day.
Good.
So I did go home right after and get my spot on the couch on the TV.
And then you had it on camera rerun. What?
No, it was just I caught the second half.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah, it was a tale of two halves, and what a great day for Jags football. And there you see Kalani Rivero hoping for another great score, either backdoor or pipe. He doesn't discriminate. He's up for whatever these waves offer.
Yeah, and you see a lot of pipe surfers, you know, you never ask them or whatever, but you see some, you know, handful of some, they never go to the back door. You know what I mean? Every surfer's different. Backdoor is intimidating to some goofy footers and regular footers, you know?
Yeah, it's so funny you mentioned Quinny's wave yesterday because I got the
I was tripping on it.
Yeah.
You know, Joel Tudor, world champion longboarder, brought Jay Quinney over here a few winters ago. I just watched them get some real empty, uncrowded pipe, and, you know, two talented brothers. So, good stuff.
Yeah, all right. Well, Kalani Rivero's trying to find that barrel there, but didn't really get too super deep.
As out the back, you can see Joaquin Del Castillo, Gabriel, and Alonso, along with Alvaro out the back. Waves approaching them. Backdoors and pipe waves on offer today, as they have a lot of catching up to do. Team Tubos and Team Japan are those teams. So good vibe when they touch the ocean, just comes alive. And it was really ragdolly when they were out yesterday. So they're trying to score as much as they can. It's who's this rock?
This might be Villaron.
Villaron standing tall, taking one from our brother Andy Irons. That was beautiful. But when he stood tall, he edged up into the lip and got his head caught in the hood.
Got sucked up the face a little bit, and then you just, you know, you get too inverted. There's no way to make up for that angle, and you get launched off your board.
He might have yelled under the water from coming disconnected. You know how passionate some of these guys are. He was on his way to an excellent score, is what I mean. And he's got some white water to deal with. Your work is never done after the barrel.
Yeah, and to his credit, the way he was playing with it, I mean, that was pretty confident. It didn't end up working out the way he wanted. He broke his board, too, so Water Patrol going to give him a ride.
He's put in some years over here, Rock. I've seen him for some years surfing with you. He's a lot of Rockies, a lot of pipe.
Yeah, but, you know, even though he didn't make that wave, I still appreciate the way he was kind of toying with it.
I dig it too.
And you know, just testing it out. You're not going to get that much opportunities all the time, you know, to have waves like that where you can kind of see what you're capable of. And to his credit, he was feeling pretty good. And I mean, it looked good for 80% of the way through until that last moment. But even though it was a wipeout and a broken board, I still like the way his approach was. You know, to carve it, stick it in there, stand tall.
He put in his time.
Watch, this is our goofy foot surfer. That's going to get a nice disappearing.
That would have been amazing
almost
if he came
come out. Yeah, and then this big late drop that.
Sketchy one.
Oh, my gosh.
And he made it.
Got in and got out.
That was a Brado one.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
And then Kalani able to reset the fins after a little shaky takeoff right there.
From you, local boy.
And
his
beautiful water shot.
That is a beautiful water shot. I believe this is a make. He looks back into it. Well, Rock, man, we got some amazing surf, and we got heats coming up still. Fourth surf. We're only in heat 2 of their fourth surf, so.
Yeah, Team the Hui Wax will be coming up next.
Kalani Rivero again, beautiful grab. As hey guys, we're gonna take a break soon, so stay tuned. Ezra and Rocky, you're gonna see Isaiah and Rock back in the booth. Aloha.
with the classic, yeah? Welcome back.
Aloha and welcome back to the Hui Backdoor Shootout 2023, presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. Probably just up the way on the beach right there on your screen. You see rock piles on the top left corner, just around the corner, Keiki Beach Bungalows. The focus, obviously, right here at Backdoor and Pipeline for this year's the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Some really cool color combinations I'm seeing right here. Rocky Cannon with Isaiah Walker. Got the foam and the white water, then the blue reef, the dark blue, then the aqua kind of green sand bottom, and then those gray misty clouds and rain that's on the horizon as well.
Yeah, it's beautiful in Hawaii. We get so many different colors, and we have these trade winds that blow these clouds, the ua, ka'uane, it's like raining, but you know, just that's why we're the rainbow state too, because as that rain passes, as it does, it clears right up, and we get those beautiful rainbows. And so a lot of colors in our environment here. We're very fortunate to be here today on the North Shore, and we got, what heat is this?
So we're at heat number 3 of round number 4, our final round. It's Team the Hui Wax, Makua Rothman, Kala Grace, Moana Wong. This looks like from the last heat, that was, I believe, Gabriel Villaran. And then we went right into Team the Hui Wax, and that's Emil Zermack.
Oh, yeah.
Emil Zermack was charging yesterday, taking full advantage.
Oh, we got
with Kala Grace.
Split peak. Come on, Makua.
Makua Rothman. There's Kala on the left with a beautiful ride. Oh, man. You know, obviously the last shootout with Kala Grace was him getting a 12-pointer last year at Pipeline, as Emil Zermack staying busy. These are waves that were ridden during our commercial break. We appreciate all of you for tuning in from all corners of the world. We've had viewers tune in from Europe, South America, all over the continental U.S., mainly the hot zone right there right now with a lot of attention on North Florida, Jacksonville, Duval. But
we have to poke the bear here and play devil's advocate, because I was hoping the Chargers was going to win. A couple of reasons why. Number one, I used to live in San Diego as 2 years as a missionary, actually, in San Diego. But I guess they
moved to LA, but LA. I mean, I understand the connection
the
still.
The other thing is that we kid grew up in my town here in Laie named Alohi Gilman.
Correct.
Alohi Gilman went to Kamehameha schools, and then he also finished up at Kahuku High School. Surfer too, man. Grew up surfing with the Foster Bloomfield family. Oh, side slipping.
Oh, that was nasty.
Yeah, so Alohi Gilman is on the Chargers. He's from the North Shore, surfer, and awesome guy. And good friends with his dad, Asai Gilman, as well, who's done a lot of great things for our community. So, not everybody loved the Jags.
Yeah, no, I know. There are a lot of Hawaii Charger fans. I do understand that. And then you got the Hawaii ties as well.
But that comeback story alone is pretty cool.
Yeah.
I mean, you texted me, and you're like, oh, I got to watch. I was like, bro, good luck. They lose 27-0. Oh, and that was a no-make. Speaking of hard outcomes, that was a side slip into the abyss of the reef at Pipeline.
Well, and for Team the Hui Wax, we had Billy Kemper out there yesterday, and we're sending well wishes and prayers of healing for Billy, injured yesterday. In the final heat of the day. The Hui Wax had the number 8 draw yesterday. So a couple things happened during that final segment of day number 2 yesterday. Was Billy taking off on a pipe bomb, and getting the lip on the shoulder, might have pulled it out and had to be rescued and helped in by Hawaiian Water Patrol and tended to by the lifeguards there. And then EMS came and they had him just for safety precautions strapped to the backboard and just hoping and praying Billy is okay.
Yeah.
And then Moana Wong, right after the horn blew, got this incredible pipe barrel that was like, I think the best wave of the entire day yesterday.
I know, I saw it.
And like 20 seconds after the horn, but I mean, it won't count for the contest.
Are we sure?
Yeah. At least to my knowledge, it was after the horn, way like, like very like not way after, but it was like surely outside of the parameters. Yeah. But just to get that wave and stick with it, like so much props and huge respect to Moana Wong for taking off on that wave and scoring it the way she did.
Here comes another one. Let's see if this set lines up for our competitors. Ooh, somebody on the inside. Is this Emil? No.
So just talking, though, as a team for the Hui Wax, they've, yesterday, between the Billy's injury and Moana's great wave that essentially, for, lack of a better phrase, didn't count, they've got a little bit of, not revenge, but they just have a little chip on their shoulder, I think, today of getting more work done and trying to make up some ground here.
Well, on this Aloha Sunday, I've been bringing you some Hawaiian History Day.
Amazing.
And so I was telling Rocky, I think this is our 4th season doing this together, which is 4 years of the Hui Shootout degree. Yeah. Maybe we'll get a diploma for it.
Yeah, a BDSO, like BA.
Shucks, but I got so much material I want to cover, so maybe I have to pick it up a little bit. But we left off talking about the Battle of Nu'uanu. I think you were on break.
Nu'uanu is a really incredible one, and one that there's so much cool information and details about that.
Yeah, and I think the drama, too, is just that the battle took place at the Pali, and the warriors of Oahu being defeated by being pushed off of the Pali cliff.
Yeah, basically like forced up to the cliff, and then, they didn't even give them a chance to, like, concede and, like, sometimes a winning side will say, okay, just join us or something,
Yeah, I mean, eventually there was a truce made, and there was a treaty signed with Kauai. So there wasn't a battle with Kauai. Kaumuali'i, who was the leader, the chief of Kauai, ended up agreeing that he'll recognize Kamehameha as
I heard because he heard all the stories of like how he was wiping everybody out, or like just not wiping, but just mowing through the armies.
But at the same time, it was also Kamehameha was struggling to get his men through the channel there, because that's one of the broadest, farthest channels between islands, Oahu and Kauai. So
92 miles or so.
Right, and so that was kind of a struggle. So they ended up kind of so that Battle of Nu'uanu is kind of the end of Kamehameha's conquest, physical conquest,
like active,
of the islands.
Yeah.
And Kaiana, we talked about how he was the chief that was in the battle, supporting the Oahu chiefs, and he ends up losing in that. And that's the character Kaiana who's going to be in the Apple TV special show.
Got it.
Hosted by Pa'a Sibit, who's the director, and also, of course, Jason Momoa is the actor. We talk about Jason Momoa actually got the tattoo traditional style. Traditional tattoo is like you get it tapped onto instead of having a gun. They like have a paddle and they tap with using bone, like carving bone and
like super sharp bone. And
so he got the triangular pattern on the side of his head is the same pattern, because we have drawings, sketchings of Kaiana and what he looked like. And so he's really embraced that role. But I wanted to get into, so after Kamehameha, after his conquest, there's a lot of peace in Hawaii as far as war is concerned. But here's a wave coming. We got a rider here grabbing rail backside in the barrel. Comes out. The Hui Wax.
Yeah.
Is that Legend Chandler? No.
I'm not sure who that is, but that was a very well-surfed pipeline wave on the backhand.
Because
I
think
a young helmeted
I think
surfer.
Legend did fill in the earlier. That was who that was. 'Cause
Okay.
he filled in earlier when I was calling the heat earlier. Is somebody in the whitewash right there? Holy smokes!
Oh, that was a good pounding right there for a Sunday.
And actually, Legend
brunch.
had He had one really good wave this morning, and a couple others. So he's filling in for
Billy.
For Billy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Want to give a shout out really quick to Brother Kenny tuning in all the way in New York, shouting out the New York surfers. And of course, I'm sure they love to see their guy Balaram stack every now and again. He was a pipe master just last month, but mahalo for tuning in, Kenny. Thank you very much.
Oh, let's get the water patrol here helping out brother who is in the whitewash that we saw. Hopefully everybody's okay. I don't know if that's
Yeah, I think
guy.
hopefully that's like a hat floating.
That looks like Makua.
But
oh boy. Yeah, I think that's Makua Kai.
It does look like him, and that was either a helmet or a hat that was floating along. You know, I wasn't sure if it was a person that was in the water, but definitely keeping an eye on getting Makua to the beach.
Not a good sign.
And you know, the ocean just relentless. You know, trying to get guys out of the water with waves pushing and pulling, and that was the helmet. I think he just went ahead and took it off. Somebody just wiped out right there. So Pipeline dealing out a lot of great barrels and good scores that we've seen from today in round 3 into round 4, but not without the price and consequence of injury, hopefully not serious injury.
You know, this year at the Backdoor Shootout, we've seen a lot of injuries.
From the first day of the stand-up paddle and longboarding, correct.
Bullet Obra had a fractured skull and a huge hole in his head.
Here's
Look at
Kala
this.
Grace.
Oh, my goodness. Beautiful wave.
Kala, just textbook pipe surfing right there. Just like Uncle Derek, you know, he's got the whole blood running in his veins by way of his mom, Auntie Marianne, sister of Michael and Derek. And Kala with that tributary Derek Hull red, yellow, green airbrush as well, doing a lot to commemorate Uncle D. And what we miss dearly about him is seeing that board in the lineup. So Kala, thank you for continuing the tradition. Looks like that was maybe Emil.
Yeah.
Man, he has been just the frothiest wave magnet.
Even yesterday when it was rough and everybody was being really selective, he was just kind of cycling.
Yeah.
Well, we're pray for Makua.
Yeah. Good thing is that, you know, obviously a huge thing at Pipe is being awake and conscious and aware. It seemed like he was.
Yep.
Able to at least get onto the ski with some help and then get to shore with some help of the brothers that were on the beach as we watch.
This is Legend Chandler.
Legend Chandler.
Nice one.
Very nicely done. Making the most of that opportunity to step in for your injured teammate. You know, Billy Kemper, gnarly injury yesterday. We're going to hope he's okay. And then
that was Moana.
Moana just a little late on that one. Kala Grace, perfect timing here. Textbook, cruising in that barrel. Wow. This was the shot. So beautiful. Look at how shimmery that face is. And you can see the reef below through the bottom of the wave. And then Emil Zermatt out of Tahiti.
Get the water angle here. See how deep he is. Rides out of that, kicks out.
So Team the Hui Wax getting some good rides, but also having a
couple of injuries.
Little injury flurry here with Billy Kemper going down yesterday, Makua going down today with the rescue we just saw. Hawaiian Water Patrol pulling out Makua. He was in that impact zone when we glanced up at the screen and saw just a speck right before that wave exploded. And I'm not sure if it was from that or from a wipeout that maybe happened during another ride that we didn't see happen live. So we'll kind of keep you guys posted as we know.
Well, we did see
and
him
find out more.
We did see him split a wave with Kala. He went.
Oh, correct. He went back
right,
door.
Yeah, he went back door and pulled into a really good barrel, and it just kind of clamped on the end. But I don't know if it was paddling back out through back door on the way back out.
You know, and that's the thing with this wave is like some things look so horrific and crazy, and then the guy pops up smiling.
Right.
And then other things look very benign or non-threatening, and then the guy is not coming up. You know, it's just one of those waves that you constantly have to be on your toes when you're involved with the safety of these guys and watching over them as our lifeguards watch. The littlest non-threatening looking thing can be very serious.
Yeah. Wow, a lot of action. Don't know if I'll get through most of these stories, but we are talking about chiefs and Kamehameha, and after he, you know, there's a period of peace, and Hawaii doesn't really encounter any war until 1941.
Wow.
When Pearl Harbor is bombed. But it's also because there's a time of trying to heal and to recuperate after a period of war like that. And sadly, it also coincides not only with people dying in warfare from that conquest,
the battles,
but then the diseases. So
right.
we enter in this period of Hawaiians trying to overcome the challenges of these ailments and diseases. But he rules as chief, as a king of Hawaii for many decades. And then in 1819, he passes away. And when he dies, there's a bit of change that takes place in Hawaii where the essentially...
Was he very old? Did he achieve old age?
Yeah,
and so it was something natural, most likely?
Yeah, so he was an old guy. I mean, you can see sketches of him with gray hair. He's probably, I can't remember exact age, but in late 60s, maybe 70s. And he dies of natural causes. And, he has several wives. One of them, Ka'ahumanu, initiates one of the greatest changes in Hawaii's history, was to abolish the aikapu, which is the kapu system is essentially the framework of their society that was based on their culture and religious laws. So different types of, the religious protocols to the heiaus. We're talking about the heiau up at Pupukea the other day during the Waimea Bay. The island had a lot of these different shrines and sacred sites of worship and so forth. Those are all banished, and Hawaiian society flips from its old religion to, for a brief moment, a vacuum of no religion. Shortly thereafter, 1820, months away, the first missionaries from back east arrived.
The movie, older movie called Hawaii.
Yes.
Was that some of it based on...
that was based on James Michener's book called Hawaii.
Yeah.
And it was,
So I think the names were different in the actual movie.
Right.
But just for a frame of reference, it sounds like it could be...
that's an old movie.
Yeah, I know, bro. You catch me watching them sometimes just for the historical context. But interesting. And
one of the big questions a lot of historians have had is like, well, why would Kahumanu do this? Why would she? And the way she does it's pretty simple. She goes and sits at a table with her stepson and eats food with him, which was breaking that the laws. Like there's a lot of interesting laws that govern interaction. One of them was like what you could do between men and women. Men and women weren't allowed to eat together, even had separate sleeping houses. That doesn't mean that women didn't play an important role in society.
Correct.
They did, just in different kinds of ways than Western society.
Yes.
And here we have a paddler.
Oh, yeah. Look at this.
Oh,
setting up for Kala. Great.
Kala.
Oh, is it going to be another 12? He'd be the first in the Hui Backdoor Shootout history, I believe, to achieve a 12-point ride twice. If he would have came out of that one. Would have been, but that was quite the freight train.
Yeah, not much of an exit there. And one historian named Lily Kala, she argues that a lot of it had to do with the dying and the disease. That because so many Hawaiians were dying and not as many Haole people, that maybe there was that need. Holy smoke, look at this
Wow,
one.
that
Hey,
was
Mayo, come out.
so brave.
That was close. I thought he was going to come out of that.
Yeah, no, that drop was so heavy, and the wave itself just heaved over. The way he put himself in there, he did have a chance, but what crazy power in this wave. And somebody's down right there needing help too. The grabber just jumped off. Water Patrol staying super busy, staying on it.
Oh, wow.
And
they've got 3 guys in there.
Trying to get to, I believe it could be Kala, maybe from that first wave. Oh, he's jumping in.
Oh.
Because he's not conscious.
Oh, no.
Okay. So we're going to hope and pray everything is okay. But that was incredible footage of the operator seeing someone trying to get an ID, someone that was appearing to be, I'm not sure if, because there's different ways that you can not be able to climb on your board. If something is, got your arm or your neck or something where you're not physically able, or you're knocked out and you're unconscious.
Oh my goodness.
But either way, it's a full team effort. And when you see the operator jump off the ski to go get him, you know that it's super serious. So we're only third heat into the final round, and Team the Hui Wax with Billy going down yesterday, Makua going earlier, and not sure. So it was Kala and Emeo taking off on 2 waves in a row. And it was hard to really try to make out exactly who it was they were grabbing. It was almost surely one of those 2 surfers, because they were both on closeout pipe waves that they were not able to make it out of. So, man.
It's heart-wrenching.
It's such a real and crazy consequence of putting your life on the line, literally surfing this wave. And we're going to ask all of you watching out there, whatever deity or ways that you ask for healing or comfort for somebody, we ask that you do that. Wherever you might be watching from, just say a prayer for our surfers here, and especially for our injured surfer that had to be pulled out of the water just now. I mean, you hardly ever see Water Patrol just leave a jet ski like that.
Yeah.
And, the jet ski will be fine. It's a piece of equipment. Human life, obviously, the utmost priority. And jumping off to save that surfer was the right move in that situation.
Yeah, our heart and minds, thoughts, and prayers going out to our competitors. Meanwhile, that was Legend Chandler, so he wasn't involved.
Yeah, I believe Moana still out there with Legend, who's taking the place of the injured Billy Kemper from yesterday.
Oh.
And
that's Emeo.
That looks like Emeo, so that is Emeo getting a nice ride. But
so we know that he's all right. But that means Moana is possibly in.
So
is one of the individuals that's struggling. So we know it was.
It was either Moana or Kala. Wow, look at that. Well done by Emeo. This is a heat recap. And Wax getting some nice rides, but more importantly, hoping and praying for the health and safety of the surfer that needed that dramatic rescuing that we were able to capture and see happening live. And it just goes to show you, I mean, the consequences.
Well, here's a wave of Kala, and this is one that he made, and he is wearing a helmet, which is hopefully good news that it helped him.
Yeah, look at that wave, it's so beautiful.
He's had a stellar performance at the event so far too. I mean, he's had good waves yesterday, this morning, this afternoon.
Yeah, he's definitely been in the hunt. And getting word that the event might be on pause.
On hold, yeah.
Possibly, which, I mean, we've been talking a little bit of football too, and everybody's been seeing the stories of that Monday night game a couple weeks ago where the player went down and needed, life-saving support right there on the field in front of thousands and millions of viewers. And here we have, a surfer going down, and appropriately so. I think, it's not a bad thing to take a time out from.
Moana.
But
Wong.
that's Moana.
Oh my goodness.
Moana
Come on.
Wow.
That would have been the wave of the event.
Yeah. Very similar to what she did yesterday afternoon.
Look,
that one a little more throatier, and she was much deeper, and just, at this point has to be thankful to be able to climb back on her board, seeing what has been going on around her the last, couple of heats.
Yeah.
And
I thought she was coming out of that. Let's see the replay.
Great takeoff.
Oh my goodness. Stands up tall in the barrel, traveling.
It just got a little bit small and shaky on the end there, kind of expanding and contracting. Couldn't keep up with it, but she had the right line drawn.
Yep.
And her best chance to come out of that was going to be that line that she was holding there. So we're going to step away for a moment, have some commercials. We'll be hopefully back with more updates for you on the injury.
There were times we hit walls of garbage that was so disgusting. You just couldn't believe it. As far as you could see in the ocean was just garbage.
I do feel like a responsibility to give back, and I always feel like that to give back to the kids, and like, you know, hopefully they could have a better ocean than I even had in the future.
Come to a beautiful beach like this that's just like the typical Hawaiian white sand beach. You look closely and you're like, wait, that's not even sand, that's plastic.
You hear a lot of people in packaging say, well, it's a problem today, but in 10 years the recycling will be better and then this product won't be a problem. Well, it's a problem right now. I don't think we have the luxury of just waiting.
Welcome back, aloha, and we're here at the Backdoor Shootout 2023, where we just had the Hui Wax, and we will get you updates that heat had some injury, and as we were watching at the end of that heat, where they had to rescue what appeared to be an unconscious surfer, and we'll give you more specific updates, but we have confirmed that it was Kala Grace, and that they're working on that he's breathing, that he did have an injury, and it appears that he hit either the reef or his board, but
and he got mowed over by that huge whitewater when he signaled the Hawaiian Water Patrol.
Right.
So he is in good hands, so we're going to keep you guys updated. We're just all kind of in shock. Kala's like our little nephew, and he's been charging hard, so we're just worried for him at the moment. But currently, you are watching Team Pipeline Hammers, and they got off to a great start in their third surf today on the third day of competition. 2023, the Hui Backdoor Shootout, brought to you by Keiki Bungalows. And currently in the lineup, Isaiah, we got...
Yeah, so for Pipeline Hammers, we got Tori Meister, Makai McNamara, Ivan Florence, Kona Oliveira, and Kieran Jabur. We actually are waiting on updates for 2 injuries. We also saw Makuakai Rothman get escorted out of the water with the ski.
Really, I missed that.
Right. So he was conscious, but he was carried up the beach. So
no.
You know, we have
Rothman.
2 injured surfers. Actually, the Hui Wax is they've had 3 out of their 6 surfers get injured in this event, with Billy Kemper yesterday. So
hard charging this Hui Wax team. As you remember yesterday, Makuakai Rothman got guillotined in back of the head wearing his helmet in the second round after one of his good waves. So there is some carnage today, even though Pipeline has mellowed itself and turned into beautiful, good pipe. It is still very dangerous.
We also saw Moana Wong on an incredible wave at the end of the heat. Unfortunately, she didn't make out of that one in this last heat, but
what a great ride by Moana. She was definitely traveling, as we have Makai McNamara. Nope, Ivan Florence off the bottom. Love that angle. Totally covered up and disappeared, Isaiah. Kid's on fire.
Just a quick barrel, but a tall wave, and he successfully rode it. Here's a wave at backdoor. I don't know if there's a surfer in there, but...
For how quick it was, though, full disappear and slowdown from Ivan Florence. The Florence boys making it so easy.
Yeah, and Ivan had some great waves yesterday and this morning. This is the last round, I believe, of the competition, because today's our last day in the holding period, the waiting period for the surf. So this is our 4th round. So we ran 2 rounds yesterday, and we completed 1 round this morning, and this is our second round today, which is our 4th round in total. And Pipeline Hammers, this is this our 5th heat?
Yep. This is our 4th heat. Yep.
4th heat.
Heat 5 will be the hard charging Team Japan. So
after this, there are only 4 more teams for the rest the remainder of the event. And we're still, thoughts and prayers for Kala and also Makuakai. But here's a replay of Ivan Florence. A steep drop, comes around bottom, turns, just gets under that one last section of the wave, and get a different angle here.
Florence.
Oh, I see how big that barrel is behind him.
Beautiful into the gap. Touches it. Absolutely covered. Ivan Florence. As Nathan Florence isn't surfing in this event, it's Kona Oliveira. And congratulations to you. Doing your thing in the pipe hammers, and also invited here to the Backdoor Shootout, because very prestige event. Not every surfer can get into this event, as you got Pipeline's best from all around.
Right. So, we've seen a lot of Nathan and, of course, John Florence for many years now.
Many years.
And Ivan was kind of the quieter one as far as, I know that he's an amazing skateboarder.
Yeah.
But it's really cool to see over the last couple of years to Ivan really kind of step up. At Pipeline. And he's done really well at Pipeline events over the last couple of years.
Not overshadowed by the bros, right?
It's cool because he's the one goofy footer. And so I'm a goofy footer. So it's cool to see the.
So is Rocky.
Right.
And so is Kainoa McGee. Wow, the whole commentating cast of the Hui is all goofy foot, no offense. Wow, look at these lines coming in. There's definitely more waves on offer, as we're going to have a massive exchange by Pipeline Hammers. JOB, great seeing you come in with the team this year. I would love to have seen you surf, but replacing him today was hard-charging Big Island boy Tori Meister.
Yep.
So good stuff. This guy going around the world like Nate and just getting absolutely barreled, honing in their skills, and upping the ante of big wave surfing.
Well, should we get back to some of our history
Yes,
story
please.
session? Okay. So we left off talking about Hawaii is undergoing a lot of change in 1819, 1820, and where this kapu system is abolished, as the term that is often used in the textbooks. And then there's also this dynasty, this new dynasty that emerges after Kamehameha dies. There's actually a battle that takes place between those who want to maintain the old ways, as Kekuokalani was a chief in Kona, and there was this battle that took place between him and the Kamehameha dynasty, which was now headed by Kahumanu and Liho, which was the son of Kamehameha that was next in line to rule. That's sort of the victory of the Kamehameha chiefs over this group, this warriors that were in Kona, in some ways solidified the change into this new role that Kahumanu was leading.
This is 1800s, correct?
Yeah, so this is the early 1800s, 1819.
Okay.
And 1820, we have, we have Kamehameha II, Liho. Sadly, him and his wife go on a tour to London, and while they're there, they both contract, I think it was measles or smallpox, excuse me. I can't remember which, but they both perished while overseas. So his next son, the next son heir to the throne, is Kamehameha III, Kauikeo'uli. He had a pretty long reign in Hawaii, and probably some of the most significant deciding factors for some of the laws that we have in the Hawaiian Kingdom. Most notably in 1843, Hawaii, under Kamehameha III, Kamehameha III sends out an emissary named Ha'aleleo Timoteo, and they go and travel to, their objective is to get recognized as an independent state, as a sovereign independent state by the Western powers at that time. So on July 31st, November 28th, 1843, they accomplish it. So they sign what's called the Anglo-French Proclamation, where both the British and the French, and eventually the United States, recognize Hawaii as an independent state, which is a big deal because These were usually designations, political designations reserved for some of the world's greatest powers. A lot of countries were looking for this kind of recognition by, these Western countries. That Japan, for example, wasn't recognized as an independent state by these Western countries till later.
Yeah.
So it really put Hawaii on the map as a important political place that had, even though it was a monarchy, it was a constitutional monarchy. And I think that's important because sometimes people will use the language like, well, they got tired of having a king who was just like a ruler that decided everything. It wasn't like that. There was a constitution. Hawaii had some of the earliest like Bill of Rights that gave individual rights to people, voting rights, and a variety of different rights. It became a very modern government in a very short period of time under Kamehameha III. And that's important, this treaty that I'm talking about, the Anglo-French Proclamation Treaty, because later, when Queen Liliuokalani is Queen of Hawaii in 1891, and she's overthrown in 1893, because Hawaii has this distinction as an independent state recognized, that you can't just overthrow the country without going through the proper legal procedures, and the international law kind of prohibits it. So anyway, I know this is kind of a lot to swallow, a lot to take in. I'm kind of, it's a lot, but
there's so much things happening at this moment.
Right.
Like, I mean, full detail. There's drama. There's backstabbing going on a little bit.
Yeah, and it is important, especially today. Like at the Backdoor Shootout, we had Lanakila Maguil, we had Ka'eo, and several others. And, the Hawaiian community today is very immersed and engaged and aware of our history, because a lot of it wasn't taught in schools for many years. And so we live in a great time right now where we have access to some of the more full details of what happened. And, mahalo to all the scholars and the historians and the researchers who've
and mahalo to
worked
you.
really hard.
You're one of them.
To bring that story, those kind of more accurate details.
Also, what you're talking about earlier on in the week is how you're putting all this Hawaiian history and knowledge down into writings on the internet, where all our youth and everybody can click a button now and see your head is full of all this.
Oh yeah, and that really helped.
History.
In fact, one of the most important finds in archives was from Noinoi Silva. She was a professor of history of political science, at University of Hawaii, and she went to the National Archives in Washington D.C. and found stacks, these boxes of petitions against what we call the Annexation Treaty. And that really opened us up to a different version of the story, because for many years people thought, the Queen, she just surrendered. She wanted Hawaii to become part of the United States.
Bigger part of the story, though. I mean, there was a lot going on.
And so when they found basically 90% of the population of Hawaii at the time had signed these petitions against annexation, and that really changed the way that we viewed the history of Hawaii when Noinoi Silva uncovered those. And then she wrote a great book, if you're curious, Aloha Betrayed, a fantastic book that she wrote.
Team Japan getting ready. Team Japan. Just, watching Team Japan get prepared. Are we going to get a flurry of sets? You know how these guys, good vibes. And big shout out.
Now to tie this into surfing in this history, because that's what I try and do in the book Waves of Resistance, is constantly refer to surfing and how surfing is a part of all of these stories. And the link that we have in this one is really through two people that were engaged with the monarchy at this time. One of them is that both of them were heirs to the throne. So after Queen Liliuokalani, next in line was Princess Kaiulani. Kaiulani was an avid surfer. She surfed in Waikiki, but she was also known to possibly surf while she was overseas. We don't have it confirmed, but
That
most
is
likely,
so cool.
because she went to school in England, but her cousin, who would have been next in line after her, was Jonah Kuhio, and we have lots of record of Jonah Kuhio surfing. In fact, where, you know, Queens Beach, we talk about.
Right.
Kuhio Beach is the name of that beach, and it's named after Prince Jonah Kuhio. We also talk a lot about Duke Kahanamoku as the father of modern day surfing. I want to clarify something important. It's not like Duke was the first Hawaiian to start surfing again.
No, he learned from kids at Kuhio Beach.
Yeah, and I mean,
that were already surfing.
Prince Jonah Kuhio was surfing well before that time. He's much older than Duke Kahanamoku. They overlapped. They were contemporaries. They knew each other. Yeah, there's
Before
a statue
walls,
there on the beach. Surf City, USA. There's been a battle between two cities, claiming which one is the real one. There's Santa Cruz, California, and then Huntington Beach. Both of those places were established, these surfing centers, by Hawaiians.
Right.
So Santa Cruz, technically, if you want to go to decide, okay, which was the earlier one, 1886 is when Prince Jonah Kuhio and his two brothers, Edward and David, Prince David, were at school there in Santa Cruz.
Okay.
At like a boarding school, and they went surfing in San Mateo County and surfed this river mouth. And there's newspaper articles talking about this show that they put on where they brought surfing to California. And
that's awesome.
Yeah, so
documented on the newspaper.
And the other Hawaiian surfer who went to the other Surf City, USA, which is Huntington Beach. Shucks, sorry, my mind. It's right on the tip of my tongue, but. He was, some of my friends are going to think less of me for not remembering his name right now, but we'll get to it in a minute. But this surfer was Hapahaole, so half Hawaiian, half Haole, and he was brought up, George Freeth, sorry about that. So George Freeth comes from Waikiki and moves up to Huntington Beach where he's establishes this surf club. Teaches people to surf, and it becomes kind of that surf city by him establishing.
What year are we in?
This is look at this wave rider right here, grabbing his rail, up and out. That looked like a Moniz. I think that was Josh.
Yeah, team snapped. Wondering if Josh. I wonder if he got a helmet.
You can see there's a lot of, it's kind of solemn right now, as we know. I mean, even the action in the water has slowed because of, you can see kind of a heavy weight over everyone as they're praying and hoping the best for our two competitors, Kalal Grace and Makuakai Rothman, were both injured in that last heat.
There's two of our pipeline Hamas waiting for their sets, watching their teammates head back out towards them.
Sorry, that definitely wasn't that wasn't a Moniz then.
Yeah. Kieran and Mackay are out the back, so I believe that could be Tori Meister choosing the helmet.
Good call.
Yeah, or Kona Oliveira. So we will see as we get some close-ups. And I just want to know, like, when
I got a text from Uncle Chuck Andres. Freed. Sorry, Uncle Chuck.
Oh, Uncle Chuck, legendary shaper and surfer. I love that guy.
Oh, here we go. Let's see who this rider was. That might have been Kona Oliveira.
I know I'm at the right spot when I see Uncle Chuck out.
Yes.
Yeah, I believe that's Kona. Look at this massive brother.
An accomplished MMA fighter, too.
Yes.
Thank you, Uncle Chuck. Kona. I knew it was on the tip of my tongue.
You just even told me I'm going to get some stuff
I'm gonna get some
and
friends.
Boom. Legendary bloodline, Chuck Andrus.
Questioning me already.
I've seen him at the ceremony.
No, Uncle Chuck is
Julio Enalu member.
Yeah, he's amazing. Been shaping surfboards on the North Shore for many, many years. Makes
big part of our surf culture. Yes,
and a great surfer too, a pipeline surfer
big
as well.
Time.
So, aloha, Uncle Chuck. Mahalo for the reminder, George Freeth. Actually, you spelled it wrong, Uncle. It's not Freed. It's Freeth.
Yeah, and me being raised in town, when town's firing and I see a guy like Uncle Chuck out in the water, I know I'm in the right place.
Yeah.
As he used to be surfing with amazing legends like Mel Kinney, and these guys know where to go. So
that is the cool connection that surfing is part of this, all this story, this drama of surf, of what's going on land with politics and stuff. and surfing is just a part of that story. And so Kaiulani and Ku'io were like in the mix with that, and also Duka Hanamoku himself.
How do they get to the beach with their boards? Like, that's all the kind of stuff I'd like to see in a recreated video.
Well, they said that with Prince Kuhio, he owned that beach and he had a house and he had a little jet, like a little jetty of sorts, I guess, and a pier, I guess, and he would, for his big boards that he would ride, he would like just had this pulley system that you'd pull it up out of the water and just leave it right there on the pier.
Ways.
Yeah.
That's all rich surf history, that, you know, because equipment was way different.
And also, I mean, some cool stuff about Jonah Kuhio. He was an heir to the throne. He was adopted by Kalakaua, who's the brother of the Queen Liliuokalani. He was an avid surfer, but he was also an athlete, like very well rounded. And one of his best sports, the specialties, was he was a martial artist. So grappling, and again, I mentioned earlier the Hawaiian martial art called the lua.
Yeah,
he was an expert to it. In fact, most people these days there's still some people who train in lua. Most of them will trace their line to him.
Wow.
And there's some really
That's
cool
some
stories.
heavy martial arts. It's very brutal too, very war-esque.
Right. And so when I have to, sorry, I know sometimes this is what's the hard part with some pain, I have to finish the story of the Queen in order to get into Kuhio, but
Roger that.
1893, basically there's a group of guys that want Hawaii to give Pearl Harbor to the United States. Because the United States has, an interest in Pearl Harbor as a military place, which it is today.
Yeah,
very thoroughly.
This is the beginning of the.
In fact, today the Pearl Harbor is the center of the Pacific Command for the United States. But the Queen didn't want to give that completely willingly. Neither did her brother, but it was forced on them to do so. It was called the Bayonet Constitution. So things were challenging, but then also she tries to write a new constitution to restore some of her executive powers, and you have this coup that takes place. A coup is essentially where you have people within a community that overthrow its government. And it's a form of treason. That's what countries call it when you try and overthrow something. It's treasonish. So there is a coup to overthrow her from power. But it's not legitimate because the United States doesn't recognize that coup as being, it doesn't satisfy the demands of what they would have to do legally to do it, which would be you'd need a treaty between Hawaii and the United States. That's exactly what this group did. They wrote a treaty, called it the Treaty of Annexation, submitted it to Washington, to Congress, for them to pass, where they're basically saying, Hawaii wants to be part of the United States. But it wasn't the Queen who wrote this bill. It was a group of tyrants, basically, who overthrew the Queen and her government. Now, this is where that story I mentioned earlier about Noinoi Silva, she finds that when that bill was in Congress, 90% of the population signed petitions saying, do not sign this. This isn't our treaty. This is this group that is called the Committee of Safety that was doing it there on their own. And it worked. So the bill never passed. It was shut down in Congress. It didn't get the 2/3 votes that it required. But then months later,
they tried to come back.
Well, there was a new president that was elected in office, and his name is William McKinley, and he's very he's very aggressive at like being kind of colonial, wanting to kind of take some new lands and stuff. The other thing, there's a war that breaks out, and this is part of it, with Spain and the United States. It starts in Cuba, but it leads to the Philippines. So this battle, it's called the Spanish-American War, where there's a war between the United States and Spain. And Spain, at that time, controlled the Philippines and Cuba, and there's this war that broke out.
That's right.
And Hawaii's right in the middle of the Philippines and the United States. So the annexation bill doesn't pass, but instead they want to quickly try and come up with something. So they write this senator from Nevada named Newlands proposes this bill that, hey, why don't we just pass this as a joint resolution, which is essentially a a bill, a domestic law. In other words, like, you know, laws that you would that have to pertain just to your country. So, you know, today it's kind of like if the United States decided to vote if they wanted to take over Japan without involving Japan in the treaty. So that's where most Hawaiians today will point to that specific thing, that treaty.
Yeah. How do you not
didn't
involve
pass.
its own country? You know what I mean? Just right around the backside.
So, yeah, sorry, that's a lot of information.
Yeah,
I
no.
don't mean, but there's a lot.
And this
lot of
year,
laws here.
around this time, was what? Coming out of the 1800s?
Yeah, it's 1898.
1890. Oh, so we're getting into the 1900s soon.
Right,
It makes
and
sense because some of it's touched on my history classes in high school, but they don't go into that depth that you have.
And Duke Hanamoku was born in 1890, and so he's born in the Hawaiian Kingdom, and then he's also a young man when it's called the
lot going
provisional
on.
government, where there's that coup that takes place. And then as a young teenager, he's in what's called the territory of Hawaii. So just in his, you know, early years of life, he lived through that whole change. And so, I mean, this event we honor Duke Hanamoku at this event, and his story crosses through all this stuff that's going on in Hawaii during that time.
Yeah,
and
what
so
a time to be born.
surfing is just so integral to this story, which is what I think makes it so cool, which is what inspired me to tell this write it in the book.
That's
Waves
what
of
I love.
Resistance.
Deep history from you. Like, you know, you want to be a surfer? Well, look at the depth of where surfing came from and the deep part of, you know, everything, all these characters.
And in the movie, I highly recommend going. I know I've been plugging this movie quite a bit, but it's a good one on Through the Doggy Door, which is Sheldon Paishon. And
Alana Media. Good
Yeah,
stuff,
and
guys.
Mason Ho starts off the movie by giving a little context that in my interview I kind of provide the context of Prince Kuhio and his relation to what's called the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. So one of the Prince Kuhio, even though he's not a king because the monarchy is overthrown, he's elected as a delegate to Congress in the territory of Hawaii. So he's still a very important leader.
Yeah.
And one of the most important things that he passes is a bill called the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, which essentially gives land that already was, a lot of it was designated Hawaiian land previously through Hawaiian crown lands, that we call it, and also ceded lands. Anyway, it's kind of there's a lot to it, but that opens up these communities in certain places that have Hawaiian homestead land. And here we have a paddler going back door, standing tall. Come on.
Oh, come on. Oh, that thing over. It looks like he traveled some distance. We'll see from the different camera angle. Pipe hammers.
I think that was Tori Meister.
Yep,
Oh,
he
here we
had a
go.
good back door in his third surf.
Goofy footer, the lone goofy. Oh,
whoa. That was smooth. Little step off to belly ride.
Right.
And I believe that is Ivan Florence, our only goofy footer in the pipe hammers.
That previous wave.
That looks like Kieran
Jabor.
Beautiful.
Oh.
He's going for the double up. Chandelier, boom, smashed right onto the sand. No exit, but beautiful nonetheless.
Nice. Ivan Florence, I think,
Yeah,
is
that
our only
wasn't
goofy
Ivan.
footer, but that wasn't Ivan. Might have been one of our Japanese surfers.
Yeah. So also thank you, Keiki Bungalows, Elon and your crew. We'll probably see you guys at the awards ceremony. Thank you to Adam Corporation, White Claw, Kona Brewing, Sinaloa, Tortilla Chips, locally owned. Go support local, guys. And mahalo to Two Thumbs Tattoo, Brother Bo, mahalo. And for these amazing Dahui eyewear by Reason Scene Co. Reason stands for Respect, Energy, and Evolution, and Zen. Go check them out. You can find our eyewear on dahui.com. Also, Haliva's Own Juice, supplying the North Shore of Oahu with quality cold-pressed juice, locally organic ingredients. And also, big ups to Hamiku Organics, mahalo, North Shore owned, and thank you to all our Huio He'enalu members and Dahui for putting together such an amazing event. Day 3, getting a history lesson from Isaiah Walker. This guy has so much knowledge in his mind, history that, you might get taught a little bit in school, but heavy details, this guy knows it. Ivan Florence.
Oh, my goodness.
Isaiah.
Here's heavy details. Oh, yes, comes out of that barrel.
That was beautiful.
Oh, beautiful down carve.
Going on, I can't say that he'll go to the leaderboard with that one, but we've had amazing performances in the 3rd and 4th surf where surfers, they get 3 to 4 times surfing in the backdoor shootout. You get the most and the best surfing out of these athletes. So
that was a good barrel, though.
That was really good.
He was gone and
disappeared.
It disappeared. We didn't know if he was coming back out or not.
I always love when they do the combo thing on the outside of the tube too. Just cut it, hit it.
Now, because we've had such sad drama take place in the heat previous. I know that we were on standby and so forth, and so it's a little there's a little bit of uncertainty going on, but that
I don't
know if that was Ivan Florence or if that was one of our Japanese surfers.
Yeah, not too sure, but we will recheck.
Because we saw Ivan lay down on that one and go in, it looked like.
As we're all praying for Kala, as the ambulance is there to pick him up.
Oh.
So, guys, say a prayer for our hard-charging Kala Grace. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's a really good young man. I've seen him a lot, especially last year when he got that 12-point ride. I was honored to be there,
honored to see that,
and
watch his dad so proud and excited. So, Willie, we're praying for your son, Willie Grace, Waikiki Beach Boys' finest. Raised the 2 twin boys, and
though, I mean, despite the injury and that he's being pulled out, and that was the end of the event for his chances. I wouldn't be surprised if he isn't on the top of this. He's had so many good waves.
So after the second round, he was in the second position with a 9-point ride, and Isaiah, a 9-point ride in this event is absolutely amazing. So, and thank you, Hawaiian Water Patrol. Without you guys, super swift. I heard, I think it was Nolan Keolana jumped right off of the ski and grabbed him right away. These guys don't mess around.
Yeah,
life-saving skills are next level.
That was a touching moment to watch Nolan jump off the ski, and it was heart-wrenching. But you could see the urgency, the aloha, and the and the efficiency of it too. Here we go. This is a heat recap. That was from previous. That was Emio. Oh, this one was a beautiful. This was Ivan Florence on that big one that he caught at the beginning of the heat.
That was the best one of the heat so far.
Ivan's also another top contender here. And this one was Kono Oliveira. Gets a stand-up barrel.
Great ride.
Incredible ride. I believe this is also Ivan Florence. This is his last wave that he went in on. Took the prone.
Styling one-leg drop.
And this is one of our Japanese surfers. Might be Taichi Wakita.
Yep, I think you're right. As we watch them prepare on the beach. Beautiful from Team Japan.
That was an incredible wave. Stay with us. We'll be back for our last heats.
Aloha.
heading towards the Side Islands this weekend. 20 to 60-foot faces and exposed spots.
There were times we hit walls of garbage that was so disgusting. You just couldn't believe it. As far as you could see in the ocean was just garbage.
I do feel like a responsibility to give back, and I always feel like that to give back to the kids, and like, you know, hopefully they could have a better ocean than I even had in the future.
Come to a beautiful beach like this that's just like a typical Hawaiian white sand beach. You look closely and you're like, wait, that's not even sand, that's plastic.
You hear a lot of people in packaging say, well, it's a problem today, but in 10 years the recycling will be better and then this product won't be a problem. Well, it's a problem right now. I don't think we have the luxury of just waiting.
Hey gang, good afternoon. It is 2:31. This is Ezra Rodriguez and Rocky Cannon bringing it to you live action, and we have moved into the fifth heat. We are into Team Japan. Rocky, who's out in that lineup?
Yeah, we've got the Japanese surfers Shinpei Horiguchi, Taichi Wakita, Daiki Matsunaga, Kenshin Matsunaga, Jin Suzuki, and Shogo Harada making up Team Japan. And yeah, you said it, Ezra. 2:31. It is green monster time. Mahalo Monster Energy.
Cheers,
thank you
my
very
brother.
much, bro.
Keala and the crew.
We're
Mahalo.
cruising through the afternoon and bringing you this final day of the Hui Backdoor Shootout.
Eating the best chips.
With some great rides, some horrendous wipeouts. We're sending more prayers out to Team the Hui Wax. I know Makua got an injury also. He was able to be brought into the beach. I don't think he was getting EMS treatment, but Kala Grace soon after went down with injury.
Yeah.
He is being transported to a hospital, so we're going to pray for him. And a lot of great rides going down, but man, not without the real risk of crazy injury here at Pipe and Backdoor. I mean, it is. We talk about it so much.
Yep.
And a lot of folks tune in and get to hear us talk about it. You know, it's not very often, but what a great ride from Team Japan. And those moments of glory are so great, but then you have these moments of horror and injury.
Who is this? Is this Shinpei, I believe? Massive, standing tall as he gets totally brick-housed on the head with his blue helmet. Let's hope that he gets back up.
I think that was Kenshin.
Kenshin, yes, Kenshin.
He's been with the blue helmet the last couple of days.
Gotcha. Oh, safety duck dive underneath that lip. That was a heavy wave.
But yeah, so we've seen literally all kinds of, we've seen it all. From the glory of great rides and then Billy Kemper's injury yesterday. Kemper. So it's been tough sledding for some of our surfers in the way of that. And, I think you're right.
He is super stoked.
Is that
looks
Shinpei?
like Shinpei to me.
He's got the dark blue.
Yeah. But he just checked his foot too. He wouldn't touch the bottom.
You know, even the guys that have success and, you know, that are doing well in the event, they come to the winner's podium with scrapes and scars and hobbling. And, you know, we've seen so many surfers win events at Pipe but be super banged up.
There are so many, and you're one of these Pipe surfers, there are so many injuries that you guys don't report in. It's just your personal thing, sore neck, sore lower back, sciatic. I mean, there's a lot that happens and a lot that isn't reported into the surf discussion world. So. Like if you see Billy did Big Wednesday, right? He took his nephews up to Maui, hard charging with the Roberson Jr. family, like that legacy. Yep. And then he came back and he trained with Kahea Hart. I mean, he must have been stiff, sore, and then boom, right back into competition. Yep. So massive respect for Billy Kemper and all these athletes.
Check out these waves. It's almost like
bro.
pipe is building and pulsing again from this morning, right?
No, but every time the Hui Japan touches the water, pipe just, I mean, for the last years, dealing with
you're
guys.
right, bro. They have some like energy that they send out into the ocean when they get in, and the pipe comes alive. Yesterday, they got so many crazy waves.
Smoked on their
they
first
got
heat.
a lot of waves on the head, but they are such warriors. They battled through. They found some good waves.
These guys contort, and they're barrel specialists. I really like watching these guys.
They've definitely earned their spot here at the Hui Shootout.
A few of them on the team are also small wave acrobats as well. Something very admirable. As you can see them all spread out 10 yards from each other.
Yeah, the modern surfer of today, to be, considered one of the best, you've got to be adaptive to be able to do multiple disciplines. Like I would compare it to the modern day, like MMA fighter, that not just boxing and striking, but the grappling, the wrestling, those kinds of things. In surfing as well, you've got so many ranges of spectrums of, different waves to ride and types of equipment. So being able to excel in all those kinds of conditions makes you very well-rounded. We're watching, I believe that's Taichi Wakita.
Taichi.
Just doing
Legacy.
it.
He has
just
a sister
like
that rips as well.
Dara rips, you're right. She does. Look at this angle. Just the drone looking in at Taichi.
Beautiful read.
Oh, man. You
kicked out with
so
conviction.
Beautiful.
He's
so
liking that score.
And the rail grab.
Oh, that was a beautiful rail grab. As he just shoved his knee in there with confidence right here. Boom. Took it out right on time before he got combobulated.
Yeah, that might be Jin Suzuki possibly.
Jin Suzuki, first time me watching him in this
and then
backdoor
another
event.
Look at that.
Look at this angle. He is flying, bro. He picked up a quick 30 miles an hour real quick.
And came flying out of that barrel, too.
I've been really loving some of these guys here. Shinpei on that big beast he got earlier, and this thing just came down on his head, but he's stoked about it.
Yeah, a couple shakas, check the feet.
Yeah, bro, the guy got engulfed into some huge backdoors last year, too, and he came up with a smile.
What we love about this event is the opportunity to share Hawaiian culture with the whole entire world tuning in on our Salt and Air broadcast. Mahalo to our team here. But I want to say mahalo to our folks that came down and our ohana that shared all the culture and knowledge at the opening ceremony.
Huge.
Big mahalo. Thank you guys so much. Lana Kila, Mangil, Kale, Koa, Kaeo, Antipua, and Kapule Flores and Kaifo. Thank you guys.
Thanks for flying
from the Big Island.
Mahalo.
Coming to share with us and be a part of it. So mahalo, you guys. Thank you so much. It truly makes this event. We've listed so many things, the unique format, the factors of making it a surf event, but then you add in also all of these unique things that make it a cultural event as well. And it's truly one of a kind.
Yeah.
And the folks that come and share with us, especially during our opening protocols and ceremonies, make it as special as it can be.
Yeah, and Lana Kila, he didn't let you be a tourist and just watch the Aha Kanaka He'inalu. He didn't just let you watch the ceremony. He made everybody on the beach participate. Everybody was involved, and it was a definitely chicken skin moment. And big waves, bro, that day.
And we want you guys to know, Mahina sends her mahalos and aloha to all of you folks. She appreciates you all very much. And big also, Healani Pale, Makayo, and Nani Villanueva.
Thank you,
and all of our fellow Oahu water protectors for joining us for this year's opening ceremony just a couple of weeks ago. Seems like this waiting period has gone slow at times, but it's gone fast.
Yep.
And Tower 26 right there, mahalo to our lifeguards. But, now we're on the brink of the last few heats of the last round, and the anticipation now starting to build of who's got the scores.
Yeah.
Who's going to be the surfer that comes out on top of this crazy talented field of surfers that have been treated to some amazing, glorious moments, and surfers that have paid a very high price to participate in this year's shootout.
Massive price, and we have 4 surfers up on the scaffolding that I look up to, all different generations. Right. That panel is next level.
Yeah, and they've got the tough job. Barton Lynch, Doug Silva, Flynn Novak. You talk about the range. They're all goofy foot.
Oh yeah.
But just the range of knowledge and expertise of pipeline, and then they're all kind of being head judged by Joel Centeo, incredible talent in his own right, and
such a good head judge.
Been doing a lot of help with the events up and down the North Shore, and taking on that next chapter role.
Like
you know?
a lot of you guys, you know, there's you got uncles out here. You know, if you want guidance, you just gotta ask. If you're lost, you know what I mean. It's just like what I was talking about. Who you remember, Uncle Bruce? Introduce yourself. Make conversation. Don't be shy. You want to get up in this industry, but there's a way of doing it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And, you know, there's nothing we haven't seen before. So, you know what I mean? Pave your own way, be your own character, and hope to see all you guys.
I still do like that about it's what you mentioned of paving your own way. And I still appreciate that there's still so many new faces and new talents out there, and they do different things differently, and then ride these boards a certain way or another way. So I really like the creativity we've seen over the last couple of decades in pro surfing.
Yeah, and everybody as a surfer, everybody has their careers panned out. You know what I mean? It's just like everything. Yeah, let's just keep it real.
Who would have thought that surfing would provide this much creative opportunity? I mean. To a lay person just on the outside looking in, you're just riding a board on a wave. How much more varied and different could it get? And then when you start exploring that rabbit hole, there's so much cool things.
Yeah, and then, at 44, there's just so much other things.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It never gets old. But I'll tell you right now, to our viewers out there, keep the imagination and the drive alive.
Yeah, that is great advice.
Yeah, we wake up every day, we take a piece of all these legends, whether they're with us or not. You know, the memory photos from when I was young as a kid, we have so much to look up to, so much that we go back to the chalkboard about and go, okay. And, just great hierarchy.
We're having this event in memory of Duke Kahanamoku.
Yep.
And I know one of our dear uncles that put on events on the South Shore for so long, Uncle China and Urimura Ohana. We're thinking of all of you.
All through the week.
For sure. And praying for comfort. And we'll see you guys all soon. And just hearing of Uncle China's passing was very
heavy,
heart-wrenching. So
and then
thinking about you guys.
Yep. And Uncle Saul Aikau.
Yeah, that was incredible having the Hokulea in Haleiwa.
Big time. He is a big president.
For his memorial and remembrance. Check out that sky back there. It's kind of got that, that Southern California, or the haze where we're getting some fog from Big Island side, a little bit Smoka and Kilauea action over there, Anti-Sista Pele going, and then you see the kind of the similar coloration of the sky and the ocean, and sometimes makes the waves a little tricky to read. At least for me, when you get that flat lighting,
Flat lighting.
Just those shots that we're looking at from, up above and across, really kind of ominous clouds out there. But
looked like
different than yesterday.
Rain. Yeah, looked like it was going to rain, and then it blew off to the right side of our.
Yeah, we didn't see any, rain droplets on our screen, so that was a good thing. But yesterday was just like pure blue, bright as could be. Little more on the gray side today, but the waves and the conditions from the sky to the ocean quite different. yesterday the sky was nice and blue and bright, but the waves were just gnarly and crazy. And
crazy.
Today the sky looks a little more, gnarly or gloomy, and then the waves are prime time.
Yeah. And just, even though the waves are good, look how much casualties we've had today.
And, it doesn't take much here at Pipe for things to go in the wrong direction. And the risk that you take once you leave the shoreline and start paddling out there.
Yeah.
I mean, it is full blown and for real. And all of these competitors are well aware of it. And
they know what they signed up for.
Exactly. Even with that, guys are still charging.
Yeah. And like you said, with that gray right here we go, up and riding. Oh, we're just talking about injury. Going over the handlebars in that rut right there at Pipe is not a good place, Rocky. You've done it a ton of times.
Yeah, so you get stuck back over. Most times when you're trying to, so he's waving, hopefully for a broken equipment. Yeah, broken board.
Absolutely annihilated.
Oh, the board just blew up.
And now when you leave your flotation device, this white water clouds, they deoxygenize.
Daiki Matsunaga.
Oh, one of my favorites from Team Japan. What a beautiful make and a dangerous exit, Rock.
I think he was so deep in that barrel. If we're going to watch that one again, it will be
his helmet
one
came
to
off,
dissect.
Rock.
And another blown off helmet. We've seen a couple of those today. Oh my gosh.
I was,
just literally like you could use the emoji of that mind blowing off, head blown. I used that quite a bit yesterday with the game that we watched. But yeah, I can't believe his helmet got blown off. And I think that happened to Kala Grace. And even McCool, when he got to the beach, his helmet was off.
Helmet, yeah.
But he was wearing one, and it was floating around. And I saw the other water patrol toss it back on the beach when they brought him in. But
heavy,
crazy.
How's this ocean going back to groom conditions like the morning almost?
Yeah, nice and smooth. Got just a touch of that slight side offshore, just to keep it open.
Yeah, Heat 5, and this is these surfers' 4 surfs of the day as Rock. Here we go.
Oh, grabbing the rail, Shinpei. It's either Kenshin or Shinpei. I thought Shinpei had the darker blue, Kenshin had the lighter blue.
My shoulder out of my arm. You seen how he got totally starred out and got flipped into that wall. So I'm gonna watch a replay of that.
See how that's like the more blue. light blue.
Yep, that's a different surfer, Rock. Good notice.
And Shinpei with the darker blue, but that goofy foot, Daiki Matsunaga, he was been pretty signature with the white helmet. He didn't have the white helmet on when he came back up.
With the yellow wetsuit, and this year he's coming in. Oh, that was heavy. Here,
that might have been Tai Chi taking off right there, and then breaking a board.
And here we go.
And then Daiki Matsunaga.
He backdoored Pipe, Rock.
Oh, my gosh. He's so deep right there. Oh, my gosh.
This is going up there with one of Slater's waves.
Oh, wow.
Along with one of Koa's waves.
And then I think that's Kenshin just toying with it.
Up there on the leaderboard as well. Wow. This is a beast of a wave right here.
Oh, there you saw, like, what in the world was that? He flipped so many times.
I shouldn't have watched that. I just sprained my neck.
I'm going to hobble around here.
Wow. Like I said, you never know where you're going to see him tomorrow, and he's going to be just a little bit stiff. But sometimes, as a pro surfer, you just don't report stuff like that.
When you call his name, he's going to do the Batman turn, like the full shoulder, everything.
I'm Batman, the 1989 one.
Yeah.
Stiff neck.
Yeah. Michael Keaton, stiff neck, looking up like.
Still one of the best. I mean, that's good.
That was a great one.
But Team Japan once again.
Sets on the outside on the screen.
Never a dull moment. It's like Team Japan can never catch their breath.
Yeah, they've got that mana. I don't know if it's because it's called like Bonsai Pipeline.
No,
they got some connection to the name in Japanese, but man, they're bringing it.
Well connected. and always under the leadership and tutelage of Uncle David Kavika Stant Jr. Amazing man. Thank you to all our Dahuio He'enalu club members and to the board members. You guys did a hell of a job. Day 3 of competition. We got to surf 4 times.
Yep.
You know, I mean, you've been involved with this contest for very long, Rock. I mean, you know, this event, these surfers get to surf a few times, and fans get to watch their favorite athlete go out to pipe 4, 5, sometimes 6 times in 1 year, you know?
Yeah, and, you know, it can be sometimes the surfers being quite selective of the waves they're riding because there's no imminent pressure or no urgency that you have in traditional events. But it really does kind of bring up the quality over the quantity, or, you know, it really has the surfers, and the rides that we see are hand selected. So the entertainment value is so very high. And then the Japanese surfers are bringing the energy, and that's like the biggest set we've seen all day. I thought it was going like tapering off, and it's like starting to come up again. It's huge.
That was 15 foot on a different scale.
And like on first reef.
On mainland scale, yeah.
Like it was top to bottom.
They all did the safety pin drop penetrate.
Yeah.
No broken leash. You guys are lucky because I remember day 1, these guys all just had to bail. And look at them, right back out.
Yeah, so Daiki was able to find his helmet. You see Shinpei with the darker blue out there.
He's got like the bicyclist's helmet. You notice Shinpei?
Yeah.
And then a lot of these guys, they really look like Spartans, the way that helmet comes around.
Yeah, almost
around
like
their
a
cheek.
football helmet.
Things are changing. And then you got Koa Smith with that different fabric floater kind of helmet. It's almost like Kevlar. I mean, I never, you know, it's just like material, but the way it's intergrained, it adds
but
strength.
it could stop a bullet.
Yeah.
That's a good analogy, the Kevlar
and
analogy.
you at home, don't be trying with the, you know, the buckshot. Don't be trying Don't try anything like that. Helmets are made, these Gath helmets and other brands are made just for surfing, not for playing in the backyard with your friends.
Yeah, but that wave that Daiki Matsunaga got at pipe was
unreal.
Just
and I know when you get really
there.
excited, and he was right behind that curtain, that teepee.
Well, and looking from the pipe angle in, he was like disappeared.
Gonzo, though.
Yeah, it looked like you could pause it and it would be an empty wave. Like, oh, check out this empty wave at pipe. And then, boom, he comes flying out. Pretty casual, too. He was just cruising out of that beast. And
always one to watch for. Also has a brother.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's the Matsunaga brothers.
Yep.
Kenshin and Daiki.
You also got Shogo Harada. I'm not sure if he's in the rotation. Jin Suzuki and Shinpei Horiguchi and Taichi Wakira.
Yeah, check out this set coming in. We'll see who's in position.
There's Daiichi looked over it. You seen him?
Yeah.
That one's not as girth as I want. He wants something way more nuts. As that was a good choice by our surfers. That thing never had an exit.
On the outside. Oh, is he always going to get it?
In.
That's Shinpei.
Rolling in on the crease. He's going over quite a bump. Now he's got to fly in that pipe cone. Ooh. Good idea, yeah?
Holy Shinpei Horiguchi.
Holy Shinpei. I mean, even like his kick out to like, oh, watch that lower half, man. You know, like the kind.
Yeah, there's some gnarly backwash getting into it right now, too. See how that wave just kind of flexed and breathed, expanded and contracted.
So much danger.
Yeah, you don't want to be stuck getting contracted on when that wave
I'm going to say it.
Flaps up and slaps down.
Yeah, you never want to catch a wave, kick out, and, you know, fly like that and then fall on your lower half and bang your boto. I mean, there's so much danger over here. You know, even
true.
Even the speed.
I
and
concur.
You've been through it. say you slide off your board.
Yeah.
Your trunks get wrapped. You ever got that laceration feeling by hard water going up your trunks? It feels like you've cut everything off.
Yeah.
But that's only because you're going top speed, Rock.
That's very...
Oh, you okay, brah? Okay.
Very sore.
Shinpei
looks okay. Taiki looks okay.
Yeah, they're always okay, and let's just keep it that way.
Yeah, for real.
And, yeah, action-packed day. As even the small ones are offering, you know, if it was crowded pipe right now, we'd have some groms on that inside hole bowl. As this is a beautiful spin out.
Tai Chi just putting it
I like the kick
style.
out, too. He liked that one. He's been working for that one know, the last 2 days.
Yep.
Beautiful style. Nice exit.
Yeah, I like that technique. This was a big frothy one.
How's that reverb before he took off?
Yeah, I think that was
on it.
Either Jin Suzuki or Shogo Harada, one of those guys. But Jin, that might be Jin. He was ripping on that backhand, and then
this one was a big one.
Shinpei, holy Shinpei Horiguchi.
Oh,
he's okay. He's loving it, having a blast.
Yeah.
And then Taiki Matsunaga,
our favorite.
Oh my gosh, disappeared right there, gone, and then reappearing. Just did a little step off at the end, but called out a make. We'll see you guys right on the other side for our next heat. Stay right there.
Surfing's Hawaii is a gift to the world of sports. It really is something that emanated from these islands with aloha and it went around the world.
Where sometimes the spirit of the surfing has been lost because of corporate involvement or guys surfing because they want to go, make all this money, get famous, go on the world tour and stuff, which is not a bad deal.
By the time 1976 rolled around, it was time to organize a circuit. We created the circuit and called it the International Professional Surfing. It was a cooperative effort between surfers and contests to try to advance the concept of professional surfing.
IPS and professional surfing, it just brought more people here, wanting to come to Hawaii and surf the 7 Mile Miracle.
I can remember when we'd be surfing that guys would kick us out of the water, because they're going to hold a contest.
Corporate sponsors, they come in and think they can just come by and drop money and monopolize our culture.
Because what was happening on the North Shore, outsiders coming here and treading on our place and being disrespectful, to the locals out here, to the people out here.
North Shore was, at one time, it was running amok.
We formed our club to let them know there is a people of this land.
4 founders had the insight to say, no, we're not going to bow down to you guys. You guys come into our house. This is our place. You guys either got to do it our way or don't come back.
We love people coming to Hawaii and having a good time, but we definitely don't like people moving here and then telling us how to live in our land.
Well, the original Hui really wasn't the Hui. It was, they dubbed themselves the Black Shorts.
And protest this contest.
And they had the police, down there.
I can remember that day because it came to that point and the energy it was so high, it was so tense.
We had to walk a tightrope between accommodating them and keeping the contest alive.
That's when the little headbanging got started.
Ikopono ea imua uomau keo kaiana Ikopono ea imua uomau keo kaiana Ikopono ea wale pajas moa days manatava kings and queens would visit all the islands and saw everything. How would they feel about the changes of our land? Why could you just imagine if they were around and it's our concrete jungle? This is the payoff. This is the payoff.
Aloha, welcome back. The final 3 heats of the Hui Backdoor Shootout for 2023 on tap right now. Heat number 6, Team Quicksilver is in the water. All of this action brought to you by Keiki Beach Bungalows. Little Kona Brewing logo right there that you see. They're going to be taking care of us Pauhana time too. But mahalo to all of our great sponsors. We'll run and thank all of you as we progress. Rocky Cannon with Isaiah Walker, the doctor, giving us some Aloha Sunday Mana'o Ike knowledge. So good, bro.
Right on. Yeah. Aloha Sunday, Hawaiian History Day. So, yep, by the end of the cast, we'll have some sort of certificate for our viewers. We'll pass out a final exam to everyone, see if they can remember.
Because now you can, remote classes. You guys can tune in online. And if you guys taking notes at home, get honorary certificates.
Oh, my goodness. Look at this one from way back.
Team Quicksilver.
That looks like Reef McIntosh.
I believe so. And he's a tall, big bugger, and he was looking small on that wave. That's how big that wave was.
Yeah, a little too deep. Man, that last heat I was watching, I mean, you guys were commentating and I was watching and saw some really good waves being surfed in that one. Guarantee some top scoring waves from that last heat. Taichi Wakita got a really good one. There's a couple others saw backside surfers. So the waves have been on fire all day.
Yeah, and Ezra and I touched on a little bit of, seeing a lot of everything from perfect rides, glory to crazy wipeouts and injuries. And that's what Pipeline is. And that's what you got to be ready for.
Yeah.
So many times you see pictures in magazines and video clips online and wherever of just the ultimate glory. You see little bits and pieces of the injuries, but man, it doesn't get more real than when you're literally being held underwater and ragdolled on the reef. But look at that. It's breaking almost, I'm not sure if that's like a glare or if it's actual white water, but the swell was like maybe 4 to 6, maybe 8 feet this morning. It didn't look like it was going to be huge like it was yesterday. And then right now, it looks like it's rebuilding or pulsing back to as big and how gnarly it was yesterday afternoon.
Yeah.
So the energy is still super strong.
Still strong. I have to check out Surfline to see if it's probably a new swell. Not sure.
And I feel like we've been getting these loads and loads of low pressures passing to the north of us. Obviously, it's giving the West Coast a lot of rain, and there's been some events in the news. So we're, hoping everybody's okay there up and down the West Coast with all these storms. But that's what produces these waves for us.
Yeah.
And when these storms are taking place, kind of rather be here.
Yeah. Well, is this a rider? Nope. Taking a look.
Team Quicksilver, we got Reef. We saw Reef McIntosh.
Yep.
Middle name, still get him. Was watching him get ready for his post-contest surf session, free surf session, and was getting still some fanfare, accolades, picture requests down on the beach. Reef still get him.
Still get him.
And Joey Johnston, the young buck who's been charging on the North Shore for his whole life and coming into his own, quite remarkably. Marco Mignon has been out there for Ezekiel Lau, and one of our 12-point perfect ride recipients from some years ago, Koa Rothman.
Right. Actually, Zeke did surf this morning.
Okay.
Yeah. So maybe he's out in this heat too.
Could be.
We'll see.
You know, we've seen some for legitimate reasoning pull out of events like this.
Right.
Especially when we have two events looming for the championship tour coming up at the end of this month and into next month at Pipe and Sunset. Obviously, everybody aware the World Surf League schedule now starts here in Hawaii.
Yeah.
And could be some of the reasons we don't see John or maybe Zeke taking a couple heats off just to, you know, lessen the probability of something going awry.
That's him.
That's Zeke right there, yeah. So Zeke is out there.
He's married recently, and also his wife is expecting, so he's going to be a dad.
Bruh, life is moving quite swiftly for young Zeke. Congratulations.
And, you know, I just requalified for the championship tour. I don't know if you saw the U.S. Open. That was such a cool thing to have so many Hawaiians like do well at the U.S. Open this year at Huntington Beach. So Zeke won. We also saw on the longboard, the women's longboard division, the Bloomfield.
Oh yeah,
Honolulu Bloomfield got first place, and Kaniela got second place. And in our women's division, someone else from Hawaii won it. And I'm so sorry, it's escaping me right now, but there were Hawaiian flags galore.
Yeah. In Huntington Beach.
At Huntington Beach.
Yeah.
And that really catapulted Ezekiel Lau up on the top of the rankings and helped pull him into.
Yeah, you gave him that legitimate shot coming into the final stretch here at home. And he definitely earned it, and good job. So
shout out to the Lau family. His dad, Leonard Lau, former player, football player at University of Hawaii. His sisters, very accomplished athletes in soccer mostly.
Okay.
And so, you know, good family, and lots of aloha to them.
Well, there you see the wide shot of all the different colors and what the sky is doing on this Sunday, the 15th of January. Probably quite cooler temperatures that some of you might be watching from. We did get some messages from Vermont. Probably pretty cold up in that northeastern corner of the United States.
Well, I think last we left off with some of our Hawaiian history stories. We were talking about the overthrow of the Queen of Hawaii, 1893. This event is dedicated to Duke Kahanamoku, and Duke Kahanamoku was born in 1890.
Okay.
And so, you know, he lived during that time of the Kingdom of Hawaii through the provisional government when they overthrew the Queen of Hawaii. Now, that happened on January 17th, 1893. So January 17th, coming up really soon here.
In 2 days.
Commemorates the 130 years since the illegal overthrow of the Hawaiian Kingdom. But as I was mentioning, as I was talking with Ezra, there's two dates that are important. 1893 was that coup that took place. 1898 is the annexation. So really there's that period where it's kind of in limbo, or like because the 1893 coup wasn't sanctioned, and it wasn't, there was no treaty that took place. There was a lot of uncertainty, and there were several attempts to try and restore the Queen back to power. One of those attempts was led by the Hawaiian surfer and Prince Jonah Kuhio. So it was an attempt during that time period to restore the Queen back to power, and anyway, there was some the plan didn't go as they had hoped, and anyway, so we're honoring Duke Kahanamoku, who lived during this time period, and something really cool that takes place is that Duke he really gets into surfing as a young man. Apparently, he learned to swim at a very young age.
One of those, maybe, as you mentioned earlier, could possibly swim before he could walk.
Yeah, and there's stories of it. I guess his dad just throwing him off the canoe and like, swim, boy.
Just make it, make it happen.
He also had a very big family. He had a lot of brothers who were also accomplished watermen, including Olympic medalists as well.
Wow.
So, yeah, so his whole family was very accomplished as watermen and as athletes. And so Duke eventually, even though swimming is sort of his thing, to our friends on the East Coast, we have people from New York and New Jersey and others. Here we go, Ryder Up, looking at Backdoor.
Oh, man, that's a brave attempt right there. You see the silhouette traveling through.
He's still in that foam ball.
Oh, man. Shallow section there, too. That Backdoor does bottom out very quickly. As you head down the line, he's back on. Wonder if that was Joey Johnston, possibly. He's a regular foot.
Here's a replay of that one. Pumps up in the
Yeah, I
barrel.
think that was Joey.
Still going.
Could be Joey or it could be Marco. I'm not sure
yeah.
of Marco's status, but I think that was Joey.
So right after here we go, Ryder Up. It's like Koa.
That is Koa Rothman, correct. Oh, a little bit of like a drone battle collision almost happening right there. Look like a couple of dragonflies flirting with each other.
Battle of the drones. I know that a lot of these drones aren't sanctioned for the airspace.
Yeah, we're trying to keep a control of that with our beach announcing that we were doing yesterday, and Kaino, I'm sure, doing a great job down there today. And I believe we have 2 that are allowed to be out there, was what I was told. But anyway, just a little side note of what I saw, like a near collision. And we'll watch a quick replay of Koa.
Let's see if I thought we'd see the drone action.
There's one of the drone shots right there.
Yeah, so Duke Hanamoku, after, 1898, when this supposed annexation, the treaty itself didn't pass, but there was this Newlands resolution, and eventually you get Hawaii becomes known as the territory of Hawaii, or becomes a territory. But at that same time, in 1898, the United States basically acquired a lot of different territories, one in American Samoa, also in Guam, Puerto Rico, Cuba, Philippines. And
the Virgin Islands?
That's a good question.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, that does become a territory. But
back to our Pacific side.
Not sure if that's the same year, but anyway, it really, Hawaii becomes this territory that, as I mentioned earlier, Prince Kuhio was actually elected into office as one of the delegates to Congress. So a territory doesn't have, senators and representatives. It just has one representative, and they're called the delegate to Congress. And Prince Kuhio lived in Washington, D.C. during those years, but he also goes back and forth between Hawaii and D.C.
Yeah. I mean, I sometimes, when I'm married to a beautiful woman from the Midwest, so I get to travel to that area a lot where they don't see a lot of Hawaiians typically. And, I do wear things that will kind of give people the hint, but you look at me and it's like, is he from Saudi Arabia or like Guadalajara or Sao Paulo? You could run the gamut. And, but you could feel kind of unique walking around as a Hawaiian in those. And I can't even imagine how Jonah Kuhio felt walking around Washington, D.C. back then as a Hawaiian. Just what a trip.
Well, especially in that time, you had Jim Crow laws in the South with essentially segregation between races. Look at this bomb coming from outside Second
Reef. Just doing this again, this must be a new swell building. But I mean, the difference from this morning to today, it looks like 2 different days.
Yeah.
With these waves crashing on the outside, it's obviously coming up again. And what a finale for this shootout final round.
I'll tell you a story. It's precisely about that. So he was living in Washington, D.C., and you have this, segregation in the United States. And he went to get his hair cut. And this is a congressman, right, from Hawaii, who's also, as I mentioned earlier, an expert martial artist in the Hawaiian art of lua, which is a grappling and striking art. And he goes in to cut his hair, and the barber apparently says, "Oh, we don't serve your kind here. Beat it."
Oh, wow.
He grabs the barber, drags him out to the sidewalk, licks him.
No way.
Knocks him out, and then, says, "Oh, I don't like you cut my hair anyway." I don't know, Rock. Looks like you could use a haircut.
I
like it. I like it.
I
rock it.
We're going to check out some ultimate slow-mo from Eric Ippel. That is going to be just one of the most artistic pipeline visuals that you'll get. But yeah, I have a mullet right now because my mantra is I got to farm it where it grows.
Ah, I love it. Look at how crystal this is. The shining of the silhouette and the beautiful coloring of the blue water, and dragging. You see the technique here of slowing down and trying to drag the leg and the butt in the wave to get in the right position.
And to bury that inside rail.
Yeah.
That's a huge thing of getting the correct line drawn, is having that rail in, and that backhand technique so specific to be able to get in the barrel here at Pipeline.
This looks like Emil.
You could be correct. The Tahitian that's surfing with team the Hui Wax.
Wow.
Beautiful shots from Eric Ippel. This one's kind of pulled out so you can see the whole sky, the wave from crest to trough, the technique of the surfer grabbing the rail. And we've watched a couple of backhand surfers for this selection of slow-mo clips, but look how pretty that wave is.
I know. And Pipeline is such a signature wave. Like, any surfer who knows would look at this wave and be like, Pipeline.
Yep. It is. So the color, the offshoreness of it, coming off the top of the wave, the ehukai, the spray up there, and then just the crystals and diamonds that are sparkling through. Oh man, I could watch that for a long time. Talk about, moving art,
right?
In a, appreciation sense. What a great set of slow-mo videos. Thank you, Eric Ippel. Mahalo for that.
Yeah, so territory of Hawaii, we had Prince Jonah Kuhio, a surfer, and also a great dignitary who was a delegate to Congress, lived in Washington, D.C., but also had a home in Waikiki. That's why we call Waikiki Kuhio Beach, because he lived there. There's a statue there honoring where he lived, and was a great surfer as well. Introduced surfing to Santa Cruz in 1886 while he was at school there at
Wasn't his brother with him also?
Yeah, 2 of his brothers. So there were 3 of them all together.
Okay.
Edward, David, and Kuhio. All 3 of them went surfing. We have a record of it in Santa Cruz Surf, the newspaper that was there in Santa Cruz, and it tells the story of how
that's
they went.
So cool.
And they did this exhibition. It wasn't just like, oh, they one day surf. It was like they held an event where people could watch, and surfing was one of the things they did. The other thing was they were jumping off of like a bridge or something. And so, part of the fun of being an entertainer. Look at this one.
Oh, probably doing some mean, suicide coffin kind of action, making bombs. If there's summertime on the North Shore, we never have nothing else to do. Like no school, no waves. It's like I always used to get so frustrated, and ask God sometimes, why does the season, you make the waves come when get school? And then when no more school, no more waves. How come? Oh, but we used to try to go do diving and spearfishing a little bit out Haleiwa. But then we had this one place. If we could get to Waimea, if we watch a nice, beautiful drop for one of our frontside surfers in this Team Quicksilver heat. I believe that was Cora Rothman. But we had this little stump that would stick out of the Haleiwa jetty as we watched Cora Rothman. So that previous wave might have been Marco Mignon. And then we saw Cora Rothman.
I recall vaguely there was a surfer from Morocco, I think.
Yep.
Who might be surfing in this.
That was Owatham. Could be a typo.
I got a text saying somebody, a surfer from Morocco joined this team. And North Africa.
But so where were we?
Where were we?
That happens a lot.
We're
here.
at Pipe. Here we are.
Yeah.
Pulling in.
We're watching
Zeke.
Hole.
That is Zeke. Comes out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you.
So I got a question here relating to what we're talking about from one of our good brothers. It says, do you think there's a chance that an overthrow of the government in Hawaii today and do the same thing they did to the Queen would return to a kingdom again? Do you think that's possible? I have my own kind of interpretation of that. Check it out as we watch Reef McIntosh looking to try to get some cohesiveness with that wave. But, what do you think would happen there?
So, whenever 2020 vision, in hindsight is different.
Correct.
Like you can theorize or speculate like what would have happened and so forth, and what could happen in the future. I'm pretty good friends with Dr. Keanu Sai, who has dedicated his life really to trying to have Hawaii be, its independence recognized, because and in his work, what he shows is that Hawaii technically, because there was no annexation, that a form of sovereignty still exists, even though the government doesn't exist. That through international law, that there is still a sovereignty that exists. Here we go. This is Zeke grabbing rail. Had to deal with a few backwashy waves in that barrel and comes out prone. See what happened in there.
Yeah, he was pretty clean all the way through, and then that last bump jarred him from his feet down to his belly. And the backdoor shootout, though, that's still a made wave. It's probably, going to be compared to something that was exited cleanly, but still, you're going to get pretty decent credit compared to a traditional event and the way that it's judged.
So, so guys like Keanu Sai would call Hawaii that it's an occupied territory still, because it's still there was no treaty and it was an act of war. And actually, President Grover Cleveland, he said that in a speech so President Grover Cleveland was the president and was pretty close friends with Queen Liliuokalani, and he was president in 1894, which was right in the middle of all of this. And he gave a speech in Congress where he basically denounced this coup that took place in Hawaii, and it wasn't the U.S. government per se doing it, but it was citizens that a lot of kids who grew up as grandchildren of some of the early missionaries, actually, and they had
some of the plantation folks too.
So they were involved with the sugar industry and so forth, and so they saw it to their benefit, and also they were in cahoots with the U.S. and some folks who wanted the U.S. to have occupied the Pearl Harbor and such. But it's kind of cool that President Grover Cleveland
it was like
gave a speech.
Part economic, part military, part like there were a couple different reasons of. Right. Or the vision of having Hawaii as a U.S. control.
Yeah, and especially since there was the Spanish-American War was going on, it was justified as a kind of like and that's where some scholars who would say, well, that was during a time of war. They occupied the place as, the same way that, say, Iraq was occupied by the U.S. during that military occupation, but then afterwards, there's a transition where the government is reinstated.
Got it.
And so guys like Keanu Sai would say, well, the sovereignty still exists technically by international law standards, but, we still just are in this occupied state.
Yeah. Looking at the Heat recap here for Team Quicksilver. Joey Johnston with a backdoor attempt.
Cole Rothman, who had a lot of great waves actually.
This morning and yesterday. And there he is on one where he's just kind of hanging out on the front porch, not really under the roof. We'll come right back with more action from the Backdoor Shootout.
For the Winter Classic, yeah? Welcome back.
All right, aloha kako. Welcome back to the 2023 Backdoor Shootout here at Bonsai Pipeline. We've had an amazing day of surf, and we're all kind of amazed that the surf is not letting back. In fact, it seems to have even gotten bigger. So the Backdoor Shootout, we wait for the best conditions and the most contestable, but also some of the heaviest waves. And we've had heavy waves at this event.
Heavy.
Actually, thoughts and prayers going out to, there's quite a few competitors who were injured, several of which have gone to the hospital. We've heard word back that everyone's doing all right.
Makua's okay.
As far as stabilized. And so thoughts and prayers going out to all the families and to the surfers, and to keep safe and to be healthy. Well, my name is Isaiah Walker, and this is Ezra Rodriguez, and we are into this is the fourth round. This is kind of the end of the fourth round. Most of the teams, Heat 7, we have 8 teams that have surfed, and we had 2 rounds yesterday and 2 rounds today, and so the final 2 teams will be surfing now. So we're right now in Heat 7.
Snap 5, bringing it to you live. Mason Ho, Seth Moniz, Josh Moniz, Benji Brown, and Clay Morzol. Replacing Mason is the legend himself. Very exciting heat, huh? As he got 2 good waves under his belt. One wasn't a make earlier in his 3rd round, but amazing in his 60s, charging like that. Beautiful Hui Nalu shirt. You can get all this apparel on defendhawaii.com, along with dahui.com to get the hats, Isaiah.
Right. So, I mean, inspiring. Uncle Mike, 65 years old, surfing pipeline, inspiring to all of us seasoned uncle surfers that, are hoping to keep the dream alive by surfing hard. So we live vicariously through Uncle Mike that's out there killing it. And his heat this morning, he had a sick one.
Sick wave. As he was shopping yesterday and today, he just put it on the map. He even traveled through a back door. So, Pops, killer. Super excited to have you in this event, as your son was the Backdoor Shootout champion, along with, I believe, Team Snapped won as a team, and following them up was that infamous team. They didn't make it this year, but the Florence brothers all had one team.
This is from the earlier heat. Reef McIntosh, that wave shut down on him.
Wow, that was a big wave.
And
Joey
this
Johnson.
is Joey Johnson from the previous heat. Almost made it right there, but it got really foamy.
He knows how to blow through that foam, that's for sure. As how was Koa Rothman's run?
This is Clay Marzo from Maui. You can see that cool fade. This kid, I guess he's not a kid anymore, but draws the coolest lines in this. Looks like Benji Brandt.
Oh, Benji.
Oh, my goodness. Come out. Yeah.
Oh, he had one like that earlier on his 3rd round.
This morning.
But Clay has been making it out of some awesome ones. I don't know how it factors in because there's been so much good pipe surfing and a couple back doors. So.
Here we go. This is, Clay over the falls, gets tossed.
Was that Clay?
That was, here's the legend, Uncle Mike.
Uncle Mike.
The pig dog.
Pipe cone, so much style. Oh, he's going to go for the closeout nap.
Charging.
We're at how fast he's speeding when he hits the coping of that lip. That is a stiff lip. Uncle Mike, not scared of anything. The whole brother legacy. And, Uncle Derek, man, the first Hawaiian world champion. I remember as a young kid, and he became world champ. That was huge for Hawaii.
There was a little drama actually years earlier with the World Championship tour was basically, I think it was in 1983, where Dane Kealoha was leading the rankings and was, in line to possibly be the next world champ. And this is before Derek Ho. And unfortunately, there was some drama between 2 entities within professional surfing at that time. The IPS, which was the original group that started these surfers. But then you had an Australian breakoff that started the ASP. And they were, they didn't really get along too well, I guess, the IPS and the ASP. And so the ASP said if anyone from their tour was to surf in the IPS events, which became the Triple Crown, essentially, like the end of the year waves on the North Shore.
Yeah.
They said that you would be like disqualified from your points would be deducted. So Dane Kealoha, even though he was leading the series and was in line to possibly be that world champion, decided I'm gonna surf at home. I can't not surf these events, and was stripped of those points. And then, sadly, I mean, that was so kind of chaotic for him. He took a hiatus from professional surfing. And
That's what happens.
Walked away.
Yeah,
he's pissed.
Yeah, I can see how that would just really disturb such a legendary surfer like that. That's why everybody's book and story has written different. But there's a lot of that in our Hawaiian surf history.
And if we are talking backdoor, like today's event called the Backdoor Shootout, Dane Kealoha really set the bar for what it was like to pull in the backdoor and to pump.
Down the line, he actually wasn't standing there anymore. He was doing rail-to-rail transitions, you know?
Right.
And if you know that, Uncle, man, that is like...
Oh, those Wave
putting it
Warrior
on the
videos
map.
when I was a kid, we'd watch those, and I just kept watching that of him pumping through these barrels at backdoor, essentially teaching everyone. I mean, today they've taken that page out of his book of how to pump through these waves that previously people didn't look at backdoor as much. It was like, oh, it's just closing out, you know, everybody usually just goes left, and there was Dane Kealoha threading the needle of these backdoor waves.
As you know, you got, you know, he's not a newcomer to this event, but Team New Earth Project, Kelly Slater had a mean backdoor wave today that instills into my mind. And just watch for this heat to take off as you guys are watching. Snapped with Uncle Mike, and shout out to Kawai Lindo. I know you're watching. Pipeline Posse, Pipeline Surfer. How you, my brother? Good to see you. I know you're probably watching your Uncle Mike.
Yeah.
With the Young Bucks. And waves approaching our lineup as we speak. As you can see, Uncle Mike furthest out of the Snap team. All 5 surfers out there in the lineup.
65, Mike. Yeah, I googled it and found out we share the same birthday, July 13th.
Super cool.
And this year he'll be 66, according to my math. So I don't know, unless there's something wrong.
And we got a paddler on the inside of the pack.
Oh my goodness! Late drop, pulls in the barrel.
Beautiful pipe cone.
That
beautiful exit.
Joey Johnson?
Yeah, so that looks like one of the Moniz brothers put on a helmet.
Sorry.
I want to say Josh or Seth.
Sorry about that. Kalamaia'u. Sorry. Josh or Seth. I think that was Seth. Sorry, boys.
I just need to see them open up a little bit, and I can definitely tell the Moniz brothers apart.
It was amazing. That barrel was incredible.
Yeah. What a great read on it. Perfectly untouched in the tube. Came out with a beautiful exit. We're going to see the replay soon as more waves are hitting the lineup.
There we go. In the barrel. Look how long he's in there. Comes out the spit.
The way he kicked out, it looks like Josh, but you guys could recorrect me.
A little bit of an afro. It's got to be Josh. Yep.
Yeah, no helmet. I'm seeing things. Yep, Josh Moniz on the last beautiful wave.
Awesome. There he is, paddling
good
back
to see
out.
him.
You know, it's interesting when you have siblings. We have a lot of siblings in this event. And each of the families, you know, their relationship as siblings, it probably varies, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just, you know, there's that kind of legendary rivalry in some ways between Bruce and Andy.
Oh, big time.
And, but I don't, you know, I'd be curious. It doesn't look like Seth and Josh see themselves as rivals, but I could be wrong.
No, they all go at it. It's the other older two, Isaiah and Micah, another 2 talented pack part of this legacy. These are the 2 younger brothers, but another, you know, the four brothers make up of Micah and Isaiah, and these guys are also amazing surfers, and they're no strangers to pipeline.
Oh yeah.
But when these guys all get into it, and then you get Sis to come in there, she must just
keeps them in line.
Oh, she is one tough wahine growing up with these boys. And yeah,
So
it's
fun.
never a dull moment when you're coming from a family like that. So,
Right on. I gotta try and wrap this up with our Hawaiian History Day here at the Aloha Sunday. We were talking last about the territory of Hawaii, which is a time period after the annexation, where Hawaii wasn't a state. Hawaii becomes a state in 1959. So the territory of Hawaii, you had, you had a lot of interesting things happening there. Trying to think to summarize. Prince Kuhio passed. I talked about this earlier. The Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, which was really good for enabling Hawaiians to be able to live in Hawaii in homestead land for leasing it for $1 a year for up to 100 years. But unfortunately, it didn't pan out as he had dreamed. And in fact, he passed away right before they implemented the bill that he had dedicated his life for. And so, even though he passed the bill, some folks who weren't advocates as much of the program that he had established had selected areas of the island that would be the Hawaiian homestead lands, and they were like in the most harsh environments. So we think about it, like the west side of Oahu is very dry
and
rugged, and access to water in most of these places were very minimal. So I mean, in some ways it was predicted to fail, but nonetheless it didn't. And so I grew up in Keaukaha, which is Hawaiian homestead in Hilo, and it's beautiful. It's a very beautiful place, but
not super dry,
it's still
lush,
well, it wasn't at first, right? It took a lot of work to make it the beautiful place it is today, because it's mostly just on lava. It's just not a lot of soil. How are you supposed to grow food on soil? Which was the program that Kuhio envisioned, was that they could live on the land and grow their own food. But the places that were selected were places that was nearly impossible to grow food.
They had to navigate around that island at that time.
Oh, we got a paddle here, late one.
Real late, as he's going to get this back one on the head, Isaiah. Oof. And thanks for you guys tuning in. Antipua Case and daughter Kapolei. Mahina wanted to give you a big aloha from the Hui o He'enalu. Thank you,
Uncle
you guys.
Mike in the barrel.
Wow. And if he didn't get disconnected, he was going to try to come out of that doggy door. What a smart, polished surfer Uncle Mike is. I am so stoked he's surfing for Snap 5. Taking place of Mason Ho, for those of you that are wondering and currently in this heat.
Carnage on the beach.
Oh, yeah. And, while you were giving us they were just playing that new yellow ball into the net. I don't know. I tried it. It's really not a great beach game. There's a lot of other things you could be doing. And please.
Spike ball.
Yeah, spike ball. And I hope you didn't lose your keys. What a bad place to do. Visit Hawaii and then lose your rental key in the stand.
Some of our local people with those
metal detectors. Oh, yeah. They're going to come after the shootout and go, chee-hoo.
Oh, some
beautiful
maybe
waves.
Some jewelry or something.
Oh, I've seen that happen. It happens quick.
Look at this. We're going to have someone go for this one.
Oh, big time Snap 5. Who is this? This is our Clay Marzol
from Maui.
Whoa, he was going to go for the alley-oop, but the thing cracked his board as he was going to launch away from the lip, as this guy is a big-time aerialist, and then that got him disconnected. That wave wasn't going to let him leap into the air.
Awesome. Yeah, so during the territory of Hawaii, Hawaiian Homes becomes a big deal. And then eventually, in 1941, Hawaii becomes, it's bombed by Japan in Pearl Harbor. So December 7th, that's another notable historical date, of course, that takes place in Hawaii during the territory of Hawaii. And there was one gentleman who was a lifeguard at the time, and he writes stories about how he's pulling bodies out of the water as a lifeguard. And this guy was a surfer named John Kelly, who his parents were artists. They lived in a pretty affluent neighborhood of Black Point, but they apparently he would.
What years is this?
This is in the 41,
Okay.
December 7th, and then but throughout the 40s, 50s, and 60s, John Kelly is an avid surfer, and so he spends a lot of time as a kid. Apparently being raised by the Waikiki Beach Boys.
Wow.
And he goes on to Juilliard School of Music, where he gets a degree and comes back home, marries his wife Marion, who's actually Cook Island Maori. She's a professor at UH Manoa, writes an incredible book on land tenure in Hawaii. And but together, he and his wife and also a bunch of these kids, he has this after-school program in Honolulu in town in over there in Kalihi, and he has this after-school program where he's teaching music and stuff. But then he realizes, like, a lot of these Hawaii kids don't know their history, and he starts teaching these history courses through the research that his wife's been doing and so forth, and forms like this group of kind of like activist surfer kids.
Oh, that's cool.
And he names it Save Our Surf. So Save Our Surf is this organization that's one of the first environmental surfing movements. And he organized all these protests against development on the shoreline. And look at this one near the shoreline pumping. It's Benji Brand.
Yep, Benji.
Can he come out? Yes.
He does. Cool. I can't wait to see the other angle, the straight angle, the Ehukai Tower angle, and the water angle.
Wow. We've seen him get a lot of good barrels, but he just struggled to ride out of them completely.
Well, he did have that one that he Larry laid back out, but there was no way humanly possible you could get back up and do a sit-up after getting slapped down on the exit. So.
Right, and then in this heat early on, he had one where he was traveling in it, but again, is kind of struggled on the exit, came out, but then sort of got thrown off. I know in other events they're real picky about what that means to ride out of something. Maybe our judges have a little different criteria.
He's totally a surfer his own, but the way he charges and the way his approach is really makes me pay homage to CJ Hobgood.
Yeah.
The way he pumps like that. Benji Brand's got that same leg in the front, just going down the line.
And it's also that lower center of gravity stature. His
He gets
body
low.
type.
Yeah.
Very similar.
So I just really love his approach. He comes out of some pipe scud bombs, and Benji Brand been putting in his time out here for a long time, along with his Hawaiian brothers, the brothers Moniz, every single one of them. But out in the lineup with him right now is Seth and Josh. And more waves approaching. Not a huge full pack of set, but let's see if they pick up this
Let's
wave.
see what happened from this angle. This is Benji Brand pumping deep in the barrel, spits, comes out clean. Yes.
Gorgeous. Oh, room for a huge tail blow.
Oh, let's watch how
Love
gaping
this
this thing
angle.
is. Oh, he's right in front of the foam ball.
Oh, the still shots that these photographers are going to catch.
And the sun is back out. We had
The
a lot
Mac
of
Nut
some
Gallery.
rain there for a while, but it's cleared up.
Yeah, beautiful. Oh, look at your side. Yeah, no storm over there.
So we're looking towards the Ko'olau mountain range. There's two mountain ranges on Oahu, the Waianae mountain range and the Ko'olau mountain range. Yeah, so John Kelly, Save Our Surf, forms this organization in 1950s, 1960s, and they start protesting development projects on the coastline. They're very successful. They stopped quite a few of these projects to build on the shoreline. What really triggered this was that apparently there was a wave called garbage holes, which is right at the end of Magic Island.
Yes,
so
I
Magic
know.
Island is man-made. They filled it in with a bunch of landfill, and it destroyed one of the spots, probably near where today Bambura is the break.
Yeah.
But apparently before there was a decent wave called garbage holes, and when they filled it in with all these projects of developing in the ocean, in town mostly, he started taking kids to high school kids to the what's it called, the tundra, it's been a long day, to the state capitol. And actually, interestingly, if you want to be a part of, see what some of these protests are like, on January 17th, this, a couple days from now, they're going to take this is commemorating the illegal overthrow in 1893. So it's 130 years ago. They're going to walk and march from Mauna Ala, which is the cemetery of the Ali'i up on toward the Pali, and they're going to
area. They come down
and walk down the street to Iolani Palace, and then there's some activities there and stuff. So if you're curious, go check it out. But this is what he did, this kind of stuff where he kind of mobilized people to take a stand for, protecting the surf. And I mean, he was incredibly successful at doing that, which also influenced a lot of the Hawaiian Renaissance time. And mostly his influence with one of the first kind of protests of the Renaissance we talk about is the Kalama Valley, where there was the project to develop there where some Hawaiian pig farmers were living, and he took his crew down there to protest it. And here we have an incredible wave. This is a Moniz brother riding high.
Seth Moniz.
Comes out clean. Right on, Seth.
Good job, Seth. So does he have anything to this day, like a nonprofit or something that has transcend from all this way he's paved?
Save Our
John
Surf
Kelly
existed for a long time.
Okay.
And then he really helped with the development of the Surfrider Foundation, influenced there, and a lot of other kind of activist environmental movements. But a direct connection to, and he was an avid surfer too. Apparently, he was good at like designing. He had his own design of shapes of boards and stuff.
Oh wow!
But he also was friends with Pops Aikau, who's Eddie and Clyde installed them, their dad. And here we go. Sorry, let's see this one here of Seth pulling into the barrel, disappears completely, comes out
completely.
Beautiful job.
Trying to rekindle his wind from the Pipe Masters. Look how big this wave is. Grabs his rail, brings himself up, goes over the turbulence like a hero, and kicks out. That's brought a Seth Moniz. And good stuff by him.
So John Kelly was basically the Uber driver for taking Eddie Aikau to the North Shore.
That's awesome. Wow. And I grew up with some John Kellys. That's why John Kelly, Hanoa and stuff. That was a really interesting story about this John Kelly.
Yeah, so I'm sure along the way when they're driving, he probably got an earful, Eddie Aikau, of some of the history lessons they was teaching at his after-school program, and also from his wife, Marion Kelly, who was a professor. And eventually John Kelly becomes a professor of ethnic studies. This is before Hawaiian studies or any of that existed.
He was Eddie's elder too, right?
Yes.
Driving him to the beach. Gotcha.
And so kind of cool, that contribution of Save Our Surf. And if you're enjoying any of this information, or you feel like, oh, shucks, I didn't really pay attention to that, I'd like to know more, check out Waves of Resistance, and you can find it on Amazon. You get the Kindle
it's a great
version.
Book, guys. Mr. Isaiah Walker wrote it. And are you working on any others lately? I know you've been busy.
Yeah, well, I've been doing some other stuff. I spent a lot of time doing some work on the Olympics and surfing in the Olympics, and so I wrote a couple of chapters for a book on that, on how when surfing became adopted into the Olympics. It's the first time that we're saying that Hawaii is not seen as its own entity, which is interesting because surfing has always recognized Hawaii as its own kind of nation, right? It competitively.
That's where it gets a little weird. Beautiful shot. Hard one to come out of. Does he make it out? That's either Seth or Josh. You are watching Team Snapped with the legendary Michael Ho out the back, along with Clea Marzol and Benji Brand.
But it's a cool opportunity, like to have guys like Seth and other Hawaiian surfers to wear the Hawaiian flag on their sleeve for professional surfing competition. It's a cool honor, and it's very unique because, I mean, technically Hawaii is part of the United States. I mean, arguably you could say it's an occupied state, but either way, the surfing world recognizes it as its own entity. And so guys like this, Seth Moniz, Oh,
Beautiful.
oh, looking for that exit, but it just shut down. And look how he let go of the rail, pump
Yeah.
it through.
Stood tall in that dropout on that inside.
So
Not a problem.
even in like say the ISA, the World Juniors, like Hawaii recently won the World Junior title.
Yeah.
And it's kind of cool. Eve Leula Wong got first place as the
Ripping.
women, and
What a great team they had.
and I mean she speaks Hawaiian, and as a native Hawaiian, she identify with like her nation, and so I think that's super cool. The surfing world does recognize Hawaii, and so I've been exploring that and writing some stuff on that, and I mean. Here's an indicative example. You go down to Honolulu, and you'll see a huge mural of two Olympian surfers, Duka Hanamoku, but the spotlight that is Carissa Moore.
Yeah.
Do you notice what flag she's wearing in that painting? in that rendition on the building, she has the Hawaiian flag draped around, which is historically inaccurate, actually, because in the Olympics she was representing the United States, which is, cool. So did Duka Hanamoku is the territory of Hawaii, but it just shows like for Hawaii, and Hawaiian surfers in the community see it a little differently, right? Like, oh no, she surfs for us.
Right. And, we're raised around the Olympics, but there is a heap of surfers. We have such a big world that feel that surfing shouldn't be in the Olympics, doing to the little things.
Oh, my goodness. Clay Marzo from Maui.
Beautiful.
Do that layback turn.
I love his turns, too. He's going to just tee off on the inside. Ooh, got an inside shampoo on the way into the sandbar. Gums and
there it is.
Throws the tail. Classic by Clay Marzal, and there's those two coconut trees. He made some distance.
You could see those caves and caverns as we're flying over the drone. Those were full of sand yesterday.
They were.
Not anymore.
They looked like a bar graph, then they moved over to the side. Then we had a half moon this morning, and forever changing the layout at Pipeline. As we have a paddler, he looks pretty committed to get into this one.
This looks like one of the Moniz brothers.
Yep, Brother Seth again, holding his rail, pulling up, standing tall, going back to grab, dragging his butt and his knee to get deep.
I think that's Josh.
Ooh.
That is Josh. You can tell with the hairdo.
Right. I just noticed, I was just thinking that might have been Seth. He's got just a little bit more length on his board there. Here's Clay's.
Yeah, Clay stalling in the barrel, maximizing the time in the barrel.
Ooh, that one was one previous.
One.
Yep.
Oh, there's a heat recap.
Here we go.
This is the one he got tossed.
Whew, some people don't come back from that. And
that backwash has bucked him. And here's Uncle Mike.
Uncle Mike.
Got that pig dog stance.
Whew. Beautiful pipe cone. Goes for the closeout hit.
Oh, and this one was Moniz.
Yep,
this is Josh Moniz. Pumping,
Beautiful.
grabbing that rail and still getting those extra pumps in. Benji Brand pulls into the deep throaty one over the foam ball, comes out with the spit.
Yeah, best wave of the heat in this fourth round of their surfing. And here we go. Brother Seth Moniz pulling up into the barrel. And this is a good traditional pipe wave. Kicks out. He's also going to follow up with another one in this heat.
This was the last
Benji
wave.
Brand.
Benji just riding this one in at backdoor.
Super foamy. Looks small, but that thing's extra sketchy.
Okay, we're going to go to the last heat of this event. I'm going to step out. Hopefully you enjoyed our talk story time. Aloha, everyone. See you later.
Good job, Isaiah. Aloha.
pits while heading towards the White Islands this weekend. 40 to 60-foot faces and exposed spots.
There were times we hit walls of garbage that was so disgusting. You just couldn't believe as far as you could see, and the ocean was just garbage.
I do feel like a responsibility to give back, and I always feel like that to give back to the kids, and like, you know, hopefully they could have a better ocean than I even had in the future.
Come to a beautiful beach like this that's just like a typical Hawaiian white sand beach. You look closely and you're like, wait, that's not even sand, that's plastic.
You hear a lot of people in packaging say, well, it's a problem today, but in 10 years the recycling will be better and then this product won't be a problem. Well, it's a problem right now. I don't think we have the luxury of just waiting.
Hey guys, good afternoon. We're on to our last heat at the Hui Backdoor Shootout 2023, brought to you by Keiki Bungalows. Mahalo, mahalo. My name is Ezra Rodriguez. Thank you so much, Isaiah Walker. You will see him later. Great job. Rounds of applause for all his mana'o. And sitting with me for the last heat of Team Volcom is legendary Rocky Cannon. How you doing,
wow.
Rock?
Hey, bro, doing good.
Yeah,
Thanks.
brother. Good to see you.
Appreciate it. Thank you all for tuning in. It is the final heat of this year's the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Team Volcom is out there.
Proving grounds.
You know, they got a bang-up team. They got Balaram Stack, recently crowned Pipe Master.
Yeah.
They got Noah Dean, young, hard-charging Aussie. Makana Pang, local North Shore standout. Jake Maki, another one of those young North Shore chargers. Big Island's Mikey Red.
Yep.
And also Kainehe Hunt from Kauai, the young shredder
team.
And during our commercial break, we had some waves that were ridden by Team Volcom, and we're going to take a look right there.
Stackhouse getting totally pitted, coming out, as he hasn't had big numbers on the board, so he definitely needed this one, Rock, from the last 2 days of competition.
Yeah, that was him again in a kind of a frothy closeout. Mikey Red got some amazing waves in round 3 earlier today.
Seen that. And he's big in stature, just like Reef. So, you know, when this wave looks that big, Mikey Red is no small human being, as he had a great session out at Waimea on the big Wednesday.
Yeah.
Mikey Red, hard charger from the Big Island and living with us here in Oahu.
Yeah, running around on the North Shore now. And we talked about that talent pool from the little, you know, corner pocket of Hawaii Island over there on the east end, you know.
Yeah.
Shredding Honolulu and all those nice spots around there. There's not a lot of waves, but man, these guys are frothing, and you got, you know, Brother Saul Ortiz holding it down.
Brother Saul,
yeah, you know, the O'Shaughnessy boys, the Morgan boys. Like, there's so much great surfers.
Kalama. I know our brother Cuz always grabs Big Red Mikey and throws him in the va'a and paddles out to Waimea. Yeah, that's one of the guys that go in the canoe and charge Waimea Bay.
The whole kind of the Hawani'o and Napeahi clans over there. So much good surfers. Right on. Shout out to you guys.
Isaiah Walker.
Better Mikey Red. Yep. So Team Volcom, couple of rides we saw on the replay. Now this is live action. And that looks like possibly Noah Dean.
Noah Dean getting some good waves early on. Day one, he had made it out of a few barrels and a nice backdoor barrel. So he's looking to capitalize in this heat, as this is their 4th surf. This is the end of the day. This is where dreams can happen, as there was some beautiful surf, some big scores. And we're going to catch you guys up all with that later. Yeah, Rock?
Yeah, there's been so many good rides, and our 3 judges plus our head judge, they've been staying busy all day long. It's been, you know, some heats were like wave after wave. Like the guy barely kicked out of the wave in front, and on the second wave, another sick barrel. Then you got multi-direction. Look at this pipe barrel for Balaram Stack.
Ball stack. Can he come out? He does as the drone pulls away and he slashes it with attitude. That's the pipe master. As you've seen him ripping.
Yeah, Mikey Red.
Beautiful read, Mikey.
Saw that section coming,
yeah. Oh, I was like just hoping, like, let him have it, let him have it.
I thought he was going to maybe slide out in front, but went for the extended launch body surf action.
And look at that big human, Mike. He had to duck dive right underneath the implosion spot where most humans would just throw their board.
Yeah, I mean, you and I are like above 6 feet, right around there, and it's hard to find guys around like that surf that make us feel small. But Mikey O'Shaughnessy, Reef McIntosh, those guys are like, well, I'm looking up to you guys, man. You guys are huge.
They are. They got the wingspan, too. But yeah, we got more waves approaching as these guys live right at the house.
That wave of Balaram, I think that was Balaram. That
I'm
goofy
excited,
foot. That was so crazy looking at. Well, Makana Pang's goofy foot also
didn't look
and
like
Jake Maki's goofy foot too. So
we'll see.
We got a couple of goofy Volcom team riders just talking about their stance now. And not their demeanor. But
being the surfer,
we'll get a more positive ID.
Roger that. Replays coming up
check
soon.
them out. Yep.
As you can see, the day coming to the end. We got some overcast skies. And don't forget, if you're joining us at the beach, watching live and through your phone, and you didn't wear sunblock today because it's overcast, brother, you are sunburnt. You're going to look like a red lobster during dinner.
Yeah, hopefully you are able to keep yourself protected. It's those overcast days that can be a little deceptive and deceiving. You don't feel your skin heating up, but you're still getting those UV rays through there. So keep that in mind. And look at that little reverb of some backwash and some little extracurricular water movement and extra aquatic activity with some of those little ribs that can be in the face of pipeline that'll be very tricky to ride in some cases.
Could make you go over the handlebars. Beautiful tight cone as he's going to come out of that one. Those are the pipe ones that go big and just frame into. Here we go.
So that was
Balaram Stack. That is a beautiful read on a wave.
Man, and he came out kind of still trying to stall it in there. And then
that was a beautiful snap.
Quality snap.
Yeah, quality.
Watch him in the barrel. As he's coming, he's so confident. He knows that thing was so deep from straight on from the beach. But look, watching him in there, he was in full control the whole time.
Full Wataman. Who is this Mikey on that one? Nice line he chose in the middle as he's seen that thing coming at him. So nice eject as we've been having some injuries on some very, just real good surfers today. Real humbling experience. Watching this. So you guys stay tuned as Team Volcom is resetting out there in the lineup. Look, Mikey's right back out there, furthest out. And we're going to see some waves come in. Hey, thank you so much, Keiki Bungalows. Mahalo for having us. Monster Energy, White Claw, Kona Brewing Company, and the Odam Corporation supporting Dahui Ohe'enalu with all their food and beverages. Thank you to Dahui. And Homiku Organic Sinaloa Tortilla Chips, mahalo. And Two Thumbs Tattoo, thank you, Brother Bo, always a huge supporter. And we got some killer eyewear this year. The Hui eyewear done up by Reason Scene.co. Reason stands for Respect, Energy, and Evolution, Zen and Earth. Mahalo. You can find the eyewear on ondahui.com. And Haleiwa Juice, supplying the North Shore with quality cold pressed juice locally. So awesome stuff. And we can't say enough to this amazing footage all day long, Rock, by Salton Air Studios.
Yeah, mahalo to Defend Hawaii as well. And
go to defendhawaii.com to get all your contest gear. It is the last day. There are some things left, but hey, it's good if you guys jump online right now. I know a lot of people, hey, grab me a shirt, you know, and, you know, rock the same, you know, in this industry. But you know what? It's online right now, defendhawaii.com. Go log on and go throw some in the cart right now, as they have an amazing black hoodie as well.
Yeah, and a couple other cool sponsors. Aloha Salads.
Yep.
Very healthy option.
Thank you for lunch.
And Body Armor.
Oh, I love Body Armor.
So several different beverages taking care of us. Some awesome support, but we appreciate it so much. All of our sponsors, thank you very much. This is one of the greatest shows on surf, to be able to film these amazing surfers at Pipeline, putting on a broadcast, sharing Hawaiian culture, putting surfing on the map, putting Hawaiian culture on the map, and a platform and a way to talk story and hang out with viewers from all around the world. Check it out, Jake Maki.
Super late.
Oh, bruh.
Super
Come on,
deep.
Jakey boy.
Ah, Jakey boy, that was sick. That was thick.
I wanted Jakey for Makey.
Yeah, such a cool kid. So stoked Volcom grabbed him. Last year, he was just at the house breaking boards. Who's
Makana
this?
Pang.
Makana Pang.
He was going helmetless in the previous rounds.
Right.
So I'm wondering, he is now opting for the helmet. I wonder if, you know, probably had just a little conversation with himself of, I kind of want to take the most precaution.
Right. I hope it's not like an argument with yourself like we have, like leash, no leash.
Yeah.
You know that as a surfer, and then you just, you know what I mean? No matter what, it haunts you.
Yeah.
But also, Rock, we also have, and I was going to ask you, hopefully not too much of a difficult question, just your opinion on the Bungalows Backdoor Shootout, $5,000 to the wave of the event. I was wondering if you just had some candidates.
Oh, wow.
That's like another thing for the judges to talk about. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And who knows? You know, someday in the future, we might be able to have that kind of be some sort of like fan base voting system. But as for now,
that's a cool idea.
As for now, we're going to discuss the Keiki Beach Bungalow bonus $5,000 wave of the event. And, you know, the wave of Balaram we just saw, pretty amazing. I like the wave of Daiki Matsunaga.
I do too.
That we saw earlier today. And a lot of our wave of, you know, the Bungalow wave of the event will be possibly from today. Seth Moniz had a pretty sick one
very
earlier
consistent.
too.
And let's not forget about the GOAT putting on a show.
Yeah,
Quiet
Kelly,
yesterday, absolutely silent with a 3.5 and came to play today.
Yep. Not like he needs another $5,000, but, you know, still deserves all the accolades
Big
and
time.
recognition for what he's doing at Pipe still to
Thanks
this
for
day.
being Kelly.
Yeah, incredible stuff. So his wave for sure up there too. It's, I mean, you know, maybe you could pick 5 waves and give each guy $1,000.
Yeah. The guy is busy,
there's
man.
a different way to do the math, you know. Maybe Seth was sick, Balaram, Kelly, and you guys, you know, 5,000 for one or 1,000 for 5.
And you never
you guys
know.
get a grand.
Yeah.
You know, take a grand bonus for a sick wave. Kala Grace had some pretty good waves too.
Yeah.
We're going to keep him in our prayers as we'll.
Kala Grace had a 9 on day 2, second surf, and that was a massive score. So we will see.
But continued prayers for everybody who was injured during this event. Billy Kemper yesterday, Makua Rothman today, Kala Grace today.
Shoot. Mason Ho, I heard he got some stitches. That's why
he
Pops
was
is
injured. Outside of the event itself, but that's why Michael Ho is in for Mason Ho.
What a great replacement. Heavy alternate. Heavy.
Yeah, just what a way to kind of write the story for this year and have Mason have to bow out. Unfortunately, always love watching Mason, and I know that it would be something that he was, you know, it really was going to put him out, you know, because he'll probably surf, you know, with all kinds of existing ailments or injuries.
Yeah, like we talked about.
He's pretty crazy.
There's a lot of hidden
frothy
injuries
like that. But, you know, for something to pull him out of the shootout, you know, hopefully he's on a speedy recovery. But replacement putting Pops, Michael Ho, in just pretty legendary.
Yep, and there's that insignia right there on your screen. Kona Brewing Company. Drink responsibly. Leave the North Shore the way you came to it, right, Rob?
Yeah, and better if possible.
Malamada Aina. And watch out for one another.
Paddling.
Beautiful.
That looks like Jake Maki.
Maki, let's go, Mox.
He's going Mach 20 in there. A lot of speed, and you saw him just pop out your left side of the screen.
Some travel time for Jake Maki. So great stuff. As Isaiah Walker had him in Kamehameha schools, I believe, or he was coaching him in his high school. Really well-mannered kid.
Yeah.
Yeah. And when I met him last year from you guys at the morning meeting, 7 o'clock with Uncle Eddie Rothman, he was just the Grom, not in the comp, just out there in the dark in front of all his peers, just charging.
Yeah.
And it almost looked like he was boardless by day 5.
Yeah. There he is going Mach 20 in that barrel, looking for the exit point. Look at him just right there, trying to pump and then gets ejected.
You can see he went into his crouch formation to penetrate safely. As there's all different kinds of techniques. Yep, you go get those Sinaloa chips. Those things are tasty.
All right,
definitely eat the whole bag one sitting. Here we
Mikey
go.
Red.
Beautiful transitional pump on the takeoff run.
Oh, man, just a little bit too much breathing in that wave. It was like a monster that's alive. You know, you're in the belly of a breathing dragon, the stomach expanding and contracting. Noah Dean also sitting right in it, and then another
in the same
one.
Place.
Yeah, and it's, you know, a little bit of a bottoming out tide. So that low tide is creating a lot of movement on the reef.
Oof. And you can barely see the reef on a lot of our drones.
Beach bungalows.
There it is, you guys. Prime real estate.
Yeah.
Elon and his crew always bringing it to you live with the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Thank you to you guys.
Mahalo very much.
Mahalo.
You could be staying right there.
Oh, I know.
Beachfront. And then the shore break, shore break show that these local kids put on. They go out there to Keiki Shore Break. Please do not try and go join them.
Follow them.
Because that's where the world famous Clark Little got his start in shooting, you know, the water shore break shots, and he just loves playing around in the shore break for years and years and years. But there's local kids now that love going there and
It's a
just
show.
body womping, and it's quite the show. And then you walk a few more 100 yards down the beach and you get to Pipeline. It's a beautiful beach walk. Make sure you stay high and dry when you're walking on the shoreline during the wintertime. Noah Dean looking into the pit.
Who shoved his butt and his knee into that white foam monster, and that just dropped him to the bottom of the seat floor.
So much movement inside that barrel.
Kid can move like on the medium waves, and then when he's surfing pipe, I notice he has this real comfortable pump through waves, as I've seen him surf some hell waves up in Australia.
Yeah.
He plays with some critical heavy stuff.
Looks, reminds me of, you know, the Irons kids, Andy and Bruce. They just would look so comfortable in
his
these
frame in the barrel, huh?
Yeah, very similar.
Yeah, that is. And
check this out on the outside, ending it with a bang for our last heat here of the Hui Backdoor Shootout.
Look at Jakey. Stroke, stroke, stroke. And he's got a beautiful line rock. Can he make it through, as he's always so deep?
Oh, my gosh. That was
that was sick, Rock.
Wow.
Wow. I was just so stoked for Jake Maki. I mean, that was an emotional ride right there.
Yeah, here's Mikey Red.
Beautiful pipe wave rock. Not as deep as he'd want to be, but that was great for what it was. Mikey Red. Always a big entertainer. You guys come down here, and you will see Mikey, part of the Volcom Proving Grounds gang. So you're watching Team Volcom, and this is the last heat of the day, as we had 8 heats in this event. Rock, Pipeline, Hamas, Team Tubos, Peru, a New Earth Project, Snap 5, Volcom, Quicksilver, Team Japan, the Hui Wax, and now we're into Volcom's 4th surf, and more lines heading your way as we get this beautiful beach shot.
Yeah, this is the final day of competition for the 2023, the Hui Backdoor Shootout. So many good scores being turned in today. Tabulations and the final official scoring still all kind of to be announced, and not going to be able to decipher exactly what has gone down here in the coming minutes or hours of today. We'll kind of get you caught up to speed when this heat ends and we come back for our highlight reel.
Yep.
We'll watch some of the best waves of the contest that have been ridden in these final 2 days. We had 8 heats yesterday and 8 heats today, so a total of 4 rounds. The surfers got essentially 2 hours per team.
I know.
To surf.
That is awesome. And maybe for some of those of you guys at home, you guys know about the beach bungalows, the backdoor shootout, $5,000 wave. You know, when we watch the replays, you guys are logged on Surfline. Write what you think. It's all great, you know. What do you guys think? 10.5, 11? Who do you think? You never know.
Yeah, the engagement of folks watching and all of you great spectators is a fun part of the digital age and how we can all be connected and communicating. It's a really fun part of having these events, and especially something like the backdoor shootout where, you know, we're not judging and scoring for like all these crazy points and rankings and titles and this and that. It's a lot for the stoke, and these surfers are earning some money, some cash money for their performances. But other than that, it's just the stoke of surfing and watching these guys shred on a serious consequential wave that 1 ounce out of position can mean crazy, you know, gnarly consequences.
Right. And if there was no contest or whatever, these guys would be right here.
Yeah.
You know, without the phones and all the, hey, you know, dropping pins. These guys are the real deal as 1, 2, 3 stroke, and the thing doesn't let him in.
Yeah, and look at all the bumps, and you see the backwash on the previous wave.
That's a gnarly one.
And that thing was just so deathly throaty.
Oh, yeah. So guys making a smart decision on not going.
Yeah,
as
like
Team
that was
Volcom
Balaram having a look.
Yeah. And I still remember that wave. You know, Kala Grace got a 12 last year, Rock. But then Balaram Stack had like an 11.
Right.
And that was a deep one.
Yeah.
I mean, the ocean floor dropped out on him. And Balaram loves to get barreled. And don't forget, this Volcom team out there, they all rip, too.
Yeah,
above
and,
the lip.
you know, and I have given him as kind of a nickname for, you know, charging because, you know, we all talk about the, you know, the charging nature of the North Shore. You need the cojones and, you know, to sack up sometimes, what they say. And
big
so,
time.
Ball stack just came to my mind one day when we were doing either a pipe pro or something, and it kind of stuck. And you know, I got the chance to give him a personal congratulations after the pipe master victory just a couple days ago. I said, "Hey, bro, I just didn't have the opportunity that day because he was just getting bombarded, you know, at
great
the Advanced
performance
Pipe
always.
Masters." But the first New York native to win a Pipe Masters, just amazing, bro.
Yeah, I like that kid. Good attitude, and he dives down, free dives down to depths that is very scary, like Mr. Dave Wassel from Volcom. I mean, these guys, they hunt big game.
And, you know, he earned every ounce of what he's been able to accomplish, which is so commendable.
Super humble, too.
Yeah, that's what I mean, you know, like.
You don't even know he's there.
Yeah.
And then bango, ball stack.
It's on.
Yeah. Oh, these guys got another exchange on their way as I see some lines in the horizon. And, whew, it's been a good day, Rock.
Yeah, there's been amazing rides We're going to send thoughts and prayers still and remind all of you folks to pray for Kala. Kala Grace injured earlier in the event a couple heats ago. Had to be rescued.
It affects the whole
by
beach.
Hawaiian Water Patrol.
And everyone.
And just want to continue to pump out the vibe and the prayers for Kala.
Yeah, prayers, Kala. And we got Jake taking a look. They're going to let these go as these lines hitting the reef weren't the best of angles, but they got another 4-pack, and you can see them trucking out there right now.
Yep, the trails off the tail of the boards. And Jake Maki on the inside, going to toy with that one right out in front. Oh, excuse me. No, that's not Jake. That's someone else. It's a regular foot.
And you guys writing in, don't forget, you can get all this stuff at defendhawaii.com. Part of the proceeds will support Huio He'enalu so they can continue their mission and our Hawaiian ocean sports at this nonprofit. So mahalo, Mike, Chris, and Defend Hawaii crew.
Yeah.
Good brothers. Did you get to run into them yesterday over there?
They dropped off a couple of things and said, how's it? And it was great to see them. And,
awesome. Mahalo, you guys.
Incredible to have their support, but still appreciated.
Defend Hawaii, guys. Go on defendhawaii.com and dahui.com. So, yeah. Team Volcom, the Proving Grounds, out in the lineup for their last surf of the day. And you got some amazing athletes out there as we had a great day. Balaram Stack, Noah Dean, Makana Pang, and Jake Maki and Mikey Red. There's Jakey boy.
Oh, that was Jake, and then he switched nets.
Nice.
I didn't do it. We couldn't see that from the drone shot, but I'm like, bro, I swear that was Jake, but then he's kicking out regular foot. Like,
yeah, getting innovative.
What's going on? Like, okay, now I see.
Stepping over switch like that on, turbulent pipe at the speed that he's flying, that's not easy. Taking one from JOB.
Yeah.
As other surfers I can think of, Rusty Kialana, they got that killer leg drag / switch stance.
Right.
Amazing stuff. Kelly and Shane Dorian do it too. Switch out of the barrel. Some of the best. Awesome stuff.
All right, here we go. Check out the recap of Team Volcom's last hurrah with Makana Pang right there with a beautiful pipeline wave. Mikey Red. He got busy once again, just out in front of that one, but
great wave in Heat 3 he had.
Solid surfing. Balaram, this one, so deep, disappeared, still gone, and then finally reappears. That was super,
I love the
super
turn.
deep.
I love the turn.
Yeah.
It was technical, too, if you go into turn.
Exclamation point right there. Mikey Red trying to weave his way through this one. Right at the end, comes off. We'll be right back with a recap and an aloha to all of you.
Aloha, gang.
Surfing's Hawaii's gift to the world of sports. It really is something that emanated from these islands with aloha and it went around the world.
Where sometimes the spirit of the surfing has been lost because of corporate involvement or guys surfing because they want to go, make all this money, get famous, go on the world tour and stuff, which is not a bad deal.
By the time 1976 rolled around, it was time to organize a circuit. We created the circuit and called it the International Professional Surfing. It was a cooperative effort between surfers and contests to try to advance the concept of professional surfing.
IPS and professional surfing, it just brought more people here, wanting to come to Hawaii and surf the 7 Mile Miracle.
I can remember when we'd be surfing that guys would kick us out of the water, because they're going to hold a contest.
Corporate sponsors, they come in and think they can just come by and drop money and monopolize our culture.
Because what was happening on the North Shore, outsiders coming here and treading on our place and being disrespectful, to the locals out here, to the people out here.
North Shore was, at one time, it was running amok.
We formed our club to let them know there is a people of this land.
4 founders had the insight to say, no, we're not going to bow down to you guys. you guys coming to our house. This is our place. You guys either got to do it our way or don't come back.
We love people coming to Hawaii and having a good time, but we definitely don't like people moving here and then telling us how to live in our land.
Well, the original Hui really wasn't the Hui. It was, they dubbed themselves the Black Shorts.
And protest this contest.
And they had the police, down there.
I can remember that day because it came to that point and the energy it was so high, it was so tense.
We had to walk a tightrope between accommodating them and keeping the contest alive.
That's when the little headbanging got started.
Just for days, a monarchs of our kings and queens would visit all the islands and saw everything. How would they feel about the changes of our land? Why could you just imagine if they were around and it's our concrete jungle? This is the payoff.
Aloha, Awina La. Good afternoon, and welcome back to the conclusion of our broadcast of the Hui Backdoor Shootout with a beautiful drone shot of the North Shore right there, showing you that miraculous stretch of shoreline and a point in the far distance. The silhouette there, mahalo to the Hui, putting on a great event. The holding period held out. That's the reason we have waiting periods.
Yes.
Rocky Cannon, Ezra Rodriguez, bringing you this daily recap that we're going to check out.
Yep.
We're also going to talk a little bit about this year's event.
Yep.
And how we've come to where we are right now.
Yep. Awesome stuff. And then we're going to slow it down with amazing footage of Eric Eppel and the whole contest, the last 3 days of competition. Thank you for joining us and enjoy this amazing replay.
Yeah, we got some recaps to check out.
Awesome stuff.
Waves.
Thank you to
waves.
all our sponsors: Sinaloa, Monster Energy Drinks, Kona Brewing, Keiki Bungalows, first of all. Also, Sinaloa Tortillas, Two Thumbs Tattoo, Mahalo Mahalo, and Homiko Organics. Thank you. None of this could be done without you guys, and thank you for all your support. Odom Corporation, and don't forget, defend Hawaii, and never forget, never mistake aloha for weakness. Rock.
Yeah, definitely not. Aloha Salads, mahalo to Reasons Co.
Thanks
and
for lunch,
Haleiwa
gang.
Juice Body Armor. Thank you guys so much. There's a scene live on the beach right there.
Yeah.
Where our judges were doing a lot of the hard work. So many good waves ridden today.
Huge
it was
job.
Definitely going to be a tough job scoring each of these waves, trying to create little degrees of separation. And here we go. The daily recap.
Slater.
And Slater, the GOAT, greatest of all time,
New
at
Earth
Backdoor. Team New Earth Project.
Getting scores this morning, Slater was, is Matahi Drole right here. That was a beautiful pipe cone.
Yeah, this morning session just was setting up so dreamy.
Koa with a huge foamy chandelier. Whew. Matahi Drole again fading around. Oh, That looks like
the Peruvian team.
tubo
So these
claiming.
guys still thankful to be out there.
So stoked to
Kala
watch 'em.
Grace with an epic pipe barrel in the morning, just standing tall. And then some gnarly carnage.
Meal.
We saw it all day long. Kieran Jabor going down right there. Everybody paid a little bit of price, some more than others.
Guy McNamara, beautiful style as it flies out of the tube.
And Tori Meister.
Oh yeah, I like this one.
A backdoor gem.
Yeah, this was a backdoor gem.
Yeah, pumped through that last section so nicely. Not easily done.
Not easily done. That was a sketch one.
Oh man, and then a gnarly wipeout.
Who's that rock? Just got obliterated
Team
out.
Japan.
Team Japan.
They had a great showing. Zeke Lau was feeling good, all smiles.
Always.
And look at that pipe barrel.
Oof, that was awesome. Spit almost hit the drone.
Yeah, flying high. The colors.
Into midday. This is
so
a beautiful
amazing.
one by Reef McIntosh. Even though he could have slowed it down, that was just beautiful by the big man. The
Masterful.
So good.
He does.
And all the
Spectators on the beach.
families.
Hey, the boy in Ohana. There they are.
All right.
All right. Oh, late drop in the barrel.
Benji
One of our team riders. Yep, from the Snapped team.
Yep, Snapped.
Grabbing rail for Clay Marzo.
Beautiful stuff by Clay. Good to have him in the Hui Backdoor Shootout this
for
year.
sure.
As we have
Josh Moniz.
Yeah, Moniz.
Look at those beautiful shots. Amazing colors. The setup on the reef just perfect for today.
Changed all weekend.
That great high drone shot of the Josh Moniz wave. And
there we go.
Benji Brand just sticking with it. The extension comes out with the layback.
Oh, that
make.
one was massively awesome. Do you think they're going to give him a make on that one? That one was big time.
Here's another look at it. Just really well done through that last section. And then
not easy to get to that area.
He's standing on his board. Pops Michael Ho, the legend, gets yet another backside barrelhead pipe. I don't know, maybe what number you think that is?
Huh?
3,000, 5,000 barrels that he's got in the pipeline.
You know?
Just try to do the math a little bit. Mikey Red had a pretty darn good round three.
Great showing.
And earning his spot. Makana Pang.
Yeah, Makana.
Also scoring with a little roof tickler.
Oh, I like that roof tickler.
And
by Makana.
Yeah.
Good drone shot. As the
showing you the entire lineup. Makana was on this one outstretched all the way through the photographer area. Hawaiian Water Patrol. And just at the end of the wave, just trying to have some fun with it.
Sandbar steps.
Yeah.
Oh, Kai Lenny.
Yeah.
This is when him and Slater, this is their third surf.
Fourth round. Yeah, this was Slater's.
Yeah.
Top
this is
wave.
a good one. That's his top wave. No hands.
My gosh, no
over the
hands.
turbulence.
It was a rail tickler. Looked like he just tickled the rail a little bit. But just played the keyboard for a second.
You know, and the guy does everything good. He probably can play the keyboard good.
But you saw him kick out with like the stoke of a Grom.
Big time. Yeah, I do like that by him. You know?
Yeah. Peruvian team just scoring again this year. Look at this huge drop.
Oh, wow. Is this Team Japan?
Standing tall.
Wow.
I think that was one of our Peruvian surfers, Kala Grace.
Beautiful. Kala Grace. Oh, that was that side slip boogie, dangerous one. That's beautiful back door. So there was guys putting it onto the back door. This one wasn't a big barrel. This one was a tail carve. This is going down the line.
Oh, wow.
Ooh.
Big wipeouts, big barrels, clean, beautiful barrels like that right there from Kala Grace. And then a little airdrop action. I think that's Emil Zermatt.
Yeah, Zermatt.
And he was just going ballistic.
Yes,
the
did.
wave magnet.
Looks like brother Seth Moniz.
Oh, man.
No, Josh.
I think that was Josh, maybe.
Yeah, that was Josh. Oh.
Or maybe the Japanese guy.
Right
there.
You know,
it's like
Shinpei. I remember that.
So fun to watch these guys surf without a contest jersey, but so hard to keep track of who's who. Daiki Matsunaga.
That's the one.
One that I have in the top.
Look at this beautiful pipe wave, standing firm in that one. If
the
he
neck
landed that, oh my gosh,
he just did
straight neck.
The full on, that was a corkscrew.
Oh my gosh, that hurt me again, right?
Yeah, I could see your neck just kind of start to feel it right there.
Amazing. This is a big wave right here at the end of the day. Pump, pump, pump. Benji Brand.
Yeah. So clean.
So clean.
Mikey Red getting one of those at the end and then jumps off right at the point of connection right there back in the booth. Man, we hope you guys enjoyed all of those great rides. We're going to continue to ask for a lot of thoughts and prayers for Billy Kemper, Makua Rothman, and especially for Kala Grace, who is in the hospital getting treatment. So he is where he needs to be.
Yep.
And we're just going to hope and pray that things are going as good as they can. We're going to not have our awards presentation today.
Yep.
It is going to be just a call out for a lot of prayer and thoughts for Kala.
Yep, for today. Everybody had a big one. We had an amazing competition, but because we had some fallen brothers, we're just going to take a hiatus for today, and we're going to return with even a bigger, better awards ceremony.
Yeah, you can tune in to thehui.com and surfline.com and check out the TBD or to be announced awards date, but it will not be today. Today is, like you said, Ezra, a lot of great surfing, some awesome scores, but it's not about winning and losing in points right now. It's about thinking about and praying for the guys that paid a pretty big price today, and the biggest one paid is Kala Grace, who's in the hospital. So we're going to wish him all the best, our prayers, and everything with Kala. And
look at our gang, all our Hui
everybody
brothers
right now praying for Kala. So you guys also do that, and we're going to send you out with some slow-mo from Eric Ippel. And just thank you so much. Big mahalos on behalf of all of our crew, Salt in Air Studios, Isaiah Walker, Ezra Rodriguez, Kainoa McGee, all the crew. Mahalo. I'm Rocky Cannon. You guys take care. Mahalo. Aloha.
Good job, Rock. Aloha, guys.
Listen to the hiss screams from the ground. Electric panoramic makes the sound. Get up! You've got the strength. You're alive. In every imperfection, let it drive like a bull. Use it as a tool. Use it as a tool to fix your canopy. Turn the engines on and go beyond. You've got a ride, panoramic. Turn around, look through the widest lens and twist. Listen to the hiss that screams from the mouth. Electric panorama goes even out.